Now our mama be this, so we no get another one. Now our mama be this, so now our mama be this, so we no get another one. Now our mama be this, so now our mama be this, so we no get another one. Now our mama be this, so Oluremi Tinubu. Nigeria.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no beauty. It's once again, everybody can pay up. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chopper. National Airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother, we be Mugu, I be the master. Oh, man, I go chop your dollar. I go take your money, disappear. For one time, it's no betty. We be Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, let me get her. The contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring her. You be the Mugu, I be the master. When you go play wayo, they go say na you style. When countryman do Igbo, they know the shout. All I kill I die. Whatever you go ban it, I say, I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my temple, I go show them fire. National Airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, then I bring up. Mugu, I be the master. Now me be the master, oh. I hear you. You know, when I came here earlier for the sound check, I didn't check the sound because I don't.
All right, enough of that. Oh, is that still showing? Everything you see on the screen, everything that goes on this platform, they are entirely the contributions of the followers of the platform. I hate yes, there's certain words I don't like to use. But you see this image that you see on the screen there. Somebody sent it in during that American election, and it's in the library right there. So I just came across it. I just thought, oh, why don't I put that up today? And also, everything that we do discuss is usually sent in by somebody or the other. So if people know how to contact me, I put my Instagram link everywhere. Everybody knows what my Instagram handle is. Some people have my WhatsApp number. So everything that we do, a good, let me not say everything, but a good 70% of the things that we do discuss here are things that people put forward to be discussed. So that's just how it works. It's a community-led. Is that the word? It's a community-led together effort sort of a platform. That's how because I cannot be the only one doing the heavy lifting. So people say, "Oh, I came across this and I came across that," and then I have a look, pick the ones that I feel are the most engaging, and that is how we run it. So that's how we run it. So I'm not even going to apologize for the late start. I think that's now the new normal, isn't it? The starts we've actually now cascaded into another day. So I'm not quite sure which session this one is, but it is a session anyway. But good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. As always, we start it off with a greeting. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful week, cascading into a Friday weekend with one man went to more. What better way to spend it? So what better way to spend your weekend than in the company of that peculiar or you're laughing man, one man? So there it is. One man went to more. The eagle has landed. The eagle lands. But what is it bringing? It's bringing you a potpourri of what is going on in Nigeria, a mix of all sorts. That is what one man brings. So a mix of all sorts. But what are you bringing? You are bringing the likes. So click on the like button. You are bringing a subscription. If you're not already subscribed, please do that. You are clicking on the hyperlink if you want to come and join. The conversation continues to mix up. So be part, especially the after hours. It's just sort of relaxed. The way I see that after hours session, I see it as somewhat like a gentleman's club. With the padded oak, what is it? What's it called again? It's a padded oak room sort of thing with a buttoned leather chairs and gentlemen sipping brandy. That's how I see the after hour. So it's like a padded oak room, brown oak room, gentlemen sipping glass, all of that. That's how I see the after hours anyway. So a relaxed, convivial sort of experience. People just joshing around, but high-functioning people are people of success in various fields in life. So that's how it works, and I think people delight in it. So that's what we do here. So if you want to be part of that conviviality, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. That is your ticket to ride. That is the membership pass into the One Man Went to More experience. The hyperlink that says StreamYard. Click on like, click on subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and be part of the session. I'll share the links just as widely as you can. Super chat to I don't think anybody super chats to the stream anymore. I wonder what happens to that. But super chats towards the stream if you will. If you won't, then it's no biggie. But I'll encourage it if you would. So all those, so as I said, we cascade into another Friday and on it goes. So we are going all the way through to 2027. So that is the lift that we're going to be carrying all the way through. So we'll be bringing you personalities. There's been it's not as though there are no personalities that I can bring, but I'm in a bit of a discombobulated. Like I said, I'm having renovations done in my house. Everything is somewhat skittish at the moment, so I don't even have time to drop bread sometimes. So the idea of bringing in fact, there was one I was lining up that I didn't even follow through, but we will bring personalities as things start to settle back again, and we want to vary those personalities. So we will be bringing you personalities mainly from the political sector, but we will be bringing you personalities also from the religious sector, especially within that Christendom sort of a space. So a mix of all sorts. And if you know anybody as well that you'd like to see featured on the platform, you know how to contact me. I'll send in the details. A lot of the personalities that we bring, actually, they are just introduced to us. Somebody just introduces the personalities. When we had Tola, Akoguntola, I can't remember his last name. When we had Akoguntola, somebody introduced him. When we had Arabambi, somebody introduced him. Prince Adebayo, somebody introduced him. not Oji Uzokalo. What's that Southeastern intellectual that Chidi Kalu, somebody introduced him. All of the Alhaji Shehu Gaban, somebody introduced him. All of the Daniel Bwala, it was actually Alhaji Shehu Gaban that introduced Daniel Bwala. So I don't know anybody. I'm just some random guy in Kent talking nonsense online. So if you know personalities though that you feel you'd like to be put through the one man went to more experience, then just send the details in and I'll do the rest. If I have somebody's contact, it's very rare that I'm not able to persuade them to appear. I've not yet come across one personality. One still continues to escape me, but I'm going to push him again. Shehu Musa, he nearly came in, but he couldn't quite get in. I think he had connection problems, and I've not been able to pursue him ever since. But with the exception of Shehu Sani, which I have his number. So, but like I said, if you want any personality featured, just contact me. In the understanding that I know nobody. I'm not a journalist. I'm just some random guy that's talking, nonsense online. So I know no one. So don't have the expectation that I have this vast repertoire of So don't have this expectation that I have this vast repertoire. I don't. All I know is to have to talk BS, which I seem to excel in some form. And I know how to rankle people and rile them also as well. So I have some expertise in that. So that's how I've just been gaming it all the way through. But no, if you want anybody featured, then please send their details. Even Showore, somebody introduced him. It was actually one of our subscribers that introduced, I know. People thought it was Rudolph actually introduced Showore. It wasn't Rudolph. I don't think Rudolph is sharing his guest list with anyone. And why should he? I had to go and dig him out myself. But but all that. Yes, it's lengthy only because I'm waiting for people to come on. Prestige. As the room starts to build up, then I quickly get to the conversation. But because anyway, that's the explanation for that. So I'm rambling not so much. Let me ramble no further. We're still within that Humphrey Nwosu space, by the way. A coward now trying to be rebranded as a hero by the Southeast. So we get to that momentarily. But before we get to another attempt at Gbadwe by our much loved cousins from the East, let's So before we get into another attempt at Gbadwe by our much loved cousins from the East, let's see what else is going on within the Nigerian political space. El-Rufai, Malami, Al-Mustafa push to change SDP's name, logo, constitution, seek to erase MKO Abiola's legacy from the party. So it was always going to get to this point, and we will see just how, because everybody, nobody has yet come across Prince Adewale Adebayo that has not yet been impressed by him. He's sharp, he's savvy, he's a lawyer, and is licensed to practice law in most of the Western Hemisphere space, United States, Canada, United Kingdom, all over Europe, and it is handled one of the most celebrated cases within the Nigerian paradigm. So, and you see all that anytime he comes into play as well. It comes into the fore. So you see all that, but now his real potency now is going to be tested by what is going on in his party now, because he now has a bunch of sharks, a bunch of ruthless killers now suddenly cascading into that party, and they're not there to take part, they're there to take charge. So how strong is Prince Adebayo is to be able to hold firm and to hold solid and to hold his own space? El-Rufai, Malami, Al-Mustafa push to change SDP's name, logo, constitution, seek to erase MKO Abiola's legacy from the party. So there it is right there. We all knew it was going to get to this point. You know, the SDP, the local SDP in Kaduna State, they're actually telling us that they don't recognize El-Rufai, that is not even registered with them. But then, of course, the guy always been a graduate. According to insiders, hold on, un momento. According to insiders, El-Rufai and his associates believed it. Oh, am I taking it from midstream? Let me see. Is that the start? Yeah, that's not the start. Former Kaduna State Governor Madam Nasir El-Rufai, alongside his allies, planned to completely overhaul the structure and identity of the Social Democratic Party SDP following their recent defection to the party. Sources revealed to correspondents that El-Rufai is working alongside Abubakar Malami, former Attorney General of the Federation. And by the way, I've said this often enough times, but I'll say it again so that it starts to resonate, because people need to understand where the politics is. You see, Abubakar Malami being part of this now movement to go on to SDP, it signals then that this is a Buhari move, because Abubakar Malami was the Buhari bagman for the 8 years of Buhari's administration, completely useless as a lawyer. He was just there to steal as much money as they could over that 8 years so that they have fighting funds for the fights to come. So wherever Abubakar Malami goes, that is where the will of Buhari is. And Abubakar Malami, by the way, he even married one of Buhari's wayward daughters, the one that has been married about 4 or 5 times. He ended up being palmed, they palmed that girl on him in order to solidify their tie with the family. So wherever Abubakar Malami, the former alleged Attorney General of the Federation, wherever he moves politically, that is where Buhari leans politically. So very much this whatever set play El-Rufai is embarked upon is actually a Buhari move. Former Kaduna State Governor Madam Nasir El-Rufai, alongside his allies, plan to completely overhaul the structure and identity of the Social Democratic Party SDP following their recent defection to the party. Sources revealed to correspondents that El-Rufai is working alongside Abubakar Malami, former Attorney General of the Federation, and Hamza Al-Mustafa, a former Chief Security Officer to the late military ruler General Abacha. According to insiders, El-Rufai and his associates believe the party's ideological stance is too socialist and are uncomfortable with its historical connection to Moshood Abiola MKO, who won the 1993 presidential election under the SDP before it was annulled, etc., etc. El-Rufai, Al-Mustafa, and Malami are pushing to change the party's name, logo, and constitution, a senior party source disclosed. Anyway, let me not make any promises, but I think I'm going to bring somebody fairly soon that is within that SDP space. And it's not Prince Adebayo, but somebody else that is senior within that party space. They consider the party too socialist and want to distance themselves from MKO Abiola's legacy tied to the annulled 1993 election. They don't want anything to do with MKO or Abiola, as he won the 1993 election annulled by Babangida and Co. under the party's platform. So they are looking to erase the legacy and history of that party. Party sources also revealed that El-Rufai was yet to join the SDP. Yes, like I said, I think this is now being confirmed. Party sources also revealed that El-Rufai has yet to join the SDP through the proper channels officially, instead of registering at his word as required by the party regulations. So this now test, this is now the first test of what Prince Adebayo has been insisting upon, that anybody is welcome to join their party so long as they abide by their rules and regulations. So El-Rufai joins that party only in the headlines of the newspapers and not formally by registering. So, and they are already adopting him politically and speaking to his political language as though he was a member of the party, but is not actually registered. So, does that then test then they have to abide by our rules and regulations? Our party sources also revealed that El-Rufai has yet to join the SDP through the proper channels officially. Instead of registering at his word, as required by party regulations, he reportedly submitted his resignation letter to the All Progressive Congress (APC). He reportedly submitted his resignation letter from the All Progressive Congress (APC) to the SDP National Secretariat and declared his membership. So anyway, the whole thing is a joke and a farce anyway. El-Rufai did not go to his words to join the party, the source added. He only presented his resignation letter from the APC to the SDP National Secretariat and started announcing his membership, whereas he was supposed to join the party at the ward level. Despite not being a bona fide member of the party, he is already proposing changing the name, logo, and constitution of the party. He still went ahead to illegally dissolve and take over the state exco or exco committee of the party. This is illegal. The reported moves have sparked internal tension within the SDP as party loyalists resist what they see as an attempt to sideline the party's ideological roots and historical significance. SDP Kaduna denies El-Rufai's membership claims. Earlier on Friday, correspondents reported that the Kaduna State chapter of the SDP has denied reports that El-Rufai had joined the party. The chapter clarified that El-Rufai was not a registered member of the SDP in the state. El-Rufai had recently, etc., etc. So, let's see. Sorry, I'm just skimming through to pick it up from where it's relevant. Okay, let's pick it up from this paragraph. They were talking about his resignations and the reasons why he resigned from and his political history. So that doesn't interest us. El-Rufai, a founding member of the APC, accused the party's leadership of abandoning the progressive ideals upon which it was established in 2013. He claimed that the party had been taken over by individuals who disregard internal democracy and treated members with contempt. He added that despite repeatedly voicing his concerns about the party's decline, both privately and publicly, his warnings were ignored. However, SDP's Assistant National Secretary for the Northeast region, Idris Nwoye, at a press conference in Kaduna on Friday, dismissed El-Rufai's purported defection as mere rumor, insisting that due process was not followed. So they are bringing the APC with, this is a guy that says he's leaving a place because of the lack of internal democracy. And of course, you see the arrogance of the man. Neither the chairman of the Kaduna North local government chapter nor the leadership of the blah 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 Saki ward that's WARD, by the way, has any record of his membership. He advised El-Rufai and others interested in joining the SDP to follow the proper registration process as if they wish to be officially recognized. I'm just waiting to Abiola's election under SDP. So I'm trying to see what else this has to offer. Oh, all right. They're giving us the Abiola history, the Al-Mustafa history. I think they're just padding it out now. So I think that's essentially what this has to offer. So El-Rufai bringing his usual, Machiavellian short man. Was it Napoleon that had the short man syndrome? Is Machiavellian short man syndrome into the SDP. El-Rufai, Malami, Mustafa pushed to change SDP's name. Logo constitution seek to erase Abiola's legacy. So that's that. So from that onto this. So now, you do remember a few months ago we were talking about this lady, Aisha Achimugu, Aisha Achimugu. So Aisha Achimugu, if you don't remember her, and if you cannot remember why we were talking about her a few months ago, let me give you just a 2-minute crash course, a 2-minute reminder. This was what brought her to prominence. So, do you remember this?
Beyonce came and did her vacation, or so, and guess what, guys? It cost $150,000 to stay here for a night, one whole night, and it will please you to know that Aisha Achimugu is the first Nigerian woman to stay in this same island. Guess what? $150,000 a night, and guess what? We've been here for the past. Aisha has been here for the past 10 days. It's our own 7th day today. Man, you guys have to give it to her. Aisha Achimugu. See that yacht over there? That's where we were last night when we had the casino party. Oh God, what's blurring my camera? Yeah, that's where we were last night when we had the casino party. We did it on the yacht. So we're back here. I'm going to show you guys. Today we're having a breakfast party with Aisha.
So $150,000 a day, and she's been there for 10 days. So you do the math. So more of the jollification.
She's here on stage. Funny is talking. Aisha Odogu. Odogu na one. The woman king. Aisha has landed. The eagle has landed. The grand commander. Shut down Grenada. Has it not been so? Oh no, when you were warrior.
You know, these are musicians, they no go die well. They know how to empty the content of your wallet very easily. The eagle have landed, the grand commander. Those were American dollars, by the way, by the $100 bill. So that's how much he was spraying at that party then. So how the mighty heart falling, EFCC declares Sanwo-Olu's paramour, Aisha Achimugu, wanted over money laundering as Tinubu zeroes in on Atiku Obi. So now, she has been declared wanted by the EFCC. You know, the EFCC now, they've developed this custom now to put a wanted poster out on social media about whoever it is that they're after. So there she is, very much on the top hit list of the wanted list. So from grace to grass, EFCC declares Sanwo-Olu's paramour, Aisha Achimugu, wanted for money laundering as Tinubu zeroes in on Atiku Obi. So now they call her Sanwo-Olu's paramour because the speculation rumor then was that still is that she's Sanwo-Olu's side chick. You wonder why Sanwo-Olu will have a 50-year-old side chick from all of the choices that's available to him in Lagos. But that's the speculation that she's Sanwo-Olu's side chick. But that birthday party, you remember Sanwo-Olu went there, and he went there at great expense, private jet, also in one of these $150,000 a day sort of complex, and a lot of hue and cry about that, about the wastage and the absentee from work and all that. And he started releasing photos of, I think they went to Grenada, and he started releasing photos of him with the president or prime minister or whatever they have of Grenada to then palm it off as a business trip. So that is her involvement. She's very well ensconced within the echelons of the especially the Lagos. She has oil blocks as well, so she's in that oil space too. Only 50, by the way. They say only 50, a great age, but still, she's a relatively young woman by the Nigerian paradigm. EFCC declared Sanwo-Olu's paramour Aisha Achimugu wanted for money laundering as Tinubu zeroes in on Atiku and P to B. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has declared socialite Aisha Achimugu, Governor Governor Sanwo-Olu Babajide's ally, wanted for alleged money laundering. So there's a link that she was actually being used to pass money onto Atiku during the elections, but quite why Sanwo-Olu will be passing our money onto Atiku was not fully explained. The public is hereby notified that Aisha Suleiman Achimugu is wanted by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, in an alleged case of criminal conspiracy and money laundering, the commission said in a notice on Thursday. The declaration of a manhunt for Miss Achimugu comes 2 days after correspondents exclusively reported that anti-graft agents discovered Mr. Sanwo-Olu through Miss Achimugu allegedly piped public funds to Peter Obi of the Labour Party and Atiku Abubakar of the PDP. So now this lends then to you know there's a grand theory that theorizes that the whole of that 2023 election was master puppeteered by the Tinubu camp. And if you look at how that election played out, you will see that it had to play out like that for Tinubu to win. So he needed opposition spaces to be chopped up in bits in order for them to compete for where their strength is, in order for him then to take the victory. So if they were piping, Peter Obi, by the way, is the biggest Tinubu agent going in terms of how politics play. He is the Tinubu needs him, that he needs Remi Tinubu, his own wife, Peter Obi, and for all of the reasons that you do know. If Peter Obi does not run in 2027, Tinubu will struggle to win. It needs Peter Obi to be in that race. So if that's the case, and that seems to be the case, you can then see then why he will be using Sanwo-Olu to fund him. So he needed it to play out that way. This declaration of a manhunt for Miss Achimugu comes 2 days after correspondents reported that anti-graft agents discovered Mr. Sanwo-Olu through Miss Achimugu allegedly piped public funds to Peter Obi of the Labour Party and Atiku Abubakar of the PDP. Correspondents learned an investigation was also expanded into how Miss Achimugu might have funded Masas Obi and Abubakar around the 2023 elections after she was identified as a key smurfer for Mr. Sanwo-Olu. The agents didn't stop at identifying how the woman was helping the Lagos governor move money abroad. They also tried to understand how she might have moved money within the country, an official said. And by the way, she's on the run. She's escaped the country. I think we mentioned that about 3-4 sessions ago. The agent did not stop at identifying how the woman was helping the Lagos governor move money abroad. They also tried to understand how she might have moved money within the country, an official said. That was how they found she delivered some money to 2 opposition leaders after the presidential election. So if this is after the presidential, is that meant to be a payoff then? It gets more complex as it goes on. The anti-graft agency announced it had obtained a warrant of arrest and prepared to declare Ms. Achimugu wanted over alleged money laundering and investment scam. It was learned that Ms. Achimugu, an associate of Mr. Sanwo-Olu, allegedly fled Nigeria after she was scheduled to meet with the anti-graft agency for investigation over the allegations. Officials also noted that Ms. Achimugu might have distributed the money after the election as part of a compromise to aid Mr. Sanwo-Olu's re-election after Mr. Tinubu's sensational defeat in Lagos. The media aide to Mr. Atiku, Paul Ibe, who issued the statement, pushed back against the report that Mr. Sanwo-Olu gave money to the former vice president for his 2023 presidential campaign. The story, which cited sources from the presidency, was based on an intelligence briefing received by the president recently. Mr. Ibe, who has served for years as Mr. Abubakar's chief spokesman, repeatedly sidestepped all efforts by correspondents to get his comment before the story was published on Thursday. But in the statement issued a day after publication, Mr. Ibe sought to absolve his principal, describing the controversy as part of a purported plot by the president to undermine Mr. Abubakar and other opposition figures ahead of the 2027 general election. So there it is right there. The plot thickens. It never stops giving the Nigerian space. It just gets more convoluted and it doesn't even unravel at all. Still within that storyline space, coalition fallout, Atiku cries out, says lies being peddled to link money to him and Sanwo-Olu full statement. So if Atiku is coming out so strongly, then that tells you that there's some veracity to it. It says, halt this Tinubu's voyage of misadventure and campaign of calumny against Atiku Abubakar. We at Atiku Media Office have taken note of reports in a section of the media that the governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, through Ms. Aisha Achimugu, made available to His Excellency Atiku Abubakar money purportedly belonging to Lagos State. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, is also credited with investigating the matter. Let it be known that this is a blatant lie from the pit of hell, a contrived political hogwash, and a futile campaign of calumny aimed at advancing the political interest of President Bola A. Tinubu. So the way that they're denying it, it tells you that there's some traction to it. And we'll see how strong Atiku is in the media space now to tell us then, for the next few weeks at least, to tell us how worried he is by this or he is by this or not. It may interest Nigerians to note that the Waziri of Adamawa does not know Governor Sanwo-Olu and indeed has never met him before. This piece of kindergarten propaganda is beneath the camp of Tinubu. How is it possible for an Atiku that does not know and had no connection with Sanwo-Olu to be having a transaction with him involving the exchange of money, let alone during the presidential election 2023 in which his boss was a contestant? To what end would that be? We wish to, therefore, state emphatically and for the record that it is a political hatchet job aimed at providing a much-needed justification to jettison Governor Sanwo-Olu, who appears to have fallen out of favor with the Baudelaire cult. So there is some truth to that, actually. There are all the indications that Tinubu may somewhat have tired of Sanwo-Olu. There's a cooling, there's a coldness, so there's a chasm somewhat emerging between them. We saw that play out with the Lagos State speakership or no speakership, and we've been seeing little, raised shoulders between the two of them over the last few months or so. So there might be some veracity to that. We wish to therefore state emphatically and for the record that it is a political hatchet job aimed at providing a much-needed justification to jettison Governor Sanwo-Olu, who appears to have fallen out of favor with the Baudelaire cult. Indeed, their strategy is twofold. Get rid of Sanwo-Olu, but is there any, unless they have Sanwo-Olu impeached, there's nothing they can. If it serves his 2 terms, then they are served his 2 terms, so they can't take that away from him. Unless they have him impeached, there's very little they can do to him. Indeed, their strategy is twofold: get rid of Sanwo-Olu and to discredit the coalition being put together by the opposition political leaders, of which Atiku Abubakar is a key stakeholder. To even underscore how poor the propaganda is, an unnamed Sanwo-Olu aide is quoted in the news story trashing his principle and adding fuel to the fire. Pray, who does that? Well, Atiku for one. Everybody in the Nigerian political space, they are backstabbers. Since the EFCC has been dragged into the arena of politics and propaganda, we challenge the anti-graft agency to make public the outcome of his alleged investigation. Finally, it is not just the president that is entitled to that information, but the generality of the Nigerian public, including the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and Labour Party presidential flag bearer Peter Obi. This voyage of misadventure and campaign of calumny against the person and reputation of Atiku Abubakar must be halted immediately and with alacrity. Do you remember that used to be a Nigerian favorite word back in the day, alacrity? Immediately and with alacrity too. So there it is right there. The Achimugu saga goes on. The Achimugu saga goes on. But when I saw this now next headline, it intrigued me somewhat, especially, pardon me, especially with Tinubu being a central player, if not the key figure in the Nadeco space, the ones that fought for the Fourth Republic. And of course, Humphrey Nwosu was the antithesis of what they were fighting against. It was the direct opposite of their fight. It was essentially one of the key figures that they were fighting. So this headline somewhat caught me off guard. Nwosu made profound contributions to Nigeria's democracy. This is Tinubu. So is this Tinubu signaling then that Godswill Akpabio should just let it go and let the Southeasterners have what they want? Let them rename the INEC building Humphrey Nwosu building. Who cares? How does that change how does that affect the price of bread? The remains of former chairman of the National Electoral Commission, NEC, Professor Humphrey Nwosu, was laid to rest. Okay, so he's recently been buried. That's what's brought this to the fore. I wondered what triggered it. But I thought it died in 2024, though. So why is he just being buried now? The remains of a former chairman of the National Electoral Commission, NEC, Professor Humphrey Nwosu, it says where, but that should be was. There's only one remain, so why is it where? Is it a multitude of remains? Which platform is this? News Diary Online. So the remains of former chairman of the National Electoral Commission, NEC, Professor Humphrey Nwosu, was laid to rest on Friday in his country home in Ajili, Orumba, North local government area of Anambra State. It looks as though anybody of any significance from the southeast comes from Anambra. I don't think anybody of any note comes from anywhere else. The remains of former national chairman, I thought we saw that already. Pardon me. The remains of former chairman of the National Electoral Commission, NEC, Professor Humphrey Nwosu, was laid to rest on Friday in his country home in Ajili, Orumba, North local government area of Anambra State. The News Agency of Nigeria reports that eminent Nigerians who attended the funeral service held at St. Mark's Anglican Church took turns to pay tribute to the late Nwosu. In a tribute, okay, so this justifies that statement. So this is not a signal to Akpabio, as I might be erroneously forming the thought earlier on. I think this is just an ode or something a tribute during the guy's funeral. In a tribute, President Bola Tinubu said Nwosu made profound contribution, and profound is an ambiguous word, by the way. It can be positive or negative. In a tribute, President Bola Tinubu said Nwosu made profound contributions to Nigeria's democracy. Tinubu, who was represented by the Minister of Works, Senator Dave Umahi, said the nation would continue to celebrate and cherish Nwosu and his achievements. We shall continue to celebrate him because he played very vital roles in the evolution of Nigeria's democracy and governance. Whilst we were here, the secretary to the government of the Federation called and told me that Nwosu's family made 2 requests, and after discussion, they will be granted. When that is done, I wonder what the requests are. They have to state what the requests are. If the request is to rename, Nigerians don't want that guy to be immortalized, because it was, the thing with Humphrey Nwosu is it's almost a tragic figure and caught somewhat of a pathetic one as well. It's not a hero, but it's not even a villain, So you have no reason to either love him passionately or hate him fervently. It's neither a hero nor even a villain. Somebody like Babangida, for instance, is a villain, so everybody hates him. Somebody like Awolowo or Zik, they are heroes of sorts, and some people love them. But somebody like Humphrey Nwosu, you have no reason to either invest any real love in him because he's done nothing to be deserving, and you may detest him a little bit, but it's not even significant enough to hate. But the tragedy of who he was is that he was a coward. So that's just it. While, pardon me. So the tragedy of who he was is that he was just a coward. While we are here, the secretary to the government of the Federation called and told me that Nwosu's family made 2 requests, and after discussions, they will be granted. When that is done, I will communicate the outcome to your governor. Whilst praying for the repose of the soul of the departed, the president encouraged his family and loved ones to take solace in his indelible legacy. So Adolf Hitler left an indelible legacy too. So there it is. Also speaking, Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State said the 5 Southeast governors would meet with President Tinubu to discuss conferring a national honor on late Nwosu. I object to that as well. It should go into the annals of the Nigerian history as a negative. We must learn to change our style and devise new ways of dialogue to get what we need from the government at the center and not through fighting and attacks. So this is if the Southeast is ever going to evolve into mainstream politics, they have to pay attention to what Soludo has to say. So this is the second missive now. The first missive, the MASSIVE, the first missive was the one that he fired pre the elections, that are the inzobo sort of politics that Obi was promoting leads to nowhere. And we saw how that played out. And it was saying then that if you sectionalize, regionalize, and ethnicize your tonality, then it doesn't serve, because you don't have the numbers one, and it would lead to resentments too. It said all of that in this essay to Obi, by the way, and it's repeating that here. So it's always what the effort to always listen to Soludo, not to agree with him, but it's rare that he speaks, that he's not speaking either to the future or certainly always to sense. Also speaking, Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State said the 5 Southeast governors would meet with President Tinubu to discuss conferring a national honor on late Nwosu. So now this is the one that triggered all of that little whatever I was going to call it, that right that I just spilled. So this is the real pertinent, this is the real a seminal point. We must learn to change our style and devise new ways of dialogue. He said that in his essay 2023. Did they listen? No. Are they going to listen? And this, by the way, he threw that at Obi, he's throwing that at Baribe now, and it's the Unzobu, whatever it is that he's been doing in parliament over the last 2 days or so. We must learn to change our style and devise new ways of dialogue to get what we need from the government at the center and not through fighting and attack. So is that brutish by force sort of I don't know, man. I don't want to go too ethnic, but I think we all know where Soludo is coming from. After the funeral, we, the Southeast governors, will meet with the president to discuss conferring a national honor on our brother, and we are confident that our request will be granted. For us in Anambra and the old Aguata Union, made up of the 47 communities in the 3 local government areas, we shall honor and celebrate our son. So Dodo said. On his part, Governor Oti described late Nwosu as an icon of democracy. I think the eulogy is really just for the purposes of the event. I'm not sure that anybody considers him to be that. Oti said, Nigeria is celebrating an icon of our democracy, and that is why I came to join my brother, Professor Soludo, to honor this great Nigerian who wrote his name in the sands of time. So, yes, I prayed that at the resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ, it will be a triumph for our brother. Oh God. All right. Do I want to even get into any of that, all that religious stuff? All right. In attendance at the ceremony were the former governors of Anambra, including Mr. Peter Obi. He turned up at that, but he has not acknowledged Donyo Kupe, who passed away a few days ago. The guy that actually rebranded Obi, the Obi that they're all shouting about now, this was the guy that formulated his narrative and rebranded him. And what's the thanks that he couldn't even say RIP? He couldn't even do that on is never tired, always active Twitter space. In attendance at the ceremony where the former governors is only really where the cloud is most resonant, where it sparkles the most. That's where it'll be a bit like Showore, is where the bright lights are. That's where he goes. You know, Showore has jumped onto this that song by the Edo girls that now your mama be this. So he's already tweeting about that and is planning a protest or whatever it is that is planning over that as well. You know, wherever the headlines are, you'll find him there. In attendance at the ceremony were the former governor of Anambra State, including Mr. Peter Obi, traditional rulers amongst others. Nwosu chairman. Okay, so we know who he is. So there it is right there. The attempts to rebrand Nwosu Peter Obi style is continuing to get to gain favor. So the now number one news that is tractioning today, the number one news, what? Oh, so the number one news that is tractioning today, what any and everybody have been talking about is the goings on in Edo State, where about 16 travelers were pied. And why were they pied? They were pied for reasons of being Fulanese or being Northerners. No more. Edo massacre, Northern governors blow hot over killings of 16 travelers. So they were on their way to celebrate the end of the fasting, but sadly, they will not be part of that celebration because our Oba Tokpeye people, they've seen them off this mortal coil, or mortal soil. I keep saying mortal coil. I think it's mortal soil. The Northern States Governors Forum set the killing of northern travelers in Udume, Afidion, Uromi, Edo State is a gross violation of human rights. Imagine that, as a statement said with a straight face. The killing of somebody is a gross violation of human rights. You don't say, well done, Sherlock. The killing of somebody is a gross. Imagine that. Anyway, it's only the Northerners that will craft language in that rather peculiar manner. The Northern States Governors Forum said the killing of northern travelers in XYZ Uromi, Edo State is a gross violation of human rights. You don't say. Are you sure? Are you sure it's not just a minor infraction of human rights that their life was seized, that they were killed? It's so ridiculous. Correspondents report that no less than 16 Northerners were reportedly killed in a horrifying display of mob justice in Edo State. So those Edo people, they're a particular breed, aren't they? The travelers were said to have been falsely identified. No, not identified, but accused. Let me take from the top again. I can't read today. Not that I could ever, you would say. The Northern States Governors Forum said the killing of northern travelers in XYZ Uromi, Edo State, is a gross violation of human rights. Correspondents recall that no less than 16 northerners were reportedly killed in a horrifying display of mob action in Edo State. The travelers were said to have been falsely accused of kidnapping when they fell into the hands of the irate mobs who took the law into their own hands on Thursday, March the 28th. According to Zagazolo Makama, the victims were primarily Hausa hunters and were on their way to Kano from Port Harcourt. They were said to be traveling for the Salah festivals, but they were intercepted at about 1:30 p.m. by members of the Edo State Security Corps and local vigilantes. Reacting to the tragic incident, the chairman of the forum and governor of Gombe State, Muhammadu Inuwa Yahaya, said extrajudicial violence is extremely unacceptable and must unequivocally be condemned. This was contained in a statement issued on Friday, March the 28th, correspondence report. We are deeply disturbed by the loss of innocent lives and the horrific manner in which these individuals were attacked. This appalling act undermines the rule of law and the very fabric of our society. It is imperative that the relevant authorities conduct a full and thorough investigation into this senseless act. The perpetrators must be identified, arrested, and swiftly brought to justice. The northern governor said Nigerians, regardless of their religion, should be able to travel freely and safely without fear of harassment, violence, or intimidation. I wonder if that also obtained under the Buhari administration when they were slaughtering everybody like chicken. The forum called on government and law enforcement agencies to take swift action to prevent such incidents from recurring. The governors expressed their deepest condolences to the families of the victims and all those affected by the tragic incident. So that's the goings on in Edo State. That's the number one trending news item, actually. That's the most talked about thing in the news today. Alongside, of course, the saber rattling in the House of Parliament. Saber rattling in the House of Parliament. Our citizens must be able to travel without fear. So they're starting to politicize it now, as Kwankwaso launches saying. I'm not going to read you the Kwankwaso one. You can already predict where he goes. We know how it speaks. Citizens must be able to travel without fear. Kwankwaso false killing of northern travelers in Edo. So what always troubles me is that people go to their own stock. I wonder if Edo people were killed in, let's say, Ibadan. If Kwankwaso would care about that, he wouldn't. He only cares about his own people. So if he becomes president, then you know then what flavor you're going to get. All right, on to this. President Tinubu appoints board chairman for NTA. I'm only bringing you this because he has made Felix Mokar the chairman of NTA or something. President Tinubu has appointed Felix Mokar, the National Publicity Secretary of the All Progressive Congress APC, as board chairman of the National Television Authority NTA. President Tinubu approves that. So that's really what I wanted to bring to attention. So there's that. And there is this day, our mama, now your mama did something or the other, that it was only really meant to be a casual little aside, but it's getting more traction than it should. Now your mama, First Lady Oluremi, reacts to nursing students this track. So I think she's just saying, let's not make too big a deal out of this, is what you'd expect her to say. Now, because it's still part of the gaiety of the country, it's essentially the citizenry clapping back at the political elites, and that is part of the joust and parry, which is the political back and forth. It's still it adds to the gaiety and the feferity. Feferity is a Yoruba word, by the way. Is it? It means gaiety to the cruise, as they will call it in young speak, of the whole thing. So there's nothing. It's just a little bit of a bit of a dig at the establishment. I don't think they should make more of it. It was the moment in time that we all had a chocolate. So let's not grand it grander than it should be. Now your mama, First Lady Oluremi, reacts to nursing students this song. Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu has called on the management of Delta State College of Nursing, Agbo, Delta State, to be fair in handling the purported query issued to student nurses over their diss song during her visit. I think a query was issued and has subsequently been withdrawn. The school issued a query against the students involved, but I think that query has subsequently been withdrawn. So I don't think that should be. I know that they will try and label it as much as they can, the obedience space, but there's no traction there. A bit of efferity, a bit of light-hearted whatnot. Bosola Kukoyi, the Senior Special Assistant on Media to the First Lady, in a statement issued on Friday, March the 28th, said it is important for the institution's management to treat the issue with fairness and understanding. So she's just saying, don't do it in my name, essentially, is what she's saying. Akukoi's statement follows report that the management of the school had issued a query to the student who posted the viral video and by the way, Showore sent a team to this school to go and do his usual ding dong ding, Kukoi's statement follows reports that the management of the school had issued a query to the student who posted the viral video, which captured her colleagues mocking the First Lady on social media. So we also if you let's have a little blast of it, just about 10-20 seconds of it or so. Now your mama be this, so they cover that your mama be this, so
now my mama be this, so we don't get another one. Now your mama be this, so now my mama be this, so we don't get another one. Now your mama be this, so
So I think that will really fall under the blanket of banter. So that will really, this next headline, it really surprises me. It surprises me then because this is coming from an APC chieftain. This is what they title it as. But an APC chieftain who is still an ethnic jingoist of some sort. A man under demonic spell. APC chieftain blasts Bwala over remarks on P to B. So why would an APC chieftain blast a spokesperson of their own government over acerbic remarks towards an opposition figure? So that's really, and the word is as well, a man under demonic spell. So that is what so that was what triggered my interest. A chieftain of the All Progressive Congress APC, Eze Chukwemeka Eze. So Kalu Iduko Kalu. I think they have this double barrel thing. I didn't really notice that they have this double barrel something in the east. A chieftain of the All Progressive Congress APC, Eze Chukwemeka Eze, has launched a scathing attack on the special advisor to President Bola Tinubu on policy communications, Daniel Bwala, following his recent comments about Labour Party's presidential candidate P to B. Eze, a prominent figure in the APC, described Bwala as a rolling stone that gathers no moss, accusing him of political opportunism and betrayal. So he alleged that President Tinubu strategically appointed Bwala not out of admiration but as a way to sideline him, given his previous role as an aide to Atiku. So this is an internal person, by the way, of the APC. According to Eze, Bwala was enticed by what he called a satanic carrot, which he claimed the former Atiku aide grabbed with his two leprous hands. He further criticized Bwala for turning against those who once supported him, stating that his desperate attempts to remain relevant had driven him to insult Obi. Correspondents recall that Bwala had recently described Obi as a failed politician. Obi is a failed politician, and I don't think being Anambra State governor brackets him as a success in anything. Every increase in Gige was Anambra State governor. So forget all that. We really Obiano and all that. The only real governor they've yet had in Anambra State is the guy there now. So he's just a middle of the road Mandarin. Correspondents report that Bwala had recently described Peter Obi as a failed politician and questioned his understanding of democracy. His comment was in response to Obi's claim that democracy in Nigeria had collapsed. So Obi and his hyperventilating, highfalutin, ding dong ding. He just cobbles words together in the hope that they make sense. Do I have that clip? If you really want to know how Obi speaks, let me see if I've not deleted it. It's one of the most ridiculous. I hope I was deleting some clips earlier on, and maybe well I've deleted it. No, I've deleted it, but no, it's just a ridiculous guy, as you know. Yes, I've deleted it. Let me just carry on. Yes. Correspondents recall that Bwala had recently described Obi as a failed politician and questioned his understanding of democracy. His comment was in response to Obi's claim that democracy in Nigeria had collapsed. Reacting to this through a statement he signed and made available to reporters in Port Harcourt on Friday, Eze said, "I have previously worked with that young man in the APC Legacy Media project, and during that period, I found him bereft of conscience and a sane mind. He was more of a man under demonic spell. In him, I saw a traitor and a man readily available to stab his benefactor in the chest for personal aggrandizement. During that period, Bwala exhibited a high level of sycophancy, moral bankruptcy, and abnormality." Oh my God, man! It's too much. So it's so delicious. The Nigerian police, just the hyperventilating hyperboles, just bouncing words together. You can tell that this is a classical guy from the old school. That's the language of the classics right there. The language of back in the day. During that period, Bwala exhibited a high level of sycophancy, moral bankruptcy, and abnormality. My impression of Bwala then was that of a man who was ready to betray his father and kinsmen for a pot of porridge beans. So I didn't know it was porridge beans, so I thought it was just a pot of porridge. Today, going by its actions, I have been vindicated. My conscience will never prick me over my perception of that man as a rebel rouser. So there it is. Does it still go on? Eze recounted how Bwala transitioned from being part of the APC Legacy Media team to working as a spokesperson for Atiku Abubakar's presidential campaign under the People's Democratic Party (PDP). He claimed that after failing to secure a political future with Atiku, Bwala switched sides to Tinubu's camp, hoping for a ministerial appointment. The APC chieftain accused Bwala of resorting to attacking Peter Obi just to gain relevance in the Tinubu administration, calling Peter Obi a failed politician and one who doesn't understand what democracy is all about is the height of mediocrity, insanity, and stupidity on the part of Boala. I make bold to state unequivocally that what Peter Obi has achieved and represents in the annals of political transformation in Nigeria eludes Daniel Buhala's great-grandfather and lineage. So he should shut his dirty mouth. Buhala must not utter gutter statements against statesmen in the likes of Obi in order to be accepted by Tinubu's team. And by the way, these words are coming from an alleged purported APC chieftain, not an Obi acolyte, or that's not how he's describing himself. Describing Buhala as a misguided and gullible, Eze claimed that the presidential aide had a history of democratic sycophancy, betrayal, and double-faced activism. He added, President Tinubu, who knows how to deal with his political opponents, lured Buhala to his side by dangling a satanic carrot. So that's his principle. Tinubu is the one dangling that's meant to be Eze's principle, being an APC chieftain, but apparently his own leader now dangles satanic carrots. But Obi is the example that the whole world should follow, according to an APC chieftain. President Tinubu, who knows how to deal with his political opponents, lured Buhala to his side by dangling a satanic carrot, which he, Buhala, grabbed with his two leprous hands. As one of Tinubu's spokesperson, Buhala has been rubbished and tactically kept in the cooler, only for him to find his voice today to disparage the person of Peter Obi, one of Africa's most redefined Democrats, followed and admired politician. So that according to an APC chieftain. So an APC chieftain, of course, called Eze. So that qualifies that. So I think that's like I said, the news cycle not so rich today, but that's what we have. Achimugu's investigation have connections with Achimugu's investigations have connections with Atiku, Sanwo-Olu, EFCC finally open up. Dele Oyewale, the head of media and publicity of the anti-graft agency, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has said that its investigation of the popular socialite Ms. Aisha Achimugu did not have any connection with the former Vice President and Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. So I think that paragraph gives us all we need from there. So let's rattle through the clips, and then we'll see who turns up. So the link is there if you want the conversation. Hop on. Let's start from River State and all the indications then that all the indications then, or the thoughts that Fubara might not come back. It continues then to all the reasons why it might not come back continues to highlight every single day. Let me play you this to that space.
I was not sacked. Neither was I pressured to resign. I did so willingly from the depth of my heart. It all started with the State House Assembly, where the governor, Sasmele Fubara, directed his chief of staff to burn down the assembly in a way to avert the suspected impeachment. That evening, Edison was in government house with many of his boys, including the former chairman of Obiakpo, one Mr. Chijo Ihu. I was there with them when a bag of money was handed over to Edison for that operation. A day after that incident, I almost resigned. I was very scared because I know the power of a sitting governor. And he knew that I'm aware of the whole plan. Let me draw the attention of Nigeria Labour Congress to call the chairman of the Rivers State chapter to order to avoid politicizing Labour. I am privy to several private meetings between the governor and Labour leaders in the states, and largesse that accompanied each meeting to compromise the Labour Union. Well, that was Mr.
So that was the former minister, commissioner of works or something in River State, telling us then categorically that Fubara had that building burnt down. If they're able to establish that, he's not coming back to that office. I suspect he may well end up in jail. So now let's now go back to the headline piece with Senator Tony Nwoye doubling down then on the reasons why they should reward Humphrey Nwosu, and very quickly, as Soludo want not to do, very quickly he ethnicizes it. Let's pick it up from here.
Appeal I'm making that we should not allow our personal biases, our personal sentiments, and our party affiliations to influence what we are doing here. So far I'm concerned, during the June 12 presidential election, I was a presiding officer. And yes, I just came out from secondary school. I was the presiding officer in that election. That election has been adjudged up to today the freest and fairest election in the history of Nigeria. Mr. President, any Nigerian that googles internet, which election is the freest and fairest election in Nigeria, is the June 12 presidential election. Professor Humphrey Nwosu, a professor of political science from the prestigious University of Nigeria, a civil servant, before he was appointed in 1989, did his best, despite the pressure from Babangida government, despite the court order, Mr. President, allow me, despite the court order by Justice Beme that stopped the election, despite all the threats from the military cabal, the man still went ahead to conduct the freest and fairest election. Was it Professor Humphrey Nwosu that made Justice Saleh from Katangum Emirate from Bauchi to annul the election? Was it Justice Humphrey Nwosu, Professor Humphrey Nwosu, that made the military cabal to throw Nigeria into confusion? It is highly unfair. One of my colleagues mentioned about the honor. How was it remaining my brother is it because he belongs to a particular political party? Let us not distort facts. It's very disappointing that some of us should be distorting facts just because Professor Humphrey Nwosu is an Igbo man. Thank you very much. Allow this motion to stand. Thank you, sir. I raise my case. Thank you. Please.
So you saw very quickly he ethnicized it, but the people are not having it, or everybody, they cannot rewrite history. We saw Babangida attempt it a few weeks ago and failed. Especially they cannot rewrite the history of June 12 of that 1993 election, because the wave of 1993 elections is now the governance of today. So all of the actors, a good amount of the main actors of that space, they are now in political relevance play today. So you cannot tell them what they lived and experienced. So that you cannot just do that. So they clap back very swift.
And I will say this to you, sir. Mr. President, I have attended a lot of courses in the business school and management schools.
I didn't know it was live.
And I know there's a difference between effort and result. Mr. President, nobody rewards efforts. What people reward is result. Today, Mr. President, I'm being called Senator Cyril Fashui. And this is my fourth time attempting to come to this red chamber. And that is the only time I am being called a senator. We thank God for everything that Professor Humphrey Nwosu did. But there's something lacking. The result was not there. Everything that anybody has said here is about the effort. Sir, we have seen a lot of national infrastructures being named after individuals. I know the one of the police, which is the Kumasi. I know the one of customs, which is for Duke. And I know institutions, Obafemi Awolowo, Nnamdi Azikiwe. There is nobody who will argue against the naming of these national infrastructures to these national icons. Mr. President, Professor Humphrey Nwosu only made efforts as long as he did not announce the result, whether you are under duress or you are under anything. It cannot be called. It cannot. That election cannot be said that he has conducted a successful election. In view of this, I want to say vehemently that I, Senator Cyril Fashi, representing the good and decent people of Ekiti North, having searched my conscience, I am against the prayer that it should be immortalized by naming INEC headquarters after him.
I don't think anybody of a sane and sound mind will even begin to entertain such a ludicrous notion. As somebody was sent a task, failed spectacularly to complete it, and for that it should be celebrated. No, 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 says Nigerians. No, no.
This motion which says, quote, conscious of his courageous defense of the democratic electoral process during the 1993 presidential election that led to the famous June 12 slogan, which ultimately confirmed MKO Abiola as the winner of the election. This is manipulating and wrestling with the truth. June 12 became famous because Nigerians who voted and the elections results already announced, people were at liberty to do their calculation. But because the chief electoral officer failed to formally announce the figures and declare the winner, the Nigerian people on their own talk about, if you look at the media review, the man who is widely believed to have won the election, because the man who should have announced it failed to do so. The second paragraph, or the fourth paragraph, informed that he stood his ground during Nigeria electoral wishes and aspirations were realized, which culminated in June 12 being marked as authentic democratic day due to his unwavering stand as an umpire. Sir, again, this is not correct. President Muhammadu Buhari, to his credit, decided, and may God bless him for that, said what Nigerians already knew, but coming from a city head of state and president, that gave it the currency. He said everybody knew that MKO Abiola won June, election that was conducted on June 12th. Nigerians were really in pain because nobody is able to quote where Professor Nwosu announced the results. It is his failure to announce the result, whether other threat or other whatever forces that prevented him from so doing, that Nigerians were unable to say that he was declared the winner. In fact, I was active in that struggle. When we met with the late General Sani Abacha, he said the reason he decided to order the detention of MKO Abiola was that MKO Abiola proclaimed himself as the winner of the election and therefore as president. It was on that basis Abiola was arrested and he died in detention. If Professor Nwosu had the courage, I emphasize courage as is being suggested here, to announce the winner and damn the consequences. After all, he who is not ready to die for something we end up dying for nothing. We cannot distort history in this Senate. We must be seen to have sentiments that reflect the average feeling of the average Nigerian. Professor Nwosu, when it mattered most, his courage failed him. And when you give national honors and recognition, you do so for people who have shown courage, who have paid the supreme price, or who were ready to pay that price. Lastly, cognizance of the fact that Professor Nwosu laid a landmark foundation, blah, 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 blah. This is the reason it is even more painful that you allegedly have all this courage to conduct elections. I'm on record as saying that Professor Nwosu and President Babangida fooled 18 million Nigerians that voted. Nwosu is not on record before his death as admitting that before I die, let me confess that there was a winner.
You have 1 second. You have 2 seconds remaining.
Therefore, let me round up, Mr. President. I thank you for this because this is very important. If you couldn't, this is my last point, sir. I appreciate. This is my last point. So I want my in-laws to understand. If he was afraid of the gun, because we are under dictatorship, some people might say, well, but there were Nigerians who were protesting under the gun without minding the consequences. After the end of Babangida's tenure, the death of Abiola, the birth of the new democracy that produced President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Obasanjo. Since then, I would have expected Nwosu to say, either on his birthday or on any special occasion, now that we are back to democracy, there is freedom of speech, even the freedom to lie. I would have expected Nwosu to be able to say, I could not declare these numbers.
Thank you.
Now, on my record, Abiola won this election.
Thank you. Senator Osita, you have the floor.
He died without confession.
Thank you.
That he died without confession cannot be rewarded.
So you can see the strength of passion there, that the very idea of the country canonizing a coward. Is this where we are now for reasons of sentimentality? And of course, as soon as it doesn't get their way, as soon as they don't get their way, Abaribe and his posse and his acolytes and his band of not so merry men, as soon as they don't get their way, they resort to the Nnamdi Kanu tactic, Nzobuism. Here it is.
So moving forward, what's your next line of action? Thank you.
Follow up. As a June 12 warrior, and therefore all the elements that make up June 12, including the conduct of the election. And like we said, if there was no election, there would have been no June 12. So we can also use this opportunity that we're here addressing you to appeal to the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to honor the man who made sure that that election held, despite that it was done, and put elections in the consciousness of Nigerians, because that election was what led everybody else to now be doing subsequent elections. Thank you. He was a member, and he also participated fully in that election. So let him make it. In that election, so let him make it.
Well, I just want to recall that without Professor Humphrey Nwosu's sagacity and courage, that election wouldn't have taken place. You are all aware that Justice Ibeme said that there shall be no election. By 9:30 in the morning on June 10th, Professor Humphrey Nwosu audaciously, without invitation, went to the National Defense and Security Council and insisted and convinced them that the election process had commenced. That was why President Babangida allowed him to conduct the election. And if anybody is saying that he did not announce the result, the person is lying, because the results were being announced. In fact, they have announced 29. It was remained only Taraba State. And even when they ordered him to come to the Aso Rock, I want to tell you, he was even arrested. But he still ordered that Taraba be announced. So at what point will Humphrey Nwosu have announced that result? Is it in that Aso Rock where they detained him? We must be serious. But the truth of the matter is that the Senate resolution is advisory. It's not even compelling. So we are urging President Tinubu to do the right thing by immortalizing Professor Humphrey Nwosu. Thank you.
So the thing is, Tinubu is almost certainly going to do something for Humphrey Nwosu just to curry favor from the East. He's going to do that because he continuously feels the need to sweeten up the Easterners because they hate him so much. But there is no. It's Abaripe then telling us that Humphrey Nwosu ensured that the election took place. He did no such thing. There was nothing stopping the election from taking place. The election was taking place with the acquiescence of the whole country and the rulership. The time where there was a hurdle to be scaled was when they tried to truncate it. So it wasn't his push to ensure the election took place. Nothing stopped the election from taking place. You know, the rulership was happy for the election to carry on until the moment that they had the heart that they did not want to hand over to who was imagined as the winner. So that was the moment that Humphrey Nwosu's courage was needed. And of course, he showed the lack of it. So that's it right there. But there is one big fight left to be had. The one fight that Nigeria has to have if we are ever going to ever become a real country, there's one fight that needs to be had in that country. But it's too big a fight and people are buckling from it. But then, of course, if you can't stand up if you can't stand up to defend yourself, then people will continue to straddle you. There is one big fight that country has to have, and the sooner it takes place, the better. That fight is this.
Where you might be the same, I can't take cow at
Too many now.
This guy like come with this. Can't call it take a chance for what people say. Can't call it take their thing. We don't get.
So there it is right there. Until we answer that Fulani question, we're not going anywhere in that country. So what you just saw there was nothing other than an act of intimidation. There were no grazing fields there. There were no greenery. There's no grass in that space. Nothing at all in that space that would suggest that there was any reasons why those cows should be there. There's nothing at all other than to roll them out to intimidate the people of that space, just to straddle you and overwhelm you and assert themselves over you. So until and unless this is addressed frontally, then we cannot claim to be anything. We cannot continue to be cowered by these people. They are inviting that fight. So it's time maybe we took it on. So that fight is a fight that needs to be had. One last clip, and then we play the K-Guide music, see if anybody turns up for the conversation. The link to the studio is in the comment section. But here is Professor Bolaji Akiyemi saying what we've all wanted to say, but not had the courage to. Here is the prof. The prof saying it in elegant ways.
With all due respect to all those involved, don't let us spend this program on General Obasanjo's letter or ideas and what have you, because some of us believe he also is part of the foundation of the problems that we have in this country. And one of the things that I have said is Once you have occupied that post of president and you have served your term, please go home and be like General Gawan, be like General Abdul Salam. Just be quiet. You've had your term. You've had your innings, if I can use cricket language, and let others get on. But for you to create problems for us, and then you come back and you present yourself as problem solver, I find it difficult to swallow. I know there are people who say, ignore the messenger and just focus on the message. I'm sorry, I'm a political scientist. That doesn't rub with me. In fact, I'm sure whoever came up with that must be a politician.
So there it is right there. That's Professor Bolaji Akiyemi having the seniority in age to say what we've all really wanted to say to Obasanjo, but we've not been able to. So that we play the Kegite music and then we see who turns up for a conversation.
Now mama Biniso, we don't get another war.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bọ́bí Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikoko Nerua Agwecheme, death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that. Joining us, the erudite Baba. So I always guaranteed a banging session anytime Baba chooses to turn up. So always guaranteed a banging session anytime Baba chooses to turn up. Ikpata Agbalagba. Rational mind. So there he is right there. Bah humbug. That's what he says to anything. Giving us the missive from Alabama. There is a kernel right there. And that is why the country has to divide and everybody goes their own way. Tony Africa, of course, no else. The voice of reason Patoski and the pride of Imo State, man of prestige. So that's the assembled. More spaces, anybody that wants to hop on. So gentlemen, since we seem to have a fairly decent compliment, getting to voices fairly quickly, 5-7 minutes monologue, we kick it off with Baba. So Baba, good to have you. Good to see you, Baba.
Yeah, woman. How are you all doing? Happy weekend to all on the panel. I mean, co-panelists and then the people of the commentariat. I salute you. I'm not seeing favorites here. I guess they will join us.
What happened to Oga? Oga, if you are listening to us, we need to know you're okay. Just leave a comment, tell us you're okay. I mean, what think I do?
Now our platform be this so now our platform now be your platform now our platform, okay?
Yeah.
So, Baba,
Yes,
hold on, Baba, greeting.
Yes, sir.
So we are not your favorite.
No, I saluted.
No,
Maybe
you say you're not
saying
in your favorite here. What does that mean?
Of course, man of prestige. I was going to defer to you, but I said, no, okay, let me pin you down so you don't go soon enough.
I thought I thought people here are not your favorite. That's what you mean. I'm just
No, I saluted. I said co-panelists, except you're not paying attention. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Baba.
Okay. I welcome and compliment you, my co-panelists. Is that all right? Our esteemed viewers, I salute you. Welcome to the platform where we debate robustly and our ideas always contend and flowers. And of course, we disagree without being disagreeable. Yes, one man, I think, let me take it off with the topic of Professor Humphrey Nwosu. God rest his soul. He was put to the soil ground today. He died, I think, October, and he was finally buried today. I think, truth be told, our brothers in the Southeast, the political leaders, have to learn how to play politics. Politics is not something you do with force. It's about timing, sure-footedness, negotiations, patience. You know the right people to contact, the right buttons to push, the correct buttons are doors to knock, and it will be open to you. I don't know why, as somebody as experienced as Senator Eyinaya Abaribe did what he did. He's been in the Senate for about 20 years. I think he's a 5-term senator. How could he lead his people by the nose, by their noses? You know, definitely the issue of naming monuments after citizens is in the hands of the executive. Same thing for national honors. You can't legislate that. It doesn't make sense to bring a motion. Okay, if the motion was even passed, assuming it's passed without conceding, what do? They still present it with a cover letter to the executive. I'm not a politician, but I know this as a process. So what I think happened here is they were not thinking, it was an afterthought, because the corpse of Prof was brought in early in the week, flew in from US. He died in US. I think it was when the corpse arrived that they started maybe planning all of this and things come up. But still, what stops you from discussing with your governors? And you go as a team, if you can't even see the president, breathe into Bajabiamila or the secretary to the federal government and tell them the urgency of it, that they have to do something. But you didn't do that. You just brought emotion up and you started doing this thing. And before we say Jack Robinson, you have gone into that watering hole of tribalism. And it reminds me, one man, I don't know if you still remember Black or White's comedy, 30 minutes comedy in those days in the UK. I think the most famous was Muriel Odunton, who died recently. Do you remember that comedy program where the results of the principal teenager there will be, is it because I'm Black?
Yes, vaguely. Yes, yes. I recall
Is
it
it because
vaguely.
I'm
That's
black?
that's
Is it
that's
because
that's
I'm
going
Igbo?
back. That's
Yeah,
going back a while, isn't it?
yeah. Is it because I'm Igbo? I mean, that's no sitting in this age and time. That doesn't fly anymore. So you just gather yourself. I mean, it all looks funny. You negotiate things. Even you remember when Buhari came to power and they started this June 12th in Abiola, and Buhari, without negotiation, without making contact, he named University of Lagos after Abiola. Do you remember? And what happened? He was slammed and said, no, you can't name this university after Abiola. Please go look for some other things. And within 1 week, that idea was killed. I didn't hear that. Is it because it was Yoruba thing? We have to stop all of this. I'm just happy Soludo have picked up the gauntlet and said, look, I will confer with other governors. We will discuss and make our request across to the president. It's a work of patience. You want to take this Abari Betina just look as vainglorious shift so that you can get take the glory. So I brought this, I brought that to him. I made this monument to be named after him. That is just it. And if I'm glad they shut it down. And of course, in doing that, he made a mistake
But do you think they are going to yield ultimately? I don't think it's a fight worth having. That's the thing. And if they are pivoting it into some ethnic jingoism, then it's just easier to let them have it. But I would object to name it maybe some other monument in the east, but certainly not the INEC building now. Maybe they should rename some monument in the east, some federal space in the east, so that but not the.
look, they have to tone down because look, this even June 12th thing as a holiday as well. Do they know how long it took the Abiola people to bring this about? Obasanjo didn't mind them. We knew what Obasanjo did and what he said about Abiola. Yar'Adua didn't do anything. You think they didn't approach Yar'Adua too? Jonathan didn't do anything. They approached him. He didn't do anything. But eventually, when they came to power, their party came to power, they persuaded their own man to do it. And he has done everything. That means it took over 15 years to achieve it. And you just come and want to achieve something overnight. It's not nice. If you're in politics, you have to have these attributes. Lots of patience, forbearance. You have to approach people, attend meetings, reach out to people. That's how politics is played all over the world. Everything you see politicians come out and are decisive on, it's a subject of midnight meetings, subject of hardball negotiations. It's not just something they just do on a whim. I don't want to debate whether rightfully Prof deserve it or not. That is another thing entirely. But we have to look this. Even if you look at that thing Oshiomhole was holding, that was where they took the lineup of every achievement he has done. Some of them, they even got it wrong there. Because when Prof conducted the election based on the knowledge that there was and still in our laws till tomorrow, no court can stop any election. No court can stop any election. It's there. It's been there. Even this present constitution we are using, it's there also. So it didn't do anything magical in that respect. And in another paragraph in that motion Oshiomhole was holding, they talked about option 4, that it was the handiwork of Prof. No. It was a law. The Supreme Military Government already formulated it. They only want two parties, one a little to the right, one a little to the left. They even built party offices around the whole local government in the country for the two parties, funded them. So the A4 thing was a law. He did well, no doubt about that. I won't say he didn't do well, but most of the things they attributed to him. No. If you remember, for instance, if Professor Jega, was to behave like Prof. Nwosu in 2015, when the German, what's his name now, on the day Jega was to announce the result finally. What's that man's name now? The Minister of State in the presidency. When he went there, Urubebe stopped the whole thing, and even in presence of police, everything, he was huffing and puffing that result will not be read. I marvel at the attribute God has given some people. I saw Jiga for about 2-3 hours. He was pinned down on that stage. He didn't make pimp. I don't have that kind of patience, and I admire people who have that kind of patience. He just stood there until Urubebe wore himself out, and eventually Jonathan yanked the carpet from under his feet by calling Buhari and congratulating Buhari already. Jega went on to call the results, and I was happy when I watched yesterday when Shuwore actually ambushed the Professor Nwosu by when he allowed him to finish and said, but you are on record to have said that the election was inconclusive. And Prof was trying to dance around that, but it was not convincing. Yes, even without being the conductor of or the chief in charge of NEC, then, I mean, as a professor emeritus of a foremost university, I mean, he deserves something, national honor. No doubt about that. He has a place in history. So why make a mountain out a mountain out of a molehill? So these are the things they have to learn to do if they are truly going to lead the people from their side of the country. They have to learn how politics is done. They have to learn it so they don't disappoint their people. And stop all this nonsense because of people.
Baba, do you think we have to phase out 2027 before we start to calibrate the Southeast into politics? Because the final blowout of this ethnicized politics that Obi is embarked upon, Obi has to run his full steam before Soludo can take over, or Umahi, or the more moderate, more nationalistic sort of. Do you think?
Oh man, I won't bite. I won't bite. Throw that bone to someone else. Throw that bone to someone else. So let's come to this SDP thing. Do I still have time?
Can I interject to answer that question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. So yeah, I think my recommendation to the Igbo people is that they should just follow the Nnamdi Kanu's lead, because this country, you know, the only way that the only way we can have final peace is to teach towards Nnamdi Kanu's ideology and agenda. Because at the end of the day, Igbo people investing in the other part of the country will do you no good, because that's what is holding all of us back. Especially also, I'm talking to the Yorubas and the Edo people. Stop investing in the northern part of Nigeria. Invest in our place so that we'll not be enticed, because that place is a trap. That's why the Igbo people now, they're just betraying their people. That's why they are discussing things that are not important at all, because of this, their useless investment they have in Abuja. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. The SDP thing, I was wondering, I saw Chief, our friends on the who come here, the SDP man, Adewale in Ogun State, I think 3 days ago. And he was like trying to rally the troop in Ogun State, Abiola's SDP state, and all the rest. The constraints were coming out, and he was warning the newcomers in their party to be very wary, and then they should just go ahead and register properly and line up and things like. And I was wondering where this is coming from, and that made him so antsy. And when this whole thing broke, that the El-Rufai group, they are trying to reformat the party, and I said, okay, this is where that is what's making him antsy. But there is no way El-Rufai thinks he can rebrand that party. There's going to be a fight. It's about the oldest party. It's SDP of the old. So I don't know what he wants to do, but everything they are doing is just missteps that will make it easy for the president to win the election in 2027. But a lot of things are going on. There is legislation, I don't know how that will pan out, that says anybody above 60 will not contest any election in Nigeria. And it has passed the second reading.
I saw that floating around in the parliament. I don't think they'll implement it. I think they'll implement it after 2027. But I certainly
I think it's for 2031 politics. Yeah. That's how they're going to round it. But it's past the second reading, and I'm watching that space closely. So let me quickly yield because the house is full.
Oh, all right, but stay with us, Baba, because I want to hear from you. Hold on, Presti. I want to hear from you about the Aisha Achimugu space, because I know you have thoughts on that. and then yes, you know, it's getting quite delicious. Bottom power back in play, as brought back by Natasha Akpoti and all that. And then the goings on in Edo State, all these are.
You know, Achimugu is from Kogi too.
No, she's from Kogi as well. It struck me actually when I realized that. But yeah, so all that. But like I said, we move it around and then we'll open it up. And these are now your Baba. We know something that they are turning into something else. But man of Prestige, good to have you. 5-7 minutes
okay.
Either to the topic or anything that interests you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me start from where Baba started. Thank you, Baba, for your commentary. I kind of 80%, I kind of 80% agree with you, but that's part of politics. You know, we're coming from different perspectives. So, but 80% of what you said, I totally agree. You know, in that area, that's where I wanted to go. But before I go there, well, let me start from where you start, where you stop. I think the politics is being played by the Southeasterners. You know, in this particular occasion, by a Baribe, led by a Baribe. That's an amateurism in my own point of view. That is not probably the right forum to to go through that, because if you see people that has been immortalized, it's not through legislative or normally go through bargaining and everything, go through the presidency. So in my own opinion, that wasn't a right politics play. That was just a failure, amateurism, to the highest regard. That's the way I see that. They should have presented it, to the president, like you properly stated. It doesn't really matter what happened in the chamber. We would have done nothing. The president has the ultimate decision to decide whether to not immortalize him. In my own opinion, everybody has their opinion, depending on their own perspective, how they see it. I believe, he should be immortalized, and I'm going to give you the reason why. So follow my step. What I'm going to say. So did he do free and fair election? What is the answer? The answer is yes. Did he announce the result? The answer is yes. Did he reveal the clear winner? The answer is yes. Did he refuse to announce the result from this? I think from the remaining of the state, one of the state that was remaining. No, he did not. The answer is no. He did not refuse. Did he stop? Did they stop him from announcing the result? Yes. The answer is yes. They stopped him. Did they threaten him? Did the military junta threaten him if he announced the result? The answer is yes. Did he stand by his word after after he had been told by IBB not to continue? Yes, he stood by his word. Did IBB publish what he published in his book, about the election? that Humphrey Nwosu conducted the freest and the fair election? The answer is yes. Okay. Did he did what he did during the June 12th election? Does that commemorate to what we have right now, considered to be June 12th election declaration? Is he one of the architects of that? The answer is yes. So what I'm going to say, all these clowns calling what that man did is calling him a coward. I call everybody that's calling him what he did, calling Professor Nwosu a clown. And I'm gonna say it because anybody can take it away from the. I'm more particular about what happened, or what those people did in that is that Oshimulo or whatever, that ugly looking monkey man. I call him that word. Yeah, I mean that's not the right place to present it. But for them to make that kind of alteration, it doesn't make any sense.
The man be the news.
So I mean that's just my opinion. So I mean everybody that's saying that he should have disobeyed the court order, it was still court order. People should
I'm
remember.
very sorry, man of prestige. Just let me welcome Oga. I just saw him now. Oga, welcome. You don't need to explain why you are wall. So carry on.
Okay,
On,
thank
please,
you.
man.
I mean, everybody that is talking about, that he was a coward.
Sorry, Prestige. Baba, one in Natasha Love is available. It's just not been released, but carry on.
I fear Kogi now. I'm glad I'm an old man.
So let me continue from where I stopped. Everybody that's calling that man a coward, if he had disobeyed the court order, there's two court order. One of them was from, I've forgotten the man name. It's an Igbo name. I've forgotten the Igbo name. I'm not talking about I'm talking about the two court order, that one from the north. They gave him the order not to announce it. If he has disobeyed the court order and they put him in jail, what would all this naysayer be saying right now? They're gonna say, you're an idiot. Why did you disobey court order? They'll be blaming him. Then they will put him in prison. He may die from there. They say, yes, because he disobeyed the court order.
Then he would have been a hero. He would have been a hero today.
That would be, he would have been a hero to them. But this man probably would be put to prison by the military junta.
That injunction was June 15, 3 days after the election.
But it doesn't matter. The man has done his best. I'm not saying everybody
Man
should.
of prestige. Let me even support your point. You see, one thing is this: when things favor us in that country, at our convenience, we use different type of fancy free analysis to change things. I was saying that yesterday that this man is the reason we are even talking of June 12th. Some people were there before, they didn't take this thing up, and no June 12th happened. In that country was when they denied the like of Yadua from even contesting, and those people that tried earlier. So if we had someone like him taking this boldness, this poster, maybe the like of Yadua will have even moved beyond the primary, and maybe Yadua will have been the person we'll be calling about this June 12th we are talking about.
No. Sorry. Sorry, hold on. What did they do? Sorry, what are you attributing to him?
See, if not because of him,
yes,
there would not have been anything called June 12th election, because
why?
There was a court order. There was
right.
a court order at about 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. on June 10 for this man not to proceed. Right. Even when his legal officer just came to him, the chief legal officer too was there, pointing to that decree.
Hold on. Did he override that by himself or with the consent of the ruling junta? Did he go against? Hold on now. Did he go against Babangida to hold the election, or did they hold the election with the acquiescence of Babangida?
The question is this: Babangida and
no. Answer the question. Hold on.
I'm coming. No.
Don't take us on a long winding road now.
Let me
take us on some long journey.
Don't give me a leading. Don't give me a leading question.
But the attribution you are making is wrong anyway. But carry on.
because it was still Abacha.
He did not.
He
did not defy the court order by himself because he didn't have the authority to.
Wait,
He could only deny the court order if the no. But what you're saying is wrong. What you're saying is wrong, though. Hold on. No. It is factually wrong because you are saying it as though he went against the ruling junta to hold the election, and that's not true.
Listen to my own basis of my argument before you conclude. You don't conclude on my behalf. When the court made judgment and he consulted with his legal team, you understand? He knew that by this court order was a little bit of kangaroo. And without any invitation, he went to go and join. Is it the Supreme Military Council or Armed Forces Military Council that time? I don't even know. He went there uninvited to present his case. Meanwhile, for Babangida, we knew Babangida to be Maradona. You understand? You were the one, Yoruba will say, Eni tó ń ṣe oògùn àfẹ́ẹ̀rí fún Anya Olóṣàrí kò fẹ́ náà fẹ́ nìyẹn. The same Babangida that will sponsor someone to go to court and stop that will be the one that will pretend not to know. Okay, this man ran to Babangida, they pretended not to know. Within themselves, they knew they were going to annul that election. It's okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but hold on. Don't take us on a long journey now. Prestige has the floor. Just stay within the narrowness of your narrative. You are saying that this guy, there was a court order, but this guy defied that court order to hold the election. And I'm asking you then that did he defy the ruling junta in order for him then to set that court order aside? Or did the ruling junta agree with him to set the court order aside? You are because the way you are putting it across is that you are saying it as though
let me continue from where I stopped.
Yeah, so the way he's putting it across is as though he fought Buhari and Abacha. He fought Babangida and Abacha in order to hold the election.
Let me continue. I think let me buttress what all I was saying. I think at that what I was like I said earlier. This court injunction was by name of Justice Ikpema. I think the name is Ikpema, and the late Justice
Justice Ikpeme.
Ikpeme, yeah, and Isali, from the north. Right, they the one that brought out this injunction, for him not to announce it. And what do you expect the man to do at that particular time? To disobey the military junta that that want to truncate. They never really want the election to begin with. So one man, for me, I will say how it is. Let me be a coward. I'm not going to disobey the order. Okay, my life is very important to me. Maybe one man, you from Oyo, you have all the, you have all the mojo.
Disobey whose orders? Whose orders did he disobey?
The court order, not to announce the election.
But he didn't disobey the military junta. That's what I'm saying.
That's a totally different. That's different thing you're talking about.
Defiance.
But I'm talking about the final after the result, after he has collected the result and made it known to them. The injunction came. The two injunctions came that he shouldn't announce it. And what do you expect him to do? Me, I am not going to announce it. Let me be chicken. My life is very important to me.
There were people demonstrating on the streets where their life is not important.
No, one man. Why not come to Nigeria? Why not come back to Nigeria and disobey?
Man of Prestige, let me tell you something. Nwosu did not announce that election, but he made sure that result leaked enough for people to know the conclusion. So there are two different things. You were not saying it specifically, but you made sure you put that mechanism in place for everybody to know. So what? And you are saying this man was not brave enough to do that. How did you know that? Oh, Abiola was the one that won. I just want to. Is it by you conjuring it all? How did you know that Abiola was the presumed winner of that election? How did you know? And we are saying
let me answer that question and then proceed, bring it home, because I think Rational Mind's battery is about to die and we've not heard from him in a while. So the results were announced up to Taraba State, which even by the figures of the results already announced, which was announced before all of the attempts to truncate it started to take effect. All of those results already told us that Abiola won the election. whatever was announced in Taraba State would not have affected the outcome, which was already quite categorical. I can bring the figures out, so it did not release any results in defiance of anything. It was releasing the results in acquiescence with the powers that be at that time. It was at the point that the election was about to be truncated by the military junta. That was when he needed to take a bold and a courageous stance and a buckle.
One man. Will you do that? Okay, let's start from there. You are so bold. Go to Nigeria and disobey, and disobey the law, or disobey, the person ruling you out, and see how they're gonna treat you. It doesn't matter where you come from. But anyway, having said that, let me conclude on this topic. The final nail on the coffee, like Ola stated earlier about this June 12th. The senator from Southwest, I've forgotten his name, that said that his brother died, for protesting during the June 12th. His argument was shallow and hollow and mischievous, in my own opinion. And let me tell you what I mean by, all his argument was kind of shallow. You don't, that's not even the right forum for them to bring that. I have stated it earlier. Because his brother went to protest on the June 12th election and he was killed. Is it not because of Professor Nwosu's achievement and announcing of the result? Is it not the reason why, if Professor Nwosu didn't even make an attempt to announce some of the result, would we ever know what the result is? Will his brother ever go out there? May his soul rest in peace, okay? I'm not here to demean the brother that died, but may his brother's soul rest in peace. His brother wouldn't have gone out there to know what the result was. Would he have gone out there to protest? And who killed him? The military junta. We're talking about immortalizing people now. Let me finish on this topic. You are talking about. Look at IBB, one of the worst president. Is he not one of the people that kill a lot of people? Doesn't he have a lot of places that has been immortalized by his name? Abacha, the criminal, the worst president we have, in the military time. Doesn't he have some buildings? And this man just did what he considered to be a mayor because he didn't announce the result. So he was the worst person, according to you. But look at all those criminals, barbarism that kill Nigerians. They have buildings named after them. That one doesn't even query in your mind. All these people, it's not you one man. I'm just talking about everybody, particularly the people in the Senate, that are saying all this. Like I said, that's not the right forum to do. They should have gone to the president, but everything is in the open now. So we know how people feel about that. So let it be what it be. But whatever is in their mind is in their mind. Do I have more minute to go to other ones? This Achimugu. Or you want to go to the next person? I respect what you say, one man, whatever.
Yeah. Stay with us, Prestige. Let me go to the next person, only because it's signaling that his battery is low.
Oh, no problem. Go ahead.
Yeah, Rational Mind, you're up next. 7 minutes monologue.
You need to cut down on this your monologue that you always do when you are reading this thing. Take like 2 hours to do this. You're taking out of our time, and then you want to hasten us to.
I'm waiting for you to come in now. That was the thing.
Well, we understand that too. Maybe anytime when it happens that way, you might elongate it. That way you can talk more.
Sorry, Rational Mind. You see, I said it to Rational Mind earlier. I said this to one man earlier on the chat. You see, one man, everybody think like that too.
Yeah, it's too long for you to be having that kind of commentary. And when you are going to be having people that will populate the room at some point, and then I was just like here boiling like, oh man, shit. I mean, shit. That guy now we just talk our talk. But anyways, thanks a lot for having us, one man. For me, you see, first of all, let me just start with this old narrative that they're spinning again about Achimugu lady. Wherever she is to Sanwo-Olu, it's up to them. It's between them. But you see, this APC, I don't want to dignify this report by People's Gazette with anything, but I just felt like let me just say that real quick. You see, when people have failed and they look for a way just to make other people look like failure like themselves, they will resort to things like this, and they will resort to these their half truth, half lies. Is it true that this lady was involved in anything money laundering? Very likely, because this lady, from what I gathered, she's one of those creme de la creme of the Nigerian what they call them? People that launders that launders money, and highly connected. So you can imagine. So if she's laundering money for Sanwo-Olu and some other big shots, I won't put it past her. I mean, but then look at how they are spinning it now. That he gave money to. I mean, well, we shall wait and see. But it's just because I know that these people, they are all failure. Tinubu and his government and his criminals like himself, they failed our country. They want to spin narrative every time just to distract us so that we don't talk about the main issues. Well, time will tell. I just know because this is the same people that were saying, oh, he gave money to this late man that died, the former PDP man that died. That was this, what's his name? This Opu State man, Jebu man. This is Jebu, this Gbadu man. This guy that passed away recently. Are you see that one man? Can you hear me?
Is it Ayo Adebanjo?
No. Okupe. He was sponsored by Tinubu, gave him that money. We've been hearing story. Oh, he gave this other man. What's his name? This professor. What's his name? This fair skinned man from the Delta State. What was the name?
Utomi.
You said what?
Utomi.
Utomi, yeah. Batu Tommy. Yeah. Batu Tommy. Is it Tommy? Batu Tommy? Yeah, Batu Tommy, yeah. So, yeah. So he said, oh, he gave me money to go. I mean, see all these, they are lies. We know, but it's okay. Let me leave it at that real quick. So, let me move to this June 12. You see, when we say, maybe it's now Lori Party, Akoshi Beru Party, say maybe we just like to just talk part of this. That party is a cult-following party. They are mindless people that are in that party. That is why they come and they act, they speak. I mean, look at that one, that idiot from Ekiti State. Immediately, this man brought this man. What's his name? It's senator from Anambra State. What's his name? That brought that issue that
Abaribe
brought it up. He said, yeah, Mr. President, Senate President, we do not have. I immediately raised that objection. I know that with the Nwoye he wants to start something. He wants to filibuster. He wants to start something that's in that Senate. Immediately just said that thing. I knew something was about to come. They want to start this their tribal and bigoted politics. I knew something was about. It's coming up. And lo and behold, everything. An idiot from Edo State that looks like monkey. That Inoki of a man that married Agbani Darego. That one, he started, distorting history. You see, some of us were grown ups then.
Rational mind, before you are grown ups, what do you mean by bigotry? What was the bigoted statement that anybody uttered in the Senate?
The APC is a bigoted party.
No,
so,
you
keep specific. I'll give you, I don't have much time. I want to skim through these things. But my battery is low. It's getting low. I've been charging.
Don't use your battery to lie on us. Nobody made a bigoted statement. Tell us as a platform. The entire world is listening to you. The entire world is listening to you.
Shut this guy down, woman. Let me talk.
You claim bigotry. Can you prove the bigotry?
Shut the boy down.
Why are you begging one man for help? Are you drowning? Can you tell us the bigotry? You just can't say bigotry. You can't say bigotry like that. Retract that statement. Retract that statement. There's no bigotry.
I would say this party, they are all caught. They're just Tinubu caught, bigoted Yoruba, Yorunukus them. They're just all part of them. An easy idiot from those states who have joined their bad wagon too. I mean, am I surprised? It's part of the APC, bigoted people. I mean, so what might see where sorry. This guy has just made me forget my thought now. So my point is this. This is the same Nwosu that conducted, I don't disrespect you, I'm sorry, I don't mean to call you that just slip out of my mouth. Anyway,
yeah, come up with the Freudian sleep. Is that what you call it? Freudian sleep?
I know my time is running. So you see, this is the same Nwosu that conducted the election that brought this criminal in Aso Rock. The election that was conducted in 1991 that made him a senator. It was this same Nwosu, from the record I saw, it was the same Nwosu that was the next chairman then. that conducted that election that brought him and the likes of him and made him senator. The same Nwosu conducted June 12, 1993 election. And this same Nwosu was the man who 2 days before the election, on June 10, Justice Basi Ikpeme of the Federal High Court in Abuja gave a ruling midnight to Nzeribe, APN, Association for Better Nigeria. This idiot, we used to call it back then, Association for Bad Nigerians. So he went to go and get a court injunction to stop that election. What is this guy supposed to do? Even before the election, there's been so many hula baloo. Let me quote APC English, rubbish English. Yeah, hula baloo. There's been a lot of, there's been a lot of things around. There's a lot of events around that June 12. Like it was not going to hold. Eventually, this guy conducted this election. The same election that brought, the election that brought Tinubu to become a senator. So this same man, from what I recollect, that collected it. He wasn't a coward.
Okay, rational mind. What was heroic in what he did? Hold on, rational mind. Rational mind. What was he? The man did his job. He's like an employee. Like I said yesterday, you hired a guy or you appointed him, and he did his job. He did not go over and beyond. He did not risk his life. Everything he did was by express permission from Ibrahim Babangida's junta. He did not do anything outside of that. So my point is, should you go and give your Baba national honors because he barbed your hair and gave you things?
I'll come to that. But let me just land.
Because you're not making any points because he was an ex-chairman. So what?
Don't give me any points. I'm here to.
You are not.
I'm here to set the record straight. When it comes to
historical facts, the man did not go over and beyond what he was appointed to do.
You mean just like a minister? Kulata, you mean just like a minister? Eh? Yeah.
Exactly. Just like any appointee.
I will reclaim my time back. All this interjection that they're doing, I will claim my time back. Okay. So let me talk. So my point is this: that this is the same guy that conducted Tinubu's election that brought him as a senator.
So what? So what?
And so what? That's what I was saying. So what? Every person in Nigeria, most people that have national honors, it's either they excel in their own private endeavors, or they did some national assignment that made them to be renowned or to be deserving of that national honors. That is how it all works. So if some group of senators were saying that, can you honor our own man from our own side for what he did? His role in June 12. This is the same people that went and go and dilly-dally with this man.
Let me give you one information.
Oh my goodness! Oh,
wait now. No, this same man that we are castigating today, that is option A4. Have you even tried people studying that is option A4? And that thing has never been out of United Nations archive.
It keeps referring to it. Ola is a master of non sequitur. That's a non sequitur.
You see that party, that APC party. And me, she don't go, don't job and go. Am I worried? Very
You see, should we give Mahmoud Yakubu the national award? Because at least he conducted an election and he announced the result.
So you see, for me, it's just the route at which they went. What they should have done is maybe they would have gone through their what's it called? What they are doing currently right now that was you read a while ago, one man. Anambra State Governor, what's his name? Charles Soludo. What Soludo? They should have gone through that their governors, knowing that APC, the Senate and the House of Rep, it's a cult following of Tinubu. That anything you bring as an opposition, especially being that they know what is on ground between them and the Igbos.
Actually, rational mind, there might not be a point in, but often Kulata is also yanking on balls often, but the last comment he made, there might well be a point. If we are saying anybody should get national honors, it would actually be Mahmoud Yakubu, because that election, the last one, is the freest, is the most reflective yet of the people's will, better than 1993. Yes, that last 2023. And he announced the winner, and he stood by his results, and he stood the test of probity. So even he's more deserving than
you see, this line of reasoning that you people and the AP, you and the APC people, you come here and do every time. I'm sick and tired of it. I mean, who's stopping you from giving a Yakubu? If you want to give your Yakubu front star, national honor, it's up to you guys. We're not saying that, but we're talking about a man. You see, let's not do this. What about? It's so infuriating. When we talk about something, you people will be doing this. What about? It's up to you guys. Go and give your Tinubu to give him a national honors. I don't care. But my point is, let's not start acting tribalistic. Because I know if one wants to be a Yoruba man, this same idiot that is in Aso Rock, he went with all his comrades. They all went to this LAMB from Mina. What do they call him? Babangida. They went to go and dilly-dally with him when he was launching his book. They were all there. This former vice president was giving some curated history about Tinubu. You see, I don't want to go there, woman, because all of us, I was very active during the June 12th. I read a lot of books. I read a lot. During that, I was always on my. I don't want to go into all of those stories. My point is this: is that you see, NPC. Allah. I just pray that God may God disband that party, because the way they rewire people's brain like Kulata and some other people here. I mean, it just baffles me that history is there. I mean, I'm even thankful that there's so many newspaper online. Go there, you go and read them. You see them. The role of this man. And look at how Oshomole was just spinning the whole narrative, was just turning the whole history, distorting the whole history, all because they don't want to do that. Well, I think they should have gone through their governors. That's what I think those senators should have done. Go through your governor, knowing that APC controls that party, and they are all bigoted people that are in that party.
So we should be rewarding our kids that abandon their responsibilities, right? So kids that don't complete their work, we'll say come and get rewards, come and get cookies for not fulfilling your responsibilities.
Just go through your governors. You see, one man, for me, you see, I don't know where people like Kulata, their brain, and you live here in America, and you come here and you want to be doing this, your stupid.
Rational mind. Did he complete his responsibilities? Yes or no?
Woman, okay.
Did he announce the result? Yes or no? Did he announce the result? Is a yes or no question? Is a yes or no question? Is a monosyllable answer? Give me a monosyllable answer. Yes or no?
So let him land now, so that because Baba they wait also. Baba want to answer some questions for us about what is going on in Edo.
June 10, 1993, Zeribe got an injunction from Bassi, what do you call him? Bassi, whatever, Justice Bassi of Federal High Court. That was the beginning of the problem of June 12. And he was torn between should I obey the court injunction or should I not? And Ola rightly said here, he went in and talked to Federal Military Council, SCMC, or what they call themselves, Supreme Military Council, whatever they call themselves. And they said, well, what are you doing? In fact, he himself said it. He gave it one of his interview that he said, so why are you here? I said he came here because of the election, that there was an injunction. After that, they said, go ahead, go and do it. He did it again on June 16th. Another injunction came because already he released 14 states results already. I was about releasing the other one. Another injunction came, stopping him from doing it. So you can imagine the dilemma that the man finds himself.
That's no dilemma. That's cowardice. If you're faced with hold on. If you're faced is an hold on.
Kulota, will you just be quiet? Let the man finish. You are taking people's time.
Shut up, Abeg.
You are a political deep fake. Let that man finish.
Shut up, Prestige. Shut up. So if you are faced with doing the right thing, you know Otto Nzeribe, you know that guy is a riffraff. You know that judgment was sharp. I mean, his judgment apparently. Your conscience, you're already doing a fantastic job. So why will you cower? This is where bravery comes in. This is where the heroic effort comes in. You do the right thing with your full conviction and announce results, because this man overwhelmingly won and it was very obvious. You're just going to announce the result and damn the consequences or run away. Then we will call you a hero, because so far all you're talking about is a good employee. The employee is good. The employee is good. Is not a hero.
8.2 million votes. I mean, results was.
He should have announced. He should have announced it rather than just acting like a chicken.
People like you, I don't even know how you come to America. I don't know. Maybe I should.
I swam.
Swam. You see, people like you, when you don't follow.
Libya.
So you see, people like you, when you don't follow court injunction, when court rules, because that's why you people support people like Tinubu that doesn't. You say, let me not go into. Don't stop my train of thought. My point is this: is that it's a dilemma when you are constantly being barraged by different court rulings, banning you, stopping you, and asking you not to conduct, not to release it. It's so confusing. Yes, should he have released it? Well, it should. But my point is this: he was trying to be abide with the law and see how he can do it. But few days after that,
would you? Sorry, Rationalman. Would you suggest that it was courage?
So after that second court ruling, immediately after then, what's his name? Babangida annulled it, removed him from being a next chairman, and he could not act anymore. That was what happened. So if he does that, because he's no longer the chairman, he has been sacked, that would be a violation, and that could land him in problem. Tinubu himself and Bobo Shoyinka, all of them, where were they? He didn't run and leave the country. Who was the coward? If they know they were not coward, they should have started.
But Shoyinka and Tinubu today, they are heroes of democracy.
But Tinubu is not a hero now. Tinubu is not a hero. Yeah,
he's a hero of democracy. Shoyinka and Tinubu.
What's a hero? Tinubu is a hero for where? Your pocket.
Would you say, would you say, and let's answer this and then we move it on, just so that we did say 5-7 minutes. Would you say that courage failed him? Also, when people say courage, that there was a moment of courage that presented itself to him, and he could not seize the moment. Would you say courage failed him?
Well, I know you're trying to squeeze water out of our mouth to say, oh, he was a coward of some sort. Well, man, no, I will not give you. I will never use any word to show that he lacked courage or he was a coward in any way. The point is, it was in a dilemma. It was at a time whereby the whole polity was so charged up, was so heated, that any little thing could mean anything for him. Find himself in jail, incarcerated, or even because, woman, I don't know, some of you, I mean, I'm not disrespect to some of us here. I don't know, some of us were adults when that June 12 was, when it was a thing in Nigeria. You need to understand what June 12 was. So at that era and that point in time in Nigerian history, it was fully charged up. Any little blunder could land you in anywhere. I mean, you see, people pay with their life. People like Paya Naoro. Lexi Brutu was almost shot at. Where was Tinubu and the ensuring kind of them? They all ran away. Some people stayed. They fought this guy from in between, within Nigeria, and they paid with their price. Like Kudirat was shot. And today they are not the hero of Nigeria. They're not the president of Nigeria. Every time everybody wants to talk, he fought for democracy. What stupid democracy? A charlatan that pretend to be part of the Nadeco, just to use that the one doing his druggy business in America, a lot of money and all of that. So you see, woman, you see, APC. I've said it. I will just conclude this way. APC is a pestilence of I mean, it's a curse on Nigeria. It's just the way these people find out to Tinubu, everything they want to store in line. They want to and that idiot, especially those senators, all of them. I think there's something wrong with Yorubas. And I think Yorubas, they need to understand something. That you people that are lying behind Tinubu today, Tinubu will not be there for long. And what happened next? It's them calling people are paying these people. If they pay you in the future, I hope people not come and be crying because of Tinubu. I leave it at that, woman. I have many to say, but I just want to leave it at that. So that people talk. Thank you, woman.
All right. Stay with us right now. I charge your phone because I think we need your voice in this conversation. So stay with us just for as long as you can. Let's see if we have Ekene's company still. Ekene, you're up next. 5-7 minutes monologue. Good to see you. Ekene, the Jagaban of Alaba Market. The Igwe one of Sokoto Central. No, I think let's go to Tony then, who I think is fully with us. Tony, you're up next.
Yeah,
but Tony,
you know,
we're not just with June 12, by the way. We're with the Achimugu narrative, where we the goings on in Edo State, where they're now slaughtering the Fulanis and anything else in between.
Yes, okay, I agree to. I was, because Baba was about to answer this, is it Achimugu and the Edo question before I will come in, sir. Let Baba give his take. I want to know his take on that.
Honestly, I give you because I want to go through every word. Then I'll go back to Baba.
Maybe he wants to share his time with me. Let me quickly. What happened in Edo actually? I think. Is something of accumulated anger and
it's a long time coming, isn't it?
Exactly, and mutual suspicion. It's quite unfortunate, and I've been hearing some noises coming from the northern governors, and that is what I don't like. When they now say northern governors oppose what is happening in the Edo state and they are warning and things like that. No. I just don't like it when they group themselves together, because when their brothers were doing all that nonsense in Edo forest and destroying the farm and eliminating their people, I didn't hear northern governors. I'm not justifying what happened. Never will I justify what happened in Edo State, but we shouldn't be playing politics this way. When it affects us, then of course we come out and group ourselves together and go against the other side. So that is wrong. And people are taking notice. And it's making us not to be too rational with our judgments. Because when you look at it, you are not swayed by the what I would call sympathy of the moment, but you want to look at exactly the reaction from the other side, because it cut both ways. And that is what is happening. I think Ekpobolo should be left to take charge. It's his state, and let him kind of soothe frayed nerves. And I hope it won't happen.
Baba, knowing the Northerners, at some point they will assert revenge. They won't let it go. They are going to go there and shoot them up in Edo State.
No, I think they've learned their lessons. They've learned their lessons because things like this have happened 1 or 2 occasions in the southeast, and apart from them registering their protests and putting it at the taking it to the right quarters, they don't react violently. They know definitely it's in their interest for the country to stay together. For their regional, it's in the interest of their region for the country to stay together, because they will be the biggest loser if the country breaks up. So they are not unmindful of this, and they are just they are behaving well. Let me put it that way. But they should let Ekpobolo, who is the chief security officer of that state, take charge rightfully. It's within his rights to do so, and he knows what to do, because he has some good people behind him, in and out of the Edo up to Abuja. So that's it. But for Achimugu, I made a comment to you on WhatsApp the other day about my fear of these Kogi people. We underrate them because we call them Igbira, though they are Ebira, but Igbira. And growing up, they are like our farm hands, and we toy with them in those days, in the 60s, when we were just small and things like that. But they are women. They are hot too. Because I could look at that place Sanwo-Olu has gone to bury himself. I look at where Oduanga and Akpabio have buried themselves both in one distance, all Igbira people. I've been hearing stories. So I just hope Sanwo-Olu, as far as I'm concerned, is done politically. As far as I'm concerned,
do you think do you see Tinubu turning against Sanwo-Olu somewhat? Not just this incident, but if you even add the kerfuffle of the speaker, no speaker, you feel that though Tinubu weighed against Sanwo-Olu there and is weighing against him now again, and there's somewhat of a cold shoulder that is becoming somewhat visible between the two of them.
He will not be impeached. No, he will finish out his term, but that will be the end of his political career, as far as I'm concerned.
Where did you get that he will finish his term?
I guarantee you, Sanwo-Olu will finish his term.
The laugh.
He will finish his term because Tinubu will not want to upset the apple cart. We are really not ready, and he knows what's happening in Lagos State. So he will leave Sanwo-Olu alone. But he's keeping tab, and of course, they will be pulling Sanwo-Olu's ears somehow. And I wonder if he wants to play. That field is play. He went to play. I don't know, except for something that has blinded him. I mean, he should look for something fresh. Let me just put it that way, because these grandmas they play hardball. I mean, look at where she took him to, across several oceans. And he had to go there, where I know he's been caught in that old woman's, I think it was Shino Achebe who said, of the crab that said, I've swum all mighty oceans only to end up in old woman's pot of soup. And he had to charter a jet, disappeared for about 4 days. People thought he was in London doing state business, but not knowing that he was carousing somewhere with somebody of easy virtue. And he spent a lot of money. Look at the woman spraying every time he drops a green bill. That's 1.5 million. And I think she drops about 10,000 of it. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. And this is a politician. You don't have any industry. And it's your money that is spending. It's Lagos State's money. But I think they will get her. I don't think there will be any problem. She has to come back home one way or the other.
And what is this link to Atiku and Peter Obi, that Sanwo-Olu was funneling state funds to support their campaign in 2023? I mean, we are saying grandmaster strategies, but that's conspiracy theory gone mad, isn't it? The idea of it.
But I don't believe that story. I mean, that's a lullaby as far as I'm concerned.
Why don't you believe it? Why don't you believe it?
They are trying to say that the reason why Tinubu lost Lagos that was of Sanwo-Olu's doing, that Sanwo-Olu was in on it. For Tinubu to have lost Lagos, the way he did to Sanwo-Olu, I mean to Obi rather, that all of this whole thing that is coming up now, that they said they're trying to link the lady, that he used the lady to funnel money to Obi and Atiku, that it was a grand plot that what's his name? Sanwo-Olu was part of
RM, that's too fat a story. I mean, it's just too fat a story. Don't let us discuss that. That's
so. Why would
I put that in the realm of lullaby. Aremote. Say?
I said, why would you discuss it?
Because
I don't believe it.
It's getting too far.
No. I've been keeping quiet about that, but since it came up, for Tinubu to lose Lagos State, and then some certain states, their governor, according to you people, fought tooth and nail for him to win it. you think somehow Showolu shouldn't answer some questions?
Especially when he won his own governorship so resoundingly.
Yeah, but that's not the story, though. That's not the story.
Exactly. We know what happened, what went down in Lagos.
No.
The story, no. Let's not misconstrue it. The story was that after Tinubu lost, Sanwo-Olu now gave Peter Obi and Atiku money because he was shocked because of Tinubu's loss to give them money. So it was post. And then the story doesn't even make any sense because it was after his own. No, that's what they said in the Gazette, whatever. I have it in front of me.
Let me tell you,
Hold on. Let me land. They now said where it doesn't make any sense was after the election was when Sanwo-Olu now gave them the money. So Tinubu lost. He contracted Atiku and Peter Obi, whatever. He now paid them after his own election. That's kind of like far-fetched, in my opinion.
Actually, let me say this.
But if it's so far-fetched, how come the EFCC are chasing his bag woman?
Let me say this.
Well, that's another point.
Most people who watched 2023 election did not notice. Most governors that ran under APC lost their state to PDP for just one reason. Most people under APC, most of them did not believe that Tinubu would win that election. They didn't believe. And therefore, some of them were busy trying to secure their seat. Some of them were so confused because the whole thing was like, Nigeria has never seen four presidential candidates, like making headway. It was a shock to every politician. So most of them did not believe Tinubu will win that election. So most of them did not hold guard for him in their state, which includes Lagos State.
That's not true.
No, okay. That's not true.
Never mind.
I have an alternative theory.
You see,
hold on, Zita, hold on. Let me just make a quick point. This fallout with this woman came from Obasa. It's Obasa that went to rat because everybody knows, even when she was doing the 50th birthday, remember, if you guys remember when we were covering Walmart, Sanwo-Olu went to that island to go and party.
You are covering too much. Leave Obasa out. Just go the surface, I beg.
The real gist is what I just said.
To play now. That's it, because he's the one that, it's the one that's feeling a bit, it's the one that needed to have come out. Somebody needed to have come out to open up this space. And it's the one that's very
opened up this space. Yeah. Let me just say it. Let me say it out.
You see, most times when situations like this happen, the people involved, before they die, they will give a testimony. Most times, most people don't believe their testimony. Or rather, they believe the one they want to believe because what is his name? IBB has written a ridiculous testimony and most people believe it. But I tell you something, the thing that happened in Lagos and in Delta State was something I watched closely. But let me shut up my mind. See Omo Agege, you see Sanwo-Olu, mother way act. But the ridiculous thing about it is that the man fought his way. I am not really happy. I felt he will use his power rigorously in the sense that the politicians did not actually put him there.
Who are you talking about particularly?
Tinubu. Politicians did not put him there. They didn't put him there. So when he won, I was expecting him to use his power rigorously. But then again, he's still playing the politics and so. But in future, you see what happened in 2023 in Lagos presidential election and Delta State presidential election. Mother we at. We people should continue. When you get to my turn, I will speak.
Okay, one man, since Tony is supposed to have half of his time, please oblige him. Tony, please come.
All right, Tony, back to you. He will tell us if we have to split. Do we have to split?
Thank you. Thank you. Anyway, nice to see that you are getting better. You know your voice is clearer today. Yeah? Tonight it's very good.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the change of weather. Change of weather, or the changes of weather. Yeah. So make us start with this though. Because for the past, last two, about a fortnight ago, this guy, Malam Adamu Aliyu, aka Ushumole, he came out to cry on the public TV station. Remember? He said that the whole place, they are killing his people. They are killing people. The people. If we today, they are still killing people in Agbede. I saw those vigilantes today again, try to hunt for this. You see this non-tenants in their forest, not so far away from where this thing took place yesterday. These people were fetched out of the forest. So, they were pursued out. They came with Dangote, trailer, and entered the bush and started to kidnap people. There was one girl that they kidnapped that was, that was thanking God that, thank God. These people, they were rounded up and then they just threw these matches for their body. All of them alive. And then that was a victory day for the Edo people, because Ondo people also, they are happy now. Because the Edo people, when they killed 30 people in Ondo last week, we didn't hear from these governors. Then for the past 1 week, the Edo people have been crying. In same local government there, one place they call is it Uhu or Uhu, I don't know. I think Patrokski is is also there now. People of Edo have been calling on the governor to come and save them. That they can't get into their forest. That they have been kidnapped. People are kidnapping them. You know what I'm saying? Nobody even came out to say that blah blah. Now that these people have to act in self-defense, and people are now saying that whatever. The governors are crying wolf. So I think yesterday was a victory day for the people of Ondo and Edo. Last week I didn't mention of that. I said, one more, please. I said, people are dying. Things are not working. You told me that there was police. I said, the police is not working. One man, that they go to Ondo, go to Edo, that there's a lot of killings going on right now. People are crying. We didn't hear from these people. No police. That's the worst part. I can't imagine myself now, facing danger in Germany. I'll just call 112. I can even call the ambulance, or I can call the doctor's line, 1110. The police will also come. That's what we're talking about. So that was a victory. And then now they have learned their lesson. They should get out of our forest, you know what I'm saying? And Dangote, a truck should be demolished or should be confiscated. But they were trying to run away also. And it was not an major highway.
But Tony, hold on. But they said those people were not the real people that were kidnapping. They were just they were just driving by from maybe somewhere in the southwest.
No, that's what I was about to address now. Because I learned that they said that they were coming from Port Harcourt. It's a pure lie. They were in the bushes. The hunters, the vigilantes, they went to the forest to fetch them out with their guns. You know what I'm saying? With their guns, before they do anything to them in Edo or Anambra or wherever, they had to be displayed. They displayed the whole guns now. And they were begging. They were begging, but they didn't want to listen to them begging.
Did they find any hostage with them? Was there any hostage? Was there any hostage with them?
And there was one guy that they were about to kidnap. That guy was the one that ran back from the bush. Yes. And then hold on. I'm not trying. Look, we are not trying to be politically correct here. The only thing to my earlier statement that last week I told one man that Edo State and Odo State is burning. They killed about 30 people in Odo State last week. Didn't you hear that? Then Edo State is under siege. Adamu Aliyu, aka Ushumole, he came out to say that the people, they are killing them in their bushes. Today also, in Agbede, very close to that Tremuromi or Auchi there, they are still killing, the people, they are still in the forest, some of them. What are you telling me?
Tony, can I interject a minute, if you don't mind?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the situation here is more than that, because I have an issue with that, regardless, nobody should be killed in Nigeria. We are all one Nigeria. But it's not only when Northerners are killed, then it will become a problem in Nigeria. They have been doing that in the Southeast, in the Southwest, in Edo recently has been like a massacre. So my issue with that is the publicity this has gained to the extent that the president has to intervene and say this people must be held accountable. How about the ones the Northerners are, the herdsmen are doing in the Southeast, in the North, in the Southwest, in the South? How come it hasn't been a priority? And let me make the final point. These people are coming from River State. And
yes,
they call themselves Hunter.
No.
And
They are not coming from River State.
No, they are. Go and read it. They are going back to
okay, they were coming from River State.
Hold on. Let me give you. Go and research what I said. They are coming from River State, going back to the north. All of them has gone. They call themselves Hunter. This is exactly what happened. But regardless of what happened in Edo State, I'm not privy to whether they kidnap or whatever. But I'm just laying the foundation about what actually transpired.
Okay, hold on.
What is good for the north is good for the south.
Hold on. See, I get you. Let me continue. This is like in a warfare. When you go, if you look at Iraq Operation Desert Strike, the helicopter will be dropping their soldiers. Now at points as they are so they are coming from rivers, dropping some soldiers in Anambra, drop some soldiers in Delta. Those, you know what I'm saying? You see, they are fighters. They are dropping them, but this luck ran out of them when they got to that Urumi. You get me? When they got to Endo to come and drop people in the bush there, and then the trailer is fully loaded with arms and ammunition. You know what I'm saying? With pump action and everything, machine guns. Then they have their food, rice, and the cooking materials in it. You know what I'm saying? So, they were, that what the Northern government would say. They were coming from River State, but they are dropping their soldiers in the bush. They are fighters. You know what I'm saying? We didn't see them with any cow. So, so there's no connection with herdsmen or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Why are you calling this? Why should we call them herdsmen where they are not roaming with cows? And then they will be killing and kidnapping people. You know what I'm saying? So that is it. So the helicopter will be dropping soldiers in some points, and then they will move ahead, scatter them around. So, but the thing they did yesterday, and then many were caught in Benin City last month. They handed over to the police. Police will free them up. They are untouchable. So what is it? In self-defense, it's very, very correct. So we have to be doing this now. Otherwise, they will finish us in Edo, Ondo, and Enugu State, because that has been on the news last week as they were killing. Nobody came to rescue. No police, nobody, sir. The police commissioner in Edo State is not. So then I will go. Baba have already, she have already addressed that. So I just go to this Atilo Guguma. It just shows that the country is finished. But Iberaku, they are very, very intelligent people. You know that because I still remember, because they are very intelligent, very good people and beautiful girls. You can see that my first girlfriend was also an Ibera girl. In Ibadan. So and then they used to plant yams anywhere. They're so innovative. Very good people. Then to this Nwosu. So my advice to the Igbo is that they should stop investing in other parts of the country. Let them invest in their place because they are very good people. All this kind of say because of Igbo man they don't do this and all that kind. But they should go and invest and then but that is why now that is what is making these people to come and kill us, because we have invested so much in their place. They built that city, Abuja, to entice us, and then it's a trap that we can't get out of. Hence, people are not working towards achieving Biafra and the Dudu nation and the donation. So I want us to stop investing or sell our properties that we're having in Abuja and all those Kaduna, Kanu. Come back to our place and invest. Any part, whether in Ibadan, Benin, Lagos. And then I want to say, Sanwo-Olu, thank you very much. I saw the speed limit control in Lagos is very, very good. I was very happy yesterday. I was very proud to be somebody from Western Nigeria yesterday for saying that that you can drive more than 50 kilometers in some places, 6 kilometers in some places, just like the camera will catch you. So one man, anytime you go to Lagos, be careful. If you drive, make the speed, you have to be looking at all those signposts because there are a lot of traffic control now, camera in Lagos. So Lagos is working. Thank you, sir.
But they say it's smelling too.
No, let it smell. Let it smell. Now the fish, now they smell the fish when you inside water.
All right, thank you, Tony. So that's Tony, of course. Stay with us, Tony. We go on from Tony to Kulata, Kulata to I'm not sure if Patoski is ready for us yet, but until party, we are not even hearing from Ekene is there, so we go on to pull out.
One man, just a second. Baba, how you know some part of Lagos doesn't smell when you are living in Ikoyi, where old money is? You haven't been to any part of Lagos. So how are you going to know living in old money place?
Even Ikoyi dey smell now. Ikoyi dey smell.
Man of prestige.
I know, Baba is a very rich man.
Nowhere I don't know inside Lagos. So nowhere I've never stepped my
old
foot
money.
on
You
in
live
Lagos.
in old money. Don't say that.
Nowhere I never stepped my foot. I know
some German street they smell. The gullies, the gullies, these gutters, they smell.
Even Amsterdam, in the morning.
Yeah,
in the morning.
Smell.
Even Baba's driver lives in Lekki. He doesn't know where
No. Everywhere they smell like one man. Everywhere they smell one man. Okay, but only that the infrastructure is very fine in Lagos. Please, the roads are well manned. I mean, Abi, Eko ni bajeo.
All right, brilliant. So I was going to go to Kulata then Zita, but I think Zita dropped. So as we are with Zita, we go on to Kulata. We're talking about the Achimugu narrative, the Edo massacre, the trying to rebrand Humphrey Nwosu, all of that, or anything else.
How about the Shiite fight in the Nigerian army? Listen, have you heard about that?
I saw something, but I'm not sure. I didn't pick that up, but maybe you can bring it in. Kulata.
Okay. I've not really read the newspaper, but this. Let's start with. I know I joined yesterday. I woke up very, very early. Late. Well, it was very early in the morning, and I was listening to the conversation. So I spoke about. So this Nwosu thing, honestly speaking, I said what I was going to say about it yesterday. I do not really see the space for. Let's talk about the approach, because I spoke my mind about it yesterday. But the approach, the folks pushing for his celebration, for his honor, how about they go to Southeast states and start giving him honor, like in the Southeast state first? Like, what are they named after Nwosu? Where does it come from? Let's just assume it comes from Imo State.
Anambra.
What? Anambra. Okay. What have they given to him? How are they honoring him in Anambra? Since when Peter Obi was governor, what did he even name a school after him, or a roundabout, or a local INEC office? Same thing goes for Obiano and Soludo. And even anything before him, because this guy was 1993. Back then, when I was still in Nigeria, that this thing happened. So why will you wake up and now decide that you will go and get consensus from a normally divided house to now push this through? What's the strategy? Is either a dumb strategy, or Abaribe just always looks for all these tangential issues to remain relevant? Because that Abaribe guy is always pushing for one of those kind of like silly things. I've not seen him push a significant bill, and he's been there. He's been representing Abia State for how many years now, and he's never pushed anything, no significant bill. It's just all this Nnamdi Kanu, this Professor Nwosu, that just very egotic approach to legislation. Like, dude, look for something serious to do. And if you really want to honor this guy, he's within your governors. You can name anything you want to name after him in the Southeast, and you can go and lobby Tinubu directly. Do you have to go through the Senate? Do you have to? Why do you have to go to the Senate? Didn't Jonathan wake up one day and named Unilag MKO Abiola University? Did anybody pass that through the Senate or anything? So if they're serious, they should go to Tinubu, and if they're serious, they should go to their governors. But I really don't see anything heroic. Did he do a good job in terms of like conducting one of the best elections? Yes, he did a good job, but that is within his
I think the reason
appointment.
why they did that, the reason why they did that, maybe there are some other serious reasons for them. But my point is this: it has achieved his aim just to prove that there's something that APC-led government by Tinubu has against it. Because you can tell from the way when the APC people are just spinning your narratives, your history, distorting the whole history. Not because you just want to prove a point that the guy is not benefiting of
I don't see Tinubu's. Tinubu is not in the Senate, so why is it Tinubu's business?
That's what they do. That's what they're all there. That one is from Ekiti State.
Oh, what does that? That's what they do. How does Ekiti State link to Tinubu? Like, why are you drawing parallels where
I will draw them. I don't know what is wrong with this. I mean, this breed of senators from Ekiti State that they have in this their term. This is Tinubu term.
So an Ekiti State senator cannot have his own mind.
This kind of breed of senators they have recently.
Okay, so let me put it this way: if I was in the Senate, listen now, calm down. If I was in the Senate and I'm from Oshun and they bring that bill in front of me, I will flat out reject it, because for what? So does that mean I'm sitting in me and Tinubu and APC were sitting together and kind of like planning to be mean to Abaribe? No, it's because of my judgment. That's what I feel. What he did is just what we call table stakes in the corporate world. It did what it's supposed to do. It did not go over and beyond. So why is he a hero? Yes, give him a bonus. If you want to do good to him, yeah, give his family a bonus. Pay them something. That's what you do. If you do a good job in America, they give you a bonus. Except you do something very, very exceptional. Very, 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 very exceptional. And when the chips were down, he cowered. You say he was able to go to Aso Rock to do this. If he has that spirit to go to Aso Rock to go and attend the meeting, he should have that spirit too to defy the court order and announce the result. After all, he's already collated it. So what's there just to say, okay, this guy won, and then you disappear? Or everybody that ran away, aren't they some hero in one form or the other? And the people that stayed, it could have been the same thing. Then he now wrote a book, and in his book, he said it's not Babangida's fault that June 12 got annulled. Why would anybody not be annoyed with him? So you can't blame Ekiti State Senator for having a stance. He doesn't believe in Nwosu's role, and it's controversial. I don't believe in his role too, because
there is nothing controversial. There's nothing controversial.
He was not heroic.
Because you people have tried to spin the whole thing, but still, it's not even.
There's no spinning there. You and I were both in university in 1993.
Did you hear what someone said?
I heard what he said. That's his opinion. He has right. He has right to his opinion.
Was that history? Was that history?
That's history as far as he sees it. Are you gonna? Oshomole called him. Oshomole called him. Listen now, stop yelling. Stop yelling. Stop. What is bigotry there? We're talking about an individual. We're talking about an individual. So how is that? How does that turn to bigotry? Do you know the meaning of bigotry?
We know where it's coming from. We know where it's coming from. And this
where is it coming from? Where is it coming from? Use all your mouth to say it now.
Anything evil is despised by this Tinubu and his criminals.
That means that's what you're carrying in your head. I don't think like that.
That's what it's all about.
Because I don't think like that, and I don't know. I don't know if someone thinks like that.
So you can go to Babangida's book launch, right? The same criminal.
Okay, let me ask you this. Hold on, calm down. If it was Gani, if it was your state man Gani Fawemi that was the NEC chairman, what do you think Gani Fawemi will have done?
See, this is good.
Answer the question. Don't tell me.
This year, what about the question that you people?
Just answer it as much as you can. Well,
Gani Fawemi will not go against the court order. So what
Gani Fawemi will have announced that result.
I hear you. But
Gani will not go against court order. They don't let us place
Which
that
court
man in
order from Otto and Zeribe? Are you kidding me? Otto and Zeribe, are you really kidding me? Gani Fawemi will have announced that result. Or if it was Fela Nicola Pokuti, what do you think will have happened? Or if it was, let me look for another person. I mean, maybe because I'm just calling
even Femi Falana would announce it. Femi Falana.
They will announce it.
Me.
All those people will not announce it.
Let's
respect these people. Look,
even me, I would have announced it.
Let me tell you one thing. Even
in fact, it was a golden opportunity for him. You know,
I would have announced it. I would have announced it from US.
That court injunction did not come until June 15. So 3 days window. 3 days window.
It was a kangaroo court injunction.
No, even on the 13th, on the 14th, morning of 15. I mean, come on.
You could have even gone to the American embassy and announced it.
I get where you are coming from, but what I'm concerned about is to just say, after knowing the profile of Gani Fawemi and Femi Falana, and they will say court order, they will disobey. Just tell me an example of where those people are going.
Ola, it is.
Femi Falana is the distant uncle. I won't accept
that
one.
No, the was fake now.
Then Gani Fawemi, of blessed memory, Gani Fawemi will accept. Gani Fawemi was so sure it's something coming from the court. Even if we file a counter, if we first of all go back to the court and
Gani will announce it. Akaba Shoron will announce it. Even small Falana then will announce it. Bekora Somputi will announce it.
Taisho Lari will announce it.
Taisho Lari will announce it.
On this matter, I'm waiting for what Wole Soyinka will say because
Wole Soyinka too will have announced it.
So this is Professor Bala Mohammed will announce it.
What are you people talking about? Are you Wole Soyinka?
Is my family friend. So
it's your family friend.
You people want to be fighting.
But he ran to exile now. He ran to exile. Did he not run to exile?
You people
he ran to exile.
So was he not a coward?
You need to fight another day. That's not cowardice.
By now,
has lost credibility.
Sorry, we can't have three voices. But carry.
See, Adam Oshiomhole has lost credibility. I know that's the basis of you making this argument.
Let's stay in topic.
This argument is what you are projecting now.
No, let's stay in topic. Adam Oshiomhole has his opinion. That's his opinion. That's his right. And he's a senator to exert his right. So you cannot tell him that he doesn't have a right. I'm saying this.
I'm not saying he doesn't have the right. I'm saying you are projecting his opinion.
Well, that's my opinion too. That's my opinion too.
Yeah, you are projecting his opinion.
I'm not projecting this. It's my independent thought. It's my independent opinion. Here's my thing. If you're going to honor,
what are we? Word bigot. I think 50 times or 100.
Yeah, because I have to emphasize that. Because people
rational mind. Rational mind need be shared at your workplace. You do your job. I'm sure you do your job fantastically, right? Do they call you a hero?
And they give me honor. They will give me honor.
No,
they will give me the honor.
They will give
my job. They give me honor. Yeah.
Wait.
What about the buying the commercial? What about make sense?
Rational mind. Your wait. Circumstances what crowns someone a hero. Normally, you may be doing your things, and suddenly the circumstance can make you exceptional.
So under the circumstance, that's what we're telling you that you're not getting. Under the circumstance that he should have been brave, he coward, and that's why he's not a hero. But he did a good job. He did a good job, so they should give him a bonus.
Just like I see people here try to defame, just to talk rubbish of Femi Falana. I keep saying that until
waiting because Femi Falana don't go down.
No, I'm just giving an example. Circumstance.
We don't need that. We don't need that.
That circumstance, he was risking his life. He's human.
This guy did not risk his life, did he? Did he go outside of what Babangida will have allowed? Did he go outside that? So are we saying fidelity to Babangida's words is kind of like fidelity to Babangida's words. That is heroic. What are we talking about?
What happened to Nwosu after June 12th? What happened?
He disappeared now because he lost face.
Okay, why did he disappear? Because
he was irrelevant. He lost his credibility.
He was so secure, so he ran away because he was so secure, right?
This is what.
Sorry, Kulata. We played an interview that Sowore had with him yesterday, and in his own words, he said he was never under threat, or he did not feel under threat. So it was entirely about cowardice.
You see, in his own words,
is now your yardstick.
I said Sowore had an interview with him with Humphrey. I can go and bring it now. I've got it there somewhere. You know?
Yeah, I would love to. I would love to listen to it. That's the purpose of being there, though.
No, interview when Sowore BP. What did you go? Did they threaten you in any way? Only to be fair and honest, I was never under any threat. Those were his words.
Okay.
Why will he be under threat? Why? When he was following orders.
Listen to that. That's one of those reasons we are here, right? Let us learn that if people learn new facts, then opinion can change.
So you will join me. You will join me.
No, based on the fact I have now, that man should be made a hero.
So sorry, you are still in yesterday. So my point is, he did a good job for June 12. Congratulations. Give him salary, give him extra money, but the Senate, they have the right to deny him. And if they really want to honor him, they should go and lobby Tinubu directly, or they should go and lobby the governors. But the verdict from the National Assembly, they've got it. So let me move on from that. The Achimugu woman, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what is sugar. I mean, girlfriend, boyfriend. What do we call it? Girlfriend, boyfriend situation. I just think. I mean, I've said what I thought. I think it's Obasa that went to report Sanwo-Olu. And
sorry to the people I'm muting. It's because of the background noise. But carry on, Kulata.
Yeah. So I think it's Obasa that went to report Sanwo-Olu. And when you think about it, being the Lagos governor must really suck in some ways. Outside of you're gonna get recognition and of course illicit money, illicit gain. But has there been a Lagos governor that Tinubu did not have a falling out with? I can't think of one. That there's always been a fallout. For Sanwo-Olu, Ambode, even Fashola. So it must really suck to work on that Tinubu, to come to think of it. Because he has this I mean, I would not like to work under that man. I'm sorry. If it will be this kind of like treatment, that means you don't have liberty to take some decisions. I'm not justifying what Sanwo-Olu did with that woman, no, please. I'm just saying, on another note, I really won't want to be working under a Tinubu because of, I mean, everything you do can just be reversed under his whims and caprices, and you really can't use your own agency. I don't. It's going to be too. I mean, it will feel too choky.
Kind of suffocating.
Yeah, suffocating. I wouldn't want to add that trait, to be honest. But I can't. I don't think I would like to work on that.
No go there.
It's the truth now. Do you want me to?
It's the necessary component of leadership, though. So an element of narcissism.
Yeah, maybe I can admire them from afar, but I don't want to be in that kind of environment. I think that's kind of like a toxic environment.
What made you what you are today? What made me what I am today? What made your parents and my parents?
Hold on. We don't want to go into that space. It will hold us for hours. Let Kulata carry.
Yeah, because why will we look at 4 governors and all of them one way or the other they've always had one fatal mistake with this man, and that's unforgivable. Or, I mean, well,
that tells you the guy that is a narcissist, isn't it?
Yeah, he is. He is. There's no politician that's not a narcissist now. Which politician is not a narcissist?
Fashola bá fà ó, wọ́n dé ọ̀dọ̀ ìyá ọlọ́jà po.
Because the Fashola one, Tinubu really wanted to kick him out, like big time. But they tried. Ambode's own. Well, Tinubu didn't want to kick Ambode out, but eventually he went with the crowd. So it's just kind of like, I mean, but I'm just thinking about it, that it just seems weird that everybody that have been Lagos State governor, like, there's always going to be a fallout. I mean, you must really hold that Lagos State like it's personal property, which kind of sucks in one way. I mean, it's distasteful.
Is that not what you have created? Are you not part of it? Are you not part of the people that created the monster? When we come here, we talk about this guy, that this guy is not, is good for nothing.
Okay,
but the national mind, the Kulata is doing very well right now. Please.
Okay, go on.
No, I mean, I'm just thinking about it. Like, I'm putting myself in the shoes of a Lagos State governor, or in the shoes of, if I was working for this man, I won't like it. I will not enjoy it. I will not like it. It's going to be It's going to be choking. It's no. That's why I'm not a politician. Or, I mean, people are built for different things. I'm not built for this kind of thing. And yeah. So the Achimugu woman, I mean, she ran away. I don't know. I don't think they should kick Sanwo-Olu out though, because he's doing a good job, in spite of all the shenanigans. And I don't really, the story about Sanwo-Olu paying Atiku.
If they do kick him out, who does it default to, Obasa?
No. That
if someone is impeached, it defaults to Obasa.
Hamzat now.
No, but the two of them will have to go now. The two of them will have to go.
One man continue to insult us, eh? Don't worry.
K1 the ultimate will be better than
sorry, I asked the question. It looks like maybe I'm lost. Why must they kick him out? Because he was defending somebody or what?
Well, there's the impression that Tinubu is fed up of him. And if Tinubu is fed up of him, then is he going to let him run the
finish his term now and he will go now?
Yeah, but if then he won't be able to punish him now. The only punishment they can give him now is to deal with him.
Wow.
It's too dangerous.
It's not going to be good though. It's not going to be good.
It won't happen. We'll finish his term.
Oh yeah, now because you're 2 years left.
You will have
then it will be one sort of lame dog.
But one man is already turned him to lame
He's a lame dog now. Ordinary.
Bringing Obasa, you forgot that they brought Obasa back. That's already lame dog territory now.
Forget about Obasa. Any governor of Lagos State is a lame dog. It's a lame
automatic
dog.
True.
Anybody who's a governor of Lagos State is a lame dog.
I don't know. Are you guys aware?
Governor of Lagos State to Adeleke.
Are you guys aware of what the plot is for 2027? The plot in Lagos State for 2027. They want to build. They want. Listen, there's what I'm hearing from fellas and feeders from Nigeria is that there is a plot that they're going to run Muslim ticket in 2027.
That unknown matter.
This is the plot. Hold on. Obasa is behind this Muslim thing in Lagos about this Muslim Ogbesoribi Gala. He wants to bring, because if they cannot do it under this Sanwo-Olu, bring about the Sharia court in Lagos State. He will do it under, if anybody comes in, either a Muslim or if it's Obasa that will run.
Because it's down. No go.
That's what I'm hearing.
Now, it's a ridiculous thing.
Oh God.
We all be here. I'm just letting you guys know what I'm hearing.
The point is, what is making me feel so much is that look at all the people that have been governors in Lagos State. Even Fashola. And mind you, Fashola no jẹ́ kí Tinubu popular. It was the performance of Fashola that sold Tinubu to the rest of the country. Except we want to deceive ourselves. It was the performance of Fashola that sold ACN to the other states in Southwest. the performance of the ACN governors consolidated Tinubu's grip, and it was Fashola. He was the star boy, and that's why they gave him that super minister. And mind you, that Fashola was almost gone. He was almost not returning him. I said you think about you.
You said
I said you want me. Let's say the truth. I said you want
me. Now you are president.
Mr. Patrick, you said ATN, can you hear me, Mr. Patrick?
I can hear you, Jare. Sorry.
You said ATN governor performed. What ATN governor performed? What are they saying?
Let me give you an example. You see, Fashola performance in Lagos State was what sold the ACN governor to that part of Southwest. For example, in a state like Ogun State, because we were close to Lagos, we saw what was happening and what Fashola was doing. You understand? In Lagos. That was why somebody like Amosun could run, and with support of Tinubu, he now became governor. And mind you, first term of Amosun, he did wonderfully well. I was in Abeokuta then. He transformed Abeokuta. Even in his second term, Thomas was paying your share infrastructure. All the I've never seen anybody, any governor in this country.
He even put air condition for pedestrian bridge.
In a pedestrian bridge.
That was a laugh.
He construct schools, roads, bridges.
No, true. He put air conditioner.
Air conditioner, pedestrian bridge.
Yes.
Yes.
In Abeokuta is a small place. You know the place, not a big town. If you know the amount of flyovers in Abeokuta, you'll be shocked. But yeah, he really did well because all the governors, the previous one, have ignored Abeokuta. Now, for a long time, after Oshoba, he now became the first governor of Abeokuta. So he really faced Abeokuta. And that was a selling point to everybody. Then this man now came, Akeredolu, all of them. That's what they wrote on. And first time of Eregbeshola did well. But everything was driven by Fashola's performance. It was not because if it was just on his own performance in Lagos, no, he won't go anywhere.
But you people say you beat Lagos now. That's what you people say now. You beat Lagos.
Not be me and you, they talk down one. I don't talk down one for here.
So you are one of them now.
No, I campaigned for him. I
remember you were one of those.
Wait. I campaigned for him based on the context, the people he was running with. And if anybody would be fair to me, I say, of all these people that I saw, Tinubu was the best, and he's still the best among them.
So how market now?
No, what he did actually, was he created all the institutions Fashola built upon, last man, lawman, and all the rest.
That Olo really worked in that state.
Baba, you know what
he's doing now.
You know what shocked me for Patoski. Patoski knows this thing very well. You understand? Tomorrow Patoski go they teach me leadership now. See, you see how good leader is from his follower. Okay, you want to say Tinubu didn't build Lagos, right? The question is this: people that succeeded, that came after him, they'll be following his master plan.
They're not following.
You were not expecting. You were not expecting
master plan.
They don't get choice, ni.
They were not following master plan. A model of that master plan was
Okay, let's use the word template. Template maybe will suffice.
Give me 1 minute. Let me quickly drop this. Let me drop this. You see, when they say master plan, they say the rest follow master plan. They didn't follow master plan, no. He was ruling. The rest were following him. He was the master plan. Forget it. Tinubu was the one ruling Lagos, and it was until he became president. He was the one ruling Lagos. We can deceive ourselves.
Patoski, Awolowo was doing exactly what Bola Tinubu is doing. Because
Tinubu learned it from
Awolowo had. Do you know?
Okay, guys, let me take my spot.
What relationship? Sorry, what was the relationship between Ajax and Awolowo?
Oh, don't open that up.
Let's not open that up. Let's not open that up. Let's just say.
It's only because Zita has not spoken, and then we go on from Zita to you.
Okay, let me quickly round up so other people can speak.
Yeah.
Mr. I've not spoken. No.
Yes, I said from Zita to you. You know, you're
and
the
I
host
started
now,
with
so
you.
yeah. I know.
So from the outset.
I bet Colata never finish. You make it talk about Edo.
Yeah, the landlord. Yeah, one of the.
The only thing I will say about Edo is I pray there's no reprisal attacks, and I pray that they did not attack.
Almost certainly will be. Yeah.
I also pray they didn't attack innocent people, because if they attack
let them bring it on. We are ready for them.
Which you take Germany.
Tony,
they create problem for people. My brother
Tony,
is in
you get problem.
Go there now. Go there, go fight.
You be talking as an adult. You be talking like a baby.
They talk like say you still.
We are not cowards. We are not cowards. I don't know the carry last.
How many of you?
Okay, one man. I don't do. I'm done. One man. Go to the next person.
All right. So all right. Let's go on to Zita and let Zita have the opportunity to, without being overrun. Zita, you're up next, and then after Zita, Patowski. Zita.
Zita is not around. If Zita is around,
Zita,
she will have.
No, she's there. She just came in. Zita, put that glass of brandy
She will
down.
come back. She will come back after some time. Now we'll be asking.
I think she's putting some.
She'll come back and say, "I don't want to talk." What I wanted to say.
What are you?
I will not say everything.
If I say it now, you will call me a witch.
If I say it now, you will not be. We want to beat me.
People will not believe me. Let me not talk.
You want to beat me.
Let me not talk.
Well, I don't talk my own. No.
Anyway, I will talk my own.
Anyway, then you say,
anyway,
do you know the reason why election? Do you know the reason why Tinubu didn't perform?
Okay,
if you
maybe
say I
we
don't
should
know,
allow
I will not say
Olori Alatako Simba to speak.
I don't even know what I'm just joining now. I don't have a clue of what is happening.
All right, let's go on to Patowski. And then yes, so we go on to Patowski. And Patowski, you know the talking points. Attempts by the El-Rufai faction to try and wrestle SDP from the original owners. So just think of that trilogy: El-Rufai, Malami, and Mustafa. No good can ever come out of that. They want to change the name of the party, the logo, constitution, and erase Abiola from the lexicon. So there is that. And Sanwo-Olu's side chick on the run. EFCC declares Sanwo-Olu's paramour, Aisha Achimugu, wanted for money laundering as Tinubu zeroes in on Atiku Peter Obi. So that narrative links somewhat with money's changing hands for election purposes, all convoluted, etc. The empire strikes back, or does it? The Edo people, a bit of rush to the head, that funny liquid that they drink, they've gone and slaughtered a whole bunch of northerners. So almost likely some form of reprisal in anticipation. But then this one, Patowski, Felix Moka, he is now the new chairperson of the chairman of NTA. So Felix Moka, of course, the National Publicity Secretary of the APC. So all those or whatever else, and Remi Tinubu, now your mama, First Lady Oluremi Tinubu reacts to Nothing Students this song. So all those or whatever else interests you, Pato.
Yeah, thank you, woman. Thank you, everybody. Hit the like and subscribe button and share so that we can get the platform driving. Let me first of all pick them one by one. Just like I was talking about Sanwo-Olu. I mean, I'm not supporting having side chick and siphoning money, but I mean, the governors of Lagos, do they really have a life? Can they say that they are governors? Most of the time when I see them, they go for governors forum, the governors know themselves now. The man go work, but you know this one here now, he knows how to post. He will post and say, now wow, this guy, he doesn't have any power. He tried to remove, which governor will try to remove speaker and the speaker return back almost immediately? You understand? Can he go and lock a state house? I'm not saying that's the right thing to do. So he's not a governor in that sense. He's just there, placeholder. The only person that can be governor in that place, if you become governor, is when if Tinubu becomes governor. Then you will know, oh, you've had a governor since 1999. The last time they had Lagos, they had a governor was 1999 to 2007. That was the last time Lagos State had the governor. And it is very sad that it is happening like that. Lagos is working, is okay, but we have challenged them compared to what? Look at the performance relative to the volume of revenue that they boast that Lagos has. They say Lagos is the largest economy. If you have large economy and you have concentration of people in a small place, then you can easily turn the place to London. Why we say Dubai is good? It's not because they only have money, but because there are not many, or because the place is not as big. So it's easy to develop. But look at what Lagos is doing now. Even the new city that they claim they opened up, how well planned is that area? Those new areas like Ajaleki, Ekpe Road, what's the infrastructural plan? How are they keeping strictly to it? What is the program for further development? They are just opening up places that start selling land that when they see the price going on, say, Lagos is growing. Even a plot of land is 100 million. Our Lagos is growing. Budget. I don't know.
Just carry on. Don't worry.
In fact, now, but boy, it's go to embarrass everybody now. By the time they let them drag this, let them continue to drag this guy. Nobody is clean. They say, can you come anybody will put in hand, if you put your hand inside your yash, the finger go smell, no matter who you are. This one that Tinubu is looking, Obi is clean man, all of them the same thing. So let's look at this thing. They should also drive slowly. Because if they drag Tolu now, if she hit the fan, everybody go run. Now the truth be that one. So this one way they say Lagos this and Lagos that. As far as I'm concerned, let him do. He has achieved his vision. He has achieved his dream. And let him just allow the young boy to finish his program. It's not the first. I'm not saying it's good for him to be doing that. You understand? But which of them is not doing that? Which of them is not carrying babe and spending money on babe? And we know that they are not going to spend their money on babes. It's the state money they are all spending on those babes.
I thought Sanwo-Olu is a pastor. Why is he carrying babe? A pastor
I don't know.
Carrying babe.
I don't know. That's not what he's meant to do. That's not what Christianity teaches us. So obviously, he's not following the tenet of Christianity.
You've not heard of Deborah Kwademi Leyense?
I don't know that one.
Deborah Kwademi Leyense. All right, sorry, with your permission, let me hand over to you. I think BT wants to come in as well, so I'll shuffle myself for BT. When Zita is ready, she comes on. And Pato, manage the interjections, but especially when people are not speaking, tell them to be muted because sometimes the wave of yesterday I was listening to I could actually hear people rattling out around in their toilets and kitchen and whatnot. So anybody that's not speaking, just stay muted. The super chatter today, Ola brought his wallet to the session today. So thank you for that. That's still open. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Back to you, Patoski.
Yeah, so the point is that, just like Kulata said, I pity those who are governors in Lagos. They cannot claim to be governors in that sense of it.
I'm only here just to ask Pato a question. One man can come back. Just because based on what you guys were talking about Lagos, just 10 seconds. So the question is, if APC does not manage whatever they got going on right now, do you see, based on what you saw from the last elections in Lagos and the momentum, is there a possibility that the opposition, if they come together, can unseat the APC in Lagos?
Very well. They can. Okay. Let me tell you the point. People just say, they know Tinubu are biased. If the opposition get themselves together, the challenge, you see, is like, let me just make it this way. It's like playing a game in a football. You are playing a football like we are trying to play World Cup now, and then you are praying that the other person loses. It's not as if you are going to be able to drive effectively on your performance and qualify, but you are saying, if South Africa lose, and they drop those
So
3
your
points.
destiny is not in your hand. That's what they used to say.
Exactly.
Your destiny
That's
is
what's
not
going
your
to
hand.
happen. And they have the opportunity to put the destiny in their hand. If Tinubu maintain the order in his home, and then you can continue to build on it. I thought that returning Obasa was basically to maintain the order, say, this is delicate. Let's make sure there is peace, and then we can build. And what at this point, what it means that you look for more friends. You don't throw things out. Keep as many as you can keep, because that's what you need.
But Patuski, you don't will come out of this thing now. They just open it for him. So see your answer. It's better maintain lane. No, that's all. That's how it's going to end.
But the law anyway, let's hope so. But look at a lot
it's not going anywhere. Forget
but I think Nigeria, that speaks to everything. I know that on this platform, none of us is benefiting. Anyway, as the guys that I know, especially the guys that after hour that will come together, I know none of us really benefiting anything from any government. Everybody is in different places in the diaspora, struggling, trying to make things happen for themselves and their family and stuff like that. So we don't stand to gain anything from them. We don't owe them anything. I don't owe them a duty of defense or a duty of canvassing for them. I owe the country everything to at least to put my own quota on the table. The point is, they need to review the way they run the country. Everybody need to think and look at it. Are there people who are running their states and their countries like it's as if they are personal properties, as if others can't have a say? As if it's them or nobody. People like Wiki.
There is no other country really. You are right, sir. No other except only Nigeria.
People like Wiki, people like Tinubu now. That's what someone is trying to do in a
give me 1 minute.
Look, I think you are the one Patrick is addressing right now that is talking to, because I know, are you member of APC or are you benefiting from Tinubu or and his gangs?
Are you the one that asked for the permission? Why are you
No,
talking?
I know. Say National Rational would run because that I was trying to attack Kulata. Then I was trying to say that you should wait until when Simba and Remy come into the house.
We'll speak now. Let Simba wanted to say something.
Patuski. If you look at the trend of politics, I'm not saying, I don't think it's actually peculiar to Nigeria. We have what we call the establishment. Do you understand? So the people that we call the establishment everywhere. If you look at it, I don't think there's any governor that we have had, even in the past in Nigeria, that have not made that attempt to put their own.
Why are they finding it difficult?
You understand?
No.
Let me tell you.
Simba. Or somebody tried it. Why is that everybody that tried has failed? Trying to replicate that
and that is why, because all of them, they have tried it, they have failed, and that's why Tinubu has a lot of enemy, because he was successful with his own. Check out if you know that he
problem with
let me tell you the problem. You know why others fail? Sorry, Ola. You know why others fail? Simba. Check all of them. All the ones that failed, they chose people that have some level of political clout after them. The ones who chose plain people, they have succeeded. And if those people try to do anything, they finish them. That's what happened with Tinubu. That's what is happening.
Let me ask you this.
That's what is happening with
Olajo.
Go ahead.
The famous one that everybody knows is Saraki.
Yes.
Saraki started his own as far back as 1979 when he installed Adamu Ata in Kwara. You remember? He had problem with Adamu Ata.
Because
Adamu could not return.
Adamu Ata had political ground.
No, just wait now. He could not return because of that in 1983. He put another person from another party, UPN, which is CEO Adebayo. You understand? In 1999, he put Lawa, the former military administrator of Ogun State.
Political ground.
You understand? He had problem with him. And that was why he replaced with his own son.
His own son.
He had problem with his own son.
Because his son grow political strength too. You see,
because we're supposed to be the sister now, or like a sister.
Now,
exactly.
No, Simba.
No, Patoski. You see
the
what
strength.
I see
Sorry,
there.
let me make Simba see that point. You see, anybody who choose someone who has political backbone or who has capacity to build political backbone, they will fail. That's why he failed with his son. His son grew politically. Look at what Saraki did with Fatai. Fatai had no political backbone. You and I know that Fatai was not the governor. He was not. It was just, you know that one, Abi Simba.
White Lion, White Lion, White Lion is doing well with that now. I mean,
the guy is his cousin. The guy is his cousin. And that guy no get political backbone. Look at what's happening in Kaduna. That the man that is there now, Shehu Ubasani, he has political backbone. If you choose someone who be novice, like Fatai was the branch manager of GT, or somebody that's senior manager in GT Bankano, he just made him commissioner and made him. That one no fee. He don't even know how to fill INEC form to run. So he had no political backbone. Why didn't he choose somebody like Taiwo Aluko? Why didn't you choose someone like Olododo? You get Simba, you understand? You know Olododo now. Why didn't
is it Allah that is moderating?
I'm the one moderating, but I'm still the one speaking also. It's my time. I'm the one moderating, but it's my time to speak. So the point is,
I've not spoken though.
Yeah, they were looking for you.
Where
were you before?
They were looking for you. We waited.
We even sent some agents to look for you.
Your
anytime
time
I tell you people have not, you people will say you be calling
we'll
me.
Circle back
Am
to
I
you.
deaf?
Anytime
I ask for my turn, you be calling me. Any day I come here, ask for my turn. I always get you be calling me.
Which question did you ask yourself? So
now one man was even calling
tell us where do you normally go? Where?
Now one man was even running after you.
No, how can you be monitoring with another man's wife?
No,
she's the one that she's saying that I see.
No. What happens is that sometimes I'm doing another thing with the same system, so I move it to another page. When I move it to another page, I will not hear anything.
Oh, okay. YouTube will not come on.
No. I slide it to another. It's page by page. I slide it to another desktop. Desktop. How will I say it? Desktop now. Like
you are using virtual desktop, right?
Yes.
Okay,
I get that. Don't worry, you speak now. So what I'm trying to say is, you see, anybody that chose about that, the same thing with Atta of Akwa Ibom.
But don't forget to talk about Edo before you end. Before you end your submission.
Look at Atta of Akwa Ibom. He went to choose Akpabio. Akpabio has his own political backbone. He will fail. You understand? He will fail because that one will be able to consolidate. He will not behave like Fubara. He will have something on ground and then he will continue to build on it until he becomes politically strong. Then he will deal with the Godfather. But if you look at Fashola, if you look at Tinubu, very smart. He didn't choose anybody that has any political anything.
But even Saraki, he was successful with his own also now.
I think he will be this.
Saraki. No, Baba Saraki.
Another state has been successful. Delta State has been successful. What's that guy's name?
Yes.
Uduaga has no political backbone, and Uduaga was his cousin. Uduaga has no political backbone, so they will choose somebody who is not politically strong, who's a novice.
I think the problem is all those governors are get you money. Okay, look at IBB today now. If you give IBB chance to contest, you will see people will come out and they'll be promoting him. Because while he was doing that, him himself was a big thief. And he only abojukuro. When you look away, some of these governors we are talking about, they don't near abojukuro. You understand? They don't look away. So, so that's the problem. If you look at Tinubu,
you mean the Godfather?
If you look at Tinubu, he was settling all those people that were there. You understand? Even if those people just tell him that these are the people we want, he will listen to them. But some of these governors, they want to dictate.
Lagos has so much money that settling was a no-brainer.
And
Lagos State, Tinubu has control of Lagos ports, direct from source. Is the Alajo of Lagos now. He's one collecting revenue for Lagos State. What do you want to do?
Patoski.
That man, he has
if you are given opportunity, let me ask you this: if you are given opportunity to choose one godfather that you think work, which one is better between the Tinubu style and Olusola Saraki style?
No,
I'll prefer Tinubu now. I'll prefer Tinubu now. Fatai now don't lose everything. EFCC still they carry Fatai up and down.
In fact, the last time I went on vacation, we were in the same flight from Abuja.
He has sold everything.
I said I saw him at the airport in Abuja. We were in the same flight. He's just an ordinary man now.
I'm telling you, I said Fatai is broke now. He's broke.
And all everybody, all the governors, you remember Shaba-Lafiagi? Shaba-Lafiagi broke to the extent that they have to call him again to come and become a senator.
So all of them, is there when they have political backbone, fine. But someone like Fatai, somebody will be branch manager before, suddenly you made him commissioner. Suddenly, like that, he became governor. What do you want to do? Bukola was the one running Kwara for that 8 years. And nothing they happen. If Bukola know they are dead law in that time now. Nothing they happen for that state. If Bukola, especially what I say, since Yaradua, during Yaradua, Bukola was spending 70% of his time in Abuja, especially when Yaradua was sick. If Bukola and Ibori were the one running,
and no, it became because he was chairman of the governors forum.
Yes, he was chairman of governor, so they were the one running the country. So the point is, Tinubu's case, he did it because he was a strategist. Look at him. He chose this guy who was a lawyer, his chief of staff, and became governor. The next one he chose was Akatan General. He became governor. Next one he chose was one boy that was in the bank that was surveyor. And he put that one. You will see the next one that he will choose now.
He made a professor, lecturer, a vice president.
A vice president. You don't choose the people. Why not make Lai Mohammed or Aregbesola as vice president?
In fact, let me even gist you. Do you know what what caused the fight between Tinubu and Aregbesola?
Political what's it?
It's because of
Adeleke. What's the name of that guy? He won't impose the cousin now.
The former governor.
And that guy
the one that died.
No. The one that is the minister now.
The one that
the guy know they said to
not Adeleke now. His cousin.
Adeleke, not my enemy. I go. It's cousin sharp. That guy know they said to Aregbesola. That's just the way I can interpret it.
Okay, was that no.
Problem? Let me tell you. Let me tell you what happened. Let me tell you what
settlement.
No, it's not even settlement. It's not the money. They have 3 zones in Osun State. They have Osun West, Osun North, and Osun East. The East is where Aregbesola come on the Ife-Ijesha axis.
They no get south.
It's just 3 senatorial districts now.
Okay, west, north,
so
east.
Now, before the demise of Adeleke, I'm talking about the
old one,
the uncle of this. I know the brother of this one.
The brother of this one.
Sherubawa. Yes, he came and told, and they were in the same political party that time.
Yeah.
So he said this is their own turn. That is not actually asking them to put him as governor, but anybody that they want to push should come from their own zone. That he doesn't mind. That if they refuse, that is going to be a problem within the party, that they are going to break that party. And Aregbesola initially, because Aregbesola was very close to Tinubu, he did not even know. And immediately they got wind that it's like there's a plan for his cousin. So some people went and met Aregbesola. Aregbesola initially denied it until the thing became a reality. And that was the what did they call it? The camel that broke. Yes.
Okay. That's why Aregbesola wanted them to go with the original plan.
Yeah, he was in favor of of the zoning,
which is okay now.
Because you know that Aregbesola was one that succeeded Oyinlola. Oyinlola is from Osun North. It's from my own zone. So, and if you look at it, the person that was there before was also from the same zone, which is Akade. So they have spent like 12
they
years.
2 terms. No, okay. No, when you last spent 8 years.
Akade spent 4 years.
No, you last spent 4 years now.
No,
spent 4 years too now.
No, you know, last it was 6 months to the expiration of his for this thing now. When the Aregbesola came in.
Okay.
You know that time
it was 6 months to the expiration of his second
was
term.
usually delayed. They would drag it and drag it and drag it.
6 months to the expiration of second term.
There was no reason for him to even appeal the decision of the appeal court that time. So he just left. So that was the issue. So a godfatherism, if you want to discuss godfatherism in politics, is most political opponents, most politician that doesn't like Tinubu because of what is actually it was successful. It was, in fact, as far as I'm concerned,
when you become
the most
governor,
successful politician.
When you become governor, you have won.
Is the most successful politician that we have in the country
now for others now. Just leave
your
own. Let others.
No, a party doesn't work that way, even in Canada, because all those okay, like is that when Steve Harper, when he left, did he leave conservative immediately? No, it was still overseen. Even Kenny. So it's normal.
No,
if Awolowo was still alive
now, you will not.
If Awolowo was still alive, he will not leave all those governors.
Now, Ola, if that's what they are doing, does not make it the right thing. It does not make it the right thing.
No, that's how politics run everywhere. That's what I'm saying.
No, it does not make it right. That's what we are saying. It
does
not make it right that somebody will be the one ruling.
Patoski. One man is saying let's Zita have his own turn. So is Zita?
Hey, we have his turn. Let us also round off now. We're calling him before now. She will have her turn. Okay. So that let me just begin to close with this. To me, I just feel that it should just allow Sanwo-Olu to do his thing and let him go. But at the point, the final thing is that he should let Lagos State run. Let them. They are not the only one that have ideas. Let them other people also.
Use the rest time now to talk about your state now, our state.
Then the point is, Oshomole, he's trying to do the same thing in Edo. He wants to do Godfather. It's not going to be possible in Edo. He should read the culture of the people. He should read the culture, the nature. By nature, Edo people are not. They are intolerant of control. They don't like people just controlling them anyhow. No, they seek to be independent on their own. So if you show the slightest this thing that you are controlling, they feel insulted. Even some of us that didn't grow up at home, we have the same nature. Even though we didn't grow up at home, we just feel that no normal person wants to just be controlled by other person now. Fine, you are there to rule. Why do you want to come and now be the one controlling everybody there? If he tries to control this Okpebolo, just give him time. You will discover that what Okpebolo will do to him too. So those are not like that. And I know it will not work safe. By now, it's not Edo. Oshomole is the true born of Edos, so he will know that this thing won't work in my state.
No, it's an Hausa man. Okay. What about the security something? Our people acted in self-defense.
I actually don't have a lot of information about that, but I think
I sent you the videos yesterday. The videos I sent it to you yesterday.
I'll go and watch again. The security situation in the country was relatively picking up until recently, and I think the National Security Advisor should not renege. I think he should just review the strategy and put some focus there. I think the focus has been in the north. You understand? It should center more now a little bit on the southeast and the south. That's the point. Southeast need to be totally freed, and south need to be on the lookout there. For the north, I think they've done something that's relatively okay. A friend sent a video to me now. They interview people on the street of Abuja, assessing the performance of Wiki. And if you see the feedback that people of Abuja are giving about Wiki performance, they say it's been fantastic. That all the hideouts where criminals used to hide in Abuja, that Wiki has cleared everywhere. And they feel safe now. So let me bow out for Madam AI, and then at the after hour I can come in and speak again. Thank you, Madam AI.
So what are you people discussing?
Oh, so you were not following?
I told
Fine,
you
we were talking. We want you to speak on. In short, I will want you, and I'm sure most people will want you to speak on that Sanwo-Olu. Are you aware of what happened? That says Sanwo-Olu had a girlfriend that he was siphoning money to the girl and stuff like that.
Yeah.
We want you to speak on that.
I didn't hear that one, no.
He's making round now that Sanwo-Olu had a girlfriend. He was siphoning money to the girlfriend, and through that girl, he was settling. He was paying Atiku and Obi. That's the spin to it. That he was siphoning money and using money directly to support Atiku and Obi. And yes, this is after the girl.
So where is the girl?
The girl don't run now. And then the girl don't run. Maybe
go where?
I think people like say don't run come out for Nigeria. The girl don't run come out.
So actually there was a girl.
Yes, there was. The girl is being declared wanted by EFCC now.
Seriously?
Yes, now. Okay, I'm not aware. The girl is
I'm
being declared
not
wanted
aware.
by EFCC.
What's the girl's name?
Aisha, I don't know the last name now.
Achimugu.
Yoruba girl?
No, that name doesn't sound
Yoruba.
No,
Sita, you know that your friend now. That's your friend.
She's from Kogi. She's the woman that threw the lavish 50th birthday party in Grenada like 2 years ago.
I think we even discussed it on this platform now.
She did the party and then she came to.
That was
in Grenada.
$150,000, $150,000 every
$150,000.
Is it
in Grenada?
Otobo?
No, Otobolizer.
No,
that's
not Otobo.
He was sending $150,000 to who? To people?
She was paying money.
He's paying an hotel. No, the resource center that I was paying is it 150 or 250? 150,000.
150,000 per night for 10 days.
As at the
10
time
days.
they released the video,
Yes.
it was
10 days times 10 days times $150,000 per day per night.
That's $1.5 million.
Yeah.
How
Yes.
can that be possible?
You know, Nigerians we can
believe
ridiculous things. And
that's enough for EFCC to come after her now.
No, but that's about
actually, do you believe that story, Patrick?
Simba, it's not far-fetched. If you follow that birthday party, they flew everybody to that birthday party in private jets. They chartered the.
Where was the party? Lagos?
Grenada Island.
No, that place was
Grenada.
Now I think it's east.
No, they did it in Grenada, and then they did another 1 week in Nigeria.
So,
was his 50th birthday or 100th birthday?
50th birthday.
Colata, a quick question. Don't you think most of people that attend that birthday party, are you telling us they don't have enough money?
Whose birthday was that?
You won't use your money now. They'll fly you. They'll fly you there.
I think most people that went there too, they have money by themselves too. It's not just what that
Whose birthday was that?
But that's not the point.
The lady's
birthday.
What's the point
her
of
own
that
birthday. Zita.
Can you answer my question now? Whose birthday was that?
I said the lady's birthday. The same lady.
Aisha Achimugu.
The girlfriend.
Okay. So the lady have solved all her problem on earth with Lagos State money.
Yes.
To the extent now that she throws it around.
And the governor is now indicted from it in the
Which
case.
the governor?
Sanwo-Olu now is being indicted by.
So Sanwo-Olu get girlfriend.
Is it Sanwo-Olu that was indicted or the lady?
I don't want to believe this story.
Name is being mentioned now,
and they just say his girlfriend.
It's not Sanwo-Olu that was indicted. It was the woman that was wanted.
Oh my goodness!
Hey, hold on.
See the way Remy is all energy to defend.
Hold on. Okay,
get into the 1.5 million.
Down first. We not calm down. The girl was indicted for doing what?
The girl a money laundry and this thing. And they said that
she's wanted by EFCC. That's all.
What now?
Whatever, I don't know. Is EFCC?
No, they say they charge her for money laundering.
Okay,
money laundering.
Money laundering can be anything and everything.
So you know that it is very difficult to make contribution if you didn't listen to the readouts. Sometimes it's difficult.
No, madam,
because
ask your question. Say what?
Because if you say she laundered money, EFCC was there. This money laundering stuff, sometimes when it is EFCC, I begin to wonder what is actually their job. Is it for them to wait for you to launder the money and then they start catching you? Or to make sure that crime is not committed, but if it's committed, the person will become.
If you see the way money laundering thing work, it is when they have laundered the money at times that you notice that it is being laundered. You see,
but after 1 year, that woman laundered the money about 1.5 years ago, and they didn't look for her. She came back to Nigeria.
You see,
why now? Why now?
This question.
Let me finish now. Since okay, you know the answer. Sorry.
Wait, do you know why I'm asking this question? I refuse to be deceived by what is going on in Nigeria. Because on several occasions, let me not use me, let me use the word we, have tried to move money, legal money, from Nigeria to someplace else. And this EFCC, these banks, they will tell us ridiculous stories why that amount will not be moved. And these same people are sitting down there, and the woman who is actually not doing anything from the story, she ain't got no business, she ain't got no factory, no manufacturing company, nothing to make her own that kind of money. And they're telling me that they watched her launder the money out of the country.
You see, that's it. That's why I say, let me explain to you how money.
Oh yeah, explain.
You now, because you have good business, you take the money, you took it to the bank, you want to move the money from the bank. In short, maybe the money, your own money is probably in the bank already somewhere. You want to move it from one bank to the other. That is why they said, oh, we will stop you because you are going through that channel. The money launderer probably has his money in real estate, has his money in cash in the house, has his money in, he has built a school, and the money is in the name of the school. It's coming as school, it's being recorded as school fees from those schools. And then he wants to move the money. In most cases, he's not going to move the money and say, we want to transfer money to Nigeria or want to transfer money. So he's probably going to place an invoice to China to order something. And then he probably has a company in Thailand that is a supplier of that thing. You understand? The guys, they're making
listen
like
to
clean
me.
transaction.
Listen to me. Please listen. Maybe you have not done money transaction in Nigeria. You see, when Nigerians hate Buhari, I say yes, towards the end of his tenure, he messed up. That money change or whatever, coloring or whatever they did was so annoying. But there are certain things that man did in Nigerian financial sector that if you are in the business of paying school fees outside of Nigeria, doing business with money from Nigeria outside of Nigeria, or bringing money from outside of Nigeria to Nigeria, it is difficult and a little bit clean. I repeat, they did a lot of more things. But whether you want to fly it in cash, you want to fly it out cash, you want to pay school fees, you want to order something, you want to chip in something, that man did something that even the Oyibo dobale for him. So for him to leave office, and the EFCC are telling me today that a young woman in Nigeria laundered money, I just want to believe that they are using that word, money laundering, to catch her. I don't want to believe that
Okay,
they
you
sit
think it's
down
not easy
there
to launder
and
money
watch
again,
her
Nigeria?
launder that money.
People still
That's
launder
all I
money
can
now.
say.
So that's one of the topics. So do you want to speak to other ones?
Give me another one.
The other
Fubara.
ones. Okay, you want to speak about Fubara? Okay.
What happened to Fubara?
No,
But Fubara was not there today. Atiwama said that the most trendy one is the Edo versus Fulani.
There's no real news in Fubara. The major one is
no,
in
but
Edo. They say
no,
this
today's
security in
news.
Edo.
A woman said that the most trendy one is the Edo versus Fulani. What happened in Edo State yesterday?
That they are looking at repressal attack from the Edo people.
No, not refresh. No. What
did
happened?
The Edo people do?
No, they fired about 16 kidnappers. They found in the bush. They killed all of them. And now the northern governors are now saying that they should bring the people to justice. But you know that since 2 weeks ago, they have been shouting that they are killing people in Enugu State, in Ondo State, in Edo State. The government did not react. The governors did not talk from the north what their people are doing in the south. But now that the Edo people have retaliated, called the people in the bush with loaded, with arms and ammunition.
Yeah. Don't listen to Tonio. He just painting his own
story.
All those
way Tony they talk. I know sure say.
Nah, rubbish.
What happened?
They give you.
Simba?
They said that some guys they are going for. This is towards the end of the Ramadan period. They are going for Salah.
No. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do
that.
No. Don't do that. Don't do that. They did not tell you what happened.
Now,
they tell you no. Hold on. Let me.
Tony,
they tell
Tony, hold on. That was
no. Patrick, you are doing a disservice to your fatherland. Hold on, to your motherland. Hold
on.
Yeah.
Let Simba express his own. You will give us your own story. Then we'll wait.
Okay. It's not even story, Patoski. I
let us know what happened.
Sure. I listened to one man when he was reading the story. So those guys, they are traveling to the north. So when some guys now saw them, I think they alerted the vigilantes. I mean, the Edo vigilante, and they now buy those guys. 16 of them.
Okay.
You understand? Okay. So I don't know.
I heard the story.
Thank you, madam. If you don't hear the story, so they were found with arms and ammunition, trailer loaded in the bush.
Let us speak to it now, Tony. Let us speak to it.
They told me that it was a false alarm. That they saw a trailer load of humans, and they said they are kidnappers, and then they killed them. Now, the question is, if you are from Edo State and you are a vigilante of Edo State, you will be able to know when you stop somebody, you presume the person is a kidnapper and he has some people with him. You, as a vigilante, you know all the towns in Edo State and you know the Edo asset. The simple question is, who are you? I am a northerner. Where are you people going to? We are going back for Radbada. Okay, you are going back for Radbada. What about this person? Who is he? You see, when we tell story, we are not supposed to tell story from up. I am not blaming, first of all, I am not a fan of jungle justice. That is one. Unless it is the last resort. But for somebody to come and say it was a false alarm and those people were killed, he said they are presumed to be kidnappers. That's why they were killed. Now the question is, who killed them? They said Edo State vigilante. Are you telling me that those state people are so dumb and daft and their vigilante are so stupid that they will tell them, look, oh, we saw a trailer load of humans or a bus load of humans. The bus is parked somewhere in the bush. We don't know whether the bus is bad or the trailer has gone bad and there are humans in it. We suspect that those people are kidnappers. And those vigilante will just rush down there and open fire on them. Is that what you people are telling me? Hello? No question, no investigation, or that they went there, they saw the trailer load of humans and they saw them well armed and it become a bloodbath that they overpowered them and killed them. The story is not complete because you cannot tell me that vigilante in Edo State are stupid. That the moment they say, hey, there are people in the bush or there is a load of humans in the bush, they will just go there and kill all of them. Who does that? Nobody. We are talking about human beings here. So can we get the real story? What happened? Did they question them? Who did they tell them they are? Where were they going to? Are there Edo people inside among them that are being forced to go to the north? Is there a struggle? Did anybody among them tell the vigilante that he was kidnapped? I mean, it's not a row story. We are talking about human beings here, please.
Thank you, madam. Like before this incident, they killed 30 people in Odo State, very close to Edo, close to that axis. So. And then Enugu, they are killing people there. Ondo, they are killing people there. Edo State, since last week, they have been shouting, oh, they are killing them in so many villages in Edo State. Everybody, they see them. Thank you very much. And then they control this guy. This guy, they were even begging. They were pointing at each other. You know, the video is very, 4 videos. I sent that to Patrick yesterday. But people are not trying to be politically correct here. Thank you, madam.
If they are so,
what is your story?
Madam Zita, if they are vigilante, if they are so powerful to the extent that they can kill them, why can't they arrest them and
you don't get that? Excuse me. First of
all, you arrest them, they will free them up.
First of all, in as much as I'm totally against jungle justice, which the Fulani headsman has been battling on Nigerians for some years now, in as much as I'm against it, but the question is, was a crime established? That is what I want to hear. Because some people are saying it as if, hey, they just saw box trailer load of humans that we are going to north. They kill all of them. You don't tell me that kind of story. I'm the old woman now. Not old by age, but old in experience. You can't come to me and run to me and tell me, hey, can you imagine, some people are going to north, Hausa people in those states, they pack themselves, they're going to north, hey, vigilantes saw them, say they are kidnappers and kill all of them.
Zita, if I tell you every day you see in the west, because that is the route from the north to the west, you see trailers every day filled with these boys coming from the north, going towards
Lagos. With AK, with pump actions. That's the question. And in the midst of, okay, talk about Odo State now. They killed 30 last week.
Is that
last week? Yeah.
Tony, wait yeah. Now. The way you are an adult, and issue whenever you want to, don't be talking with emotion.
No. The governors of the north, have they been saying sorry to us? They killed 30 people in Odo State last week. They killed about 20 in Edo.
Sorry. Can you let Simba finish what he's trying to say before you jump in? Please, I beg.
And look, I know that this late hour, you two are coming here to defend the indefensible every time. Let Madam Sita finish her own submission. I just interjected that. I just added something to her to know that because she rightly said that how can people just be so stupid? They just people go and park their motor in the bush, Dangote trailer, and then they went. Some of them are in the bush. They were begging. They were when they were caught, they were pointing at each other. Now this one
So
I get the gun.
if you see somebody and want to kill somebody, you will not beg. So for the fact that they are begging, does that
no. Yeah, but how can you carry guns and then you are in the bush of people? And that place they have been shouting since 2 weeks ago now. Every day, governor come and help us.
Be arrested? Can they be arrested?
Yeah, so when you arrest them, you get them to police, they will set them free. I mean, you guys are just trying to pretend like as if you don't know what's going on. What the hell is going on here? They are killing people in Enugu State since 2 weeks ago. Edo State, Ondo State, these three states have been a very bad place.
It's very simple. What you are trying to say here is that they have the right to buy them. So
That they were there to commit crime.
Yeah, whether the crime they committed, we have not seen visible evidence. But whatever happened in Edo, what you are trying to say is that it was justified. So if anything happened to Edo people in the northern part too, if the pipe don't make any complaint.
Do you see Edo people? Do you see the Yoruba people? Do you see Igbo people going to the north to go and go through their bush and try to kidnap people?
What we are trying to say is that
you want justice. So you want justice. You want to take them to the court.
What we are trying to say here is very simple. The crime is said they have committed. There is no police report. There is no investigation.
Not be that one. I say you see them in the bush.
Listen first.
How can I listen to you? Well, you're trying to paint a scenario as if you are in the Western world. We are talking about people, coming to your bush, kidnapping people in the bush, and then people got information that people are in the bush. The vigilante had to rush there, the hunters, and then they caught these guys, brought them out from the bush. What the hell are you telling me?
Okay, guys, hold on. You see, thing is this. What I think Madam Zita just proved something logical. The vigilante, before you can call them vigilante, I want to assume that the government is aware. Because when it's vigilante now, I think vigilante normally register in such a manner that government recognizes them. Now, if they are known to the government, and probably they are working with the security operatives, the question is this: did this vigilante just go ahead and open fire on innocent people, or they tried to investigate what was happening and those people just fired them?
Based on information, somebody gave them information that something was happening around the bush there, and then they went there.
No. Let me just handle. You know why I said that? When Ogbeni Akeredolu was alive, even merely forming Amotekun and passing law that people should not enter into the reserve forest in Ondo State, you know what Meitiala and some other governor were already doing. So because we need to investigate fully. Wait now. You know when Jonathan hired foreign mercenary and they started decimating the Boko Haram in the north that time, you knew how the northern governor and co came out and said, okay, the persecution of Boko Haram is like persecuting the north for whatever concept they were bringing. The question here is this: has anybody really investigated the truth of this matter, or this is just one of those things?
Thank you.
It's a very good question. But from what I read some about it yesterday. They said that they were traveling from Port Harcourt on their way to Kano for Salah. And because there is some incidents, like what Tony said, of course it's true, there are some incidents of clashes in the bush, not only in Edo, in some other states, around maybe Ondo and the rest. And when the vigilantes saw them, they found out that there was some dang gun with them. And because of that, initially, they said immediately, 3 of them were by. And because the mob now gathered, the mob that gathered, they are the one that set fire on the rest of them. And fortunately for 2 or 3 out of them were rescued and taken to the hospital. As we are speaking now, we don't know that those 2 or 3, maybe they are alive or not. That's what transpired.
Okay, hold on, Remy. Hold on. You see, I've read so many versions of this story. Honestly, sincerely speaking, and it's annoying that in a country like Nigeria, the press are putting out that kind of ridiculous stories for people to read. You saw some people traveling in a lorry or in a bus or whatever, because those people usually travel in the lorry they use in bringing foodstuffs to the south. And they go back with those lorry. And then you saw 10 or 15 or 30 of them in a lorry going, and you're a vigilante. You stop them. Who are you? Where are you going to? I think the word is vigilante. That should be the right word. Vigilante means the nosy. That's actually the word, the literal meaning of the word. They sniff around. They sniff around to see what is going on. They want to know, they're watchful. So you stop them. Where are you going to? I'm going to Kano. Okay. And where are you people coming from? From Port Harcourt. Then you said, oh, you have den gun in your car. What are those den guns for? You ask them question. And the response might turn to a fracas. But telling me that somebody, a vigilante, saw somebody and then see them gun in their truck and then kill 3 of them. I mean, that story, I will not take it. I, for one, I will not take it. Unless otherwise you are telling me that those vigilantes smoke coke.
Because they went into the bush. They went to the bush, madam, because of information. Give it just like Asola said just now. These people don't just act like that. When they hear information, because many women were crying that, oh, now God save them, oh, now God save them, oh. You know, the women. You know, they saw them in the bush. Yeah? And then the vehicle was also parked in the bush, parked in the bush. Not on a major road, oh, madam. You see, that's where the hood is. Yeah? And then in the midst of red alarm in Edo, Ondo, and the Delta State, also all those of Gwashiku area, everywhere.
The thing is, for people who believe that there is hate for a particular group of or ethnic group in Nigeria, the question I want to ask I don't want to use the word idiot. The question I want to ask the person is, had there been killings in the past 4 years, at least, in Nigeria? And anytime that killings happen, it started with Benue State. They said, it's the Fulanis. Happen in Imo State, the Fulanis. Happen in Enugu State, the Fulanis. Anambra Fulanis. In fact, they have spread to Cross River, Akwa Ibom State.
Even Bayelsa, madam, even Bayelsa, they already don't cross the water. Bayelsa.
Now, they are raging in the Yoruba land, from what I heard. They are deep in Ogun, Ondo, every time Fulani herdsmen. The question I want to ask that person that says it's a propaganda or lies. Have they been killing people? Yes. Is there a particular tribe that is being mentioned that have been killing those people? Yes. Has that tribe come out to denounce vigorously with anger that they know nothing about those people and those people should not be, that they distance themselves from whatsoever that is happening? Have that tribe done that? The answer is no.
Capital no.
Have they come out to warn Nigerians that, look, oh, we do not know the hate these people are. They are not from our tribe. And you should please stop calling them our tribe people. So on that note, when you see them, deal with them however you want to deal with them. Has this tribe said it? The answer is no. So I do not actually understand what the person means by lies and propaganda. The problem is either the person doesn't know the meaning of lies or he doesn't know the meaning of the word propaganda.
Thank you. Thank you.
Because
and then they are not saying that it's then, they are not saying that it's then gone. Well, we know that this people they do usually go with AK-47 upward.
If you think that those buying that has been happening in the farmlands in Nigeria is a joke, then you will continue hearing this kind of story of people being in a lorry, and when they identify as Fulanis, they will be buyed. And there is nothing anybody will do about it. That's just a fact. If a Nigerian will look at what has been raging in Nigeria that has infiltrated every nook and cranny of Nigeria, people are scared to move alone in the farm. People are scared to stay several hours in the farm. People are scared to walk in the farm.
In the villages also, remote villages, people are scared to live there now.
And they are pointing at one particular tribe. And that tribe have not come out with one voice, overwhelmingly and violently distance themselves from that story. And somebody calls that propaganda. So the
Madam, sorry. This morning, in Agbede, they are still operating there now in the bush now. All the vigilantes today, this morning, we saw the vigilantes in the bush there, in around Agbede, around Auchi area there, Akoko Edo, close to Akoko Edo there. Everywhere is, filled up with, it's littered with these people. Even though this thing happened yesterday, some of them are still in the bush there, operating this morning. Yeah?
Remy said they have then gone. For what were they using the then gone for?
Madam Zita, what they said that they said they were hunters. But what I know is this: the reality of it is that I will blame Buhari for this, because during his regime, those Fulani S-men, they are all over the country doing something that is unpalatable. And it's high time that the Tinubu government also find a solution. Maybe they have to speed up state police so that we can man our forest.
Okay.
But let me quickly conclude. But what happened yesterday? Those people, to be frank, they might be innocent or not. Because when such a thing happens, then people don't know who are the real men or who are the criminals.
So the 30 people that were killed in Odo State, very close to this place when this happened yesterday in Edo, the boundary. So you mean that was so what? What do you want to call that one?
I'm not talking about those ones. I'm talking about what happened.
You have to just suppose what is happening today now.
I'm not just supposing anything. If you look at what I'm trying to
look at what happened in Odo State last week. Look at what happened in Edo State also. They killed about hold on. They killed some Ibira men that are doing farm in Edo State last week.
Can you just calm down? Not only, even yesterday, there was some problem in Kaduna. The bandit.
Forget about not. We are talking about our own side of the divide.
Don't judge my own opinion. Let me just say what I want to say, because I won't disturb you when you are making your own analysis too. What I'm trying to say is that because of inaction of Buhari during his 8-year regime, and it's high time that we have to tell ourselves we should stop this grazing along which road. It must stop. The population is not 50 million anymore.
Remy, let me say this. You see, I'm somebody who listens very carefully. The only people we know in Nigeria that move around every nook and cranny of Nigeria. I'm still going to the Edo State story, because I'm not yet convinced that vigilante will see people and just shoot at them. I won't take that. You have to convince me beyond all reason, even if they are with AK-45, unless there is a combat, but that's by the way. The only people we know in Nigeria that move around is the headers. Those are the people that carry their cattle. And those are the people for several years now. Nigerians have been complaining that they are the ones spying people in every nook and cranny of Nigeria. As the days pass by, they keep expanding their coast. Now, you are saying that they saw these people, all of a sudden, they will now have Fulani hunters. Are you kidding me? So from herdsmen now to hunters, whom are they hunting? Humans? Are they hunting humans? So we now have Fulanis that hunt from Port Harcourt through Edo to the north. Remi, is that what you are telling me? That they will be carrying them gun from Port Harcourt to Edo, hunting what? So in Nigeria now, we have Fulanis that move around every nook and cranny as if it's their father's land to hunt. We now have the headers, we now have the hunters. Una go lie tire. I dey tell you now, una go lie tire. I'm not taking it, honestly.
Remy, I think Remy must have realized that.
No. I think Madam Zita, from what she just said now, first she said she was not convinced that those people that really, because that if Vigilante arrested them, why can't they hand them to the police? There was no, she's not convinced. And at the same time, she was also not convinced that those people carrying their gun, they are hunters. I respect that opinion. That's the opinion, it's fine. What I'm trying to say is this, it's very simple.
No, Remy. When did Fulani herders become hunter in the South?
No, she's right.
That's the question I'm asking. Yeah. We are used to Fulani headsmen. All of a sudden, they started carrying gun.
Yes.
Now you are telling me, hold on, calm down. Now you are telling me that another set of human beings are being caught in a trailer with them gun, and they are not Fulanis. Hold on. And they are not Fulanis, and they ask them, they say they are hunters. So Fulani, hold on. Fulani has headers, and they now have hunters in Nigeria that move about every nook and cranny, having them gone with their truck. Listen,
I understand you, Madam Zisa. I'm not saying that most of these guys, I'm not saying that some of them are innocent or not innocent. Out of them, we have some criminals, and we also have local criminals too. When that event happened yesterday, the governor was there immediately. The governor went there, but before he got there, a lot of them have been fired. So that's the story. What I'm just trying to say is that in this kind of situation, innocent will suffer, because sometimes you might not really know whether you are finding the real criminals or not.
Ruby, calm down. I'm putting up a scenario and a situation, and I want everyone to look at that scenario and situation critically. From where are they coming from? Una say na from Port Harcourt with a truck, and they then gone inside. By the way, why would someone be traveling from Port Harcourt to wherever with a then gun? Is he hunting inside the truck? Why are you laughing?
No, that's a very intelligent question. That's why I laugh.
So, Madam Zita, you have already made an honest analysis. You said there was no investigation report to show that these people were truly the criminals they were looking for.
No.
And you said You said, listen, you said you don't believe in jungle justice. That was your initial statement. Actually, they might be the criminal, or they might not. But now
I'm trying to prove to you.
Prove to me, or prove to the other people that are listening.
Hold on. Don't say, I didn't say You said something I did not say. Maybe I wasn't understood, or maybe
No,
I did not.
Madam. Let me reframe it so that they don't say we understand you. So, Madam said that he don't believe that people will just see somebody in the car and start to buy them, unless there was an information that led to the search, or then and then secondly, and then she said that though she don't believe in jungle justice, although she don't believe in jungle justice, but there was need for self-defense because of what is happening around that zone. So you cannot just say that you are coming from Port Harcourt, where all of a sudden, so you could now become hunters of bush animals instead of we to be seeing you guys patrolling with your
truck.
Inside the truck, madam. Yeah, instead of with their cows. Now they are now hunters traveling from Port Harcourt through Edo. Hold on, Remy. Traveling from Port Harcourt through Edo, then up to the north as hunters. Madam said that he never said I can't know. It is confusing for her.
So, Madam Sister, I think the only thing is that I hope that one or two of them did not die in the hospital, so that we can also hear the part of the story. And later, maybe Edo State government will also come out with their own report too.
Now, make I tell you now the latest from Edo State. Let me tell you now what happened today. So now they are not telling the governor to go and hold on. They are not telling the governor not to go arrest Dangote, because those kidnappers were found in his truck with the arms, and then they were in the bush. So now because there's a law in Edo State that said that stipulates that if your house, if you rent a house or you find any kidnapper in your vehicle, that vehicle will be confiscated and destroyed. The Edo people are now, if you go to the YouTube now and everywhere, they are now saying that the governor should go there now, go to Dangote and arrest Dangote.
Okay, what about the truck that those people hide yesterday?
That's what we're saying. So the governor had to confiscate it.
Remy, I'm putting up you are trying to create a situation or scenario from the scenario you are talking about.
What situation?
Okay. State secrets too. Do you know that? You said that the story you heard was that.
I did not hear. I said the story I read. Not I read it.
Yeah, it's either you can only hear a news either by reading it or by hearing it. Either way, you got the information.
So it can be grapevine, can be hard. So
okay, okay. People were coming from Port Harcourt. Right before he died. And they were going to north. Yeah, I understand. They passed through Edo State. The question is, where are there the hunters? That's the reason my dad did what he did. Are there hunters in Port Harcourt, or hunters in Edo State, or hunters in the north? I don't know. I'm judging this case based on the story you told, you read. Now, they got to Edo State, they had a counter with the vigilante. Who are you? Where are you going to? But first of all, if you use the word vigilante for those that stop them, you will understand, because when somebody read a story, when you read a story, I'm hearing noise. When you read a story, you try to picture the scenario. Honestly, probably. That's the way when I picture the scenario, it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't come.
I understand you because of what is.
Let me finish now. Let me finish. We call them vigilante. That is one. Two, that truck was not the only truck that passed that place that day. That is number two. Number three, even if it is not the only truck, let's assume they've been stopping all the trucks that pass that place. Why is it that they had issue with that particular one? That is the way I picture my own scenario. Then, vigilante, obviously, stopping that truck means they had a tip-off. That's just the truth. Some are claiming that the truck was found in the bush. Some said the truck was coming on the road, they stopped them. It simply means there is a tip-off somewhere. That's how the vigilante function. We had them in Igbo land in those days when they were doing, what's that man's name? Then we were in secondary school. What's that popular criminal in Igbo land then? That they, what's those boys that uses knife and red cloth? What's them now? Isaka.
Bakassi
boys.
Bakassi boys.
So Bakassi people they can stop 200 people on the road. That's if they don't know who they are looking for. But as they are stopping people, please have it at the back of your mind. They are not just stopping people for stopping. They have a tip-off that some certain individual is going to pass that place that day. That's why they come on that particular road. They wait for that person. So for that truck to come out and they stop it, means they have a tip-off. Because if people use the word, they are vigilante. Now, who are you? Where are you going to? Where are you coming from? Then where is this then guns? Then gun can kill somebody. Why is it in your truck?
Madam, not be they gone, not be they gone. Now here, just now, the last 20 minutes, now me and they hear they gone. These people were loaded, fully loaded with dogs in the bush. They packed this trailer somewhere there. You know, they were trying to run away now. They were trying to run away with the trailer. They go and crash.
If you have a video, no, listen. If you have a video of where the gun collected from them, you can share with Patrick or Ola. You can see it in this platform.
You know that look, Remy, with due respect, you know that you are a defender of evil.
You make me laugh. Defender of evil is very funny.
You can't give me a simple answer. I thought that they killed 30 people in Ondo State last week. That's the border. You know that the Edo and Ondo, so we are very close. They killed 30, and then there's red alert in Edo State.
I think you are talking.
And then you are seeing people like that in the bush. Then you are saying that we should go and call police. Which police when they got the big man?
Okay, let me say something to you. Let me
do you now?
No, Mandalo.
Let me talk. Please, Tony, I beg you. Sometimes I think the way you think, sometimes you don't think very well. I'm sorry to say this also. Actually, I'm not here to defend what happened. I'm telling you what I read and what transpired. That's what I am telling you. You might have your emotional bias to it because they are your people from the state. Are quite understandable.
Oh my God! Last week I didn't mention of hold on. I didn't mention of how many people that were killed in Odo State last week. I told one man.
Let me finish.
Finish now.
Let me finish. You might have your own bias, and like I said before, I said this thing happened during the Buhari regime, and it does not take a very good action to curtail it. And I've known that some people have been fired in Southwest, whether Ondo or Yo, wherever, in the East or wherever in Nigeria. And what they are doing, I totally condemn it. But what we are talking of today is what I read. I'm not telling you here that those people they buy, I'm not saying they are criminals or not. But
okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. I don't hear motibo. So hold on. Because sorry,
Let me conclude.
Okay. Kia then.
Any bias that you have in your mind towards me, I beg you, go and erase it up. You cannot come here and be telling me I'm a defender of evil. What do you mean?
Defender, because this late hour, you always dominate this late hour by going against the people of Nigeria, against the poor people, against the poor masses.
You know what? You have to learn how to respect people's opinion.
No, I'm a politician. He said that when they call me Awolowo's son, it means that I'm very direct. They say truth shall save you. Know the truth and the truth shall set you free. You can't just come here and be try to be political with every.
I am. What I'm trying to tell you is that you are free to express your opinion, and I also free to express my opinion. Don't come here to condemn people. That is why you are.
My brother. We are looking at what has what transpired in Edo State, Edo last week. And they had people have been crying. They have been shouting, calling for government to come and intervene. Nobody's coming there. All these vigilantes. You know, the vigilantes.
Okay, let's vary this thing. Where are we on this state police and the parliamentary system that the National Assembly members are proposing? Any information on that?
No, it's taking long
Natasha,
time
they
now.
said that they're bringing her home now.
It's taking long. They will say pass first reading, second reading, blah blah blah. But when it comes to getting jeeps for 200 million, they will pass it within 5 minutes.
No. Let's even forget about that sentiment, because, like I said, state police matter is a thing we need to think about properly. You know, I keep saying, to me, when they say state police, I've always been a proponent and supporter of state police, but I'm interested in now they are going to manage the state police, because I know one of those fears is that the governors will misuse that state police. Fact, I accept, I agree. If they are going to misuse that state police, how are they managing? Because I want to see the mechanism that will not allow the state police to be able to abuse. I don't want the state governors. I don't want the state governor to fund the state police, but the state itself should fund the state police, in the sense that, okay, how do we fund the National Assembly? The president cannot hold on to the National Assembly money. We've seen that over and over, and they've not been able to do that. At least to some extent, the federal, they'll be responsible to some extent. So passing that, because I'm not following, I just want to follow, because yeah, state police is good.
No, I get you, sir. Let me just come here a bit. Let me give some answer a bit. Sorry, sir. Joe. So that funding aspect, that is why we are talking about. If we want to do it, we have to do it all simultaneously. That means that's what we call restructure. We have to control our state resources, and then the police. Whether the governor will abuse them, he can only abuse it at the political level. Not be so they will, not be governor will carry gun, go to buy somebody who can do or what they want to abuse with it. They can say they arrest you, make you not do politics. But for the basic security of the citizens, it's very, very good, sir. So, but that means the funding shouldn't come from federal government, because federal government will be out of the question, totally out of the question. He said that Tinubu do that now, or you should forget about talking about 2027. Restructure the country immediately.
Ola, what you are talking about the, let's take the state police. Ola, if I tell you, I'm somehow afraid because of the recklessness of our governors. And I'll give you examples. Do you know that in 1983, in the old Oyo State, during the time of Olunloyo and Bolaige, these governors, they distributed guns to their supporters.
Yes.
Guns to their supporters.
Yes. Even in Ondo State, yes.
And they were killing people. Okay, let us now superimpose. Let us now assume that somebody like Bolaige, who was the incumbent that time, has a state police. What do you think he would do? Sometimes when we see
what is the federal government doing today? Are they not abusing? Are they not abusing the citizens with the so-called police?
Tony, wait.
Let's we are talking intelligently here. We are not talking.
You are not talking intelligent here. You are very unintellectual in your submission right now.
Best in land now.
Yeah, land. Okay, land. Quick. Kia.
What is your problem? You cannot be talking like that to me. Keep quiet.
I get problem because you didn't allow Madam to land. You said you want to interject, but you are taking the whole.
Madam was not talking at the time I was talking. What was she saying? She has stopped talking since. In fact, at the time I said I want to talk, it was Ola that was talking. So what is your issue? So Ola, so you can imagine how brutal a situation can be. You know what my fear is this? We will not have governors that in fact, earlier we were talking about political godfatherism. In fact, I don't think they will be able to govern that country. these are governors that already pocketed their state assembly. How many states now do we have any state assembly? Just tell me. They pocketed the state assembly.
Okay, so now my brother, so we have to just remain like this. We have to just remain like this without making any any attempt.
Let him land now. We are trying to provide solution. Who knows? Someone will be listening to us and think of what we are talking about too.
Okay, after Simba. Okay, right.
Let's
so you know what? I was discussing with somebody yesterday on this issue, and I'll tell them that instead of having a direct, say, state police, and each state should have their own, they should make it regional, so that no one governor, you understand, we have direct influence on it. That's the way I think it can work. But if you should give governors, I will know the way an avenue.
Very good point. Very good point, sir. You just made. You're right on.
I don't need your commendation. Just keep quiet.
I'm not commending you. When you are saying the right thing, I will tell you. Right on.
So I don't even need you to comment on whatever I say. Just keep quiet. So Ola, that is my own. That is the way I see it. Because you see, if you look at even all over the country, we are talking about, we can relate the godfatherism that we are talking about this morning with this same state police that we are talking about. The local government chairman, they are already in the pocket of the of all the state governors, the House of Assembly, the whole political apparatus of the state.
But at least the police will be doing their job, keeping the citizens safe.
I push a question to Simba, and this thing is intentional. I believe that people listening to this forum, and we just want to start projecting what we think. And as far as I'm concerned, Simba is still on the right path, because I have example here in Canada. So let's talk and let's learn from each other and one another. Continue, Simba.
Simba, are you done?
Yeah, I think I'm done.
Okay, in addition to what you have said, the only thing that a little bit I'm afraid about regional police is this, except if that is what Nigerians want. When you have a regional police well equipped, and this agitation or this division that is still in Nigeria, especially among the three major tribes, I hope it will not manifest itself that this state regional police, some region will not start saying we want to secede from the country. So that is only my fear about battle. But if we can have a good legislation that can make sure that this thing does not happen, I think it's the right course in the right direction. But like I said before, when we look at some system, the problem they are having about the state police legislations are how will you control so that the governor will not use it. So that is the problem. A lot of, like you said,
okay. Let me tell you what happens there. You understand?
Yes.
Now, when you get city police, the province give license to form state police, and the Alberta Justice, because I'm in Alberta, it's like region. They have that oversight. They work with RCMP, that's the federal police, just on a broader enforcement. So the thing is, when you look at each city, those people that are in control of that police, they are people of integrity. They are people that the mayor of the city cannot just come today and just make any proclamation. They will stand against that.
Yeah, but that is kind of, we are talking about Nigeria.
See, the thing is this: problems are meant to be solved. We already have a problem now, but we say let us not move away from the problem. I've given different solutions, and I didn't cook that solution from anywhere, just from my space. I look at what people are doing, and I'm trying to look at how to modify what can happen in that country. You see, there was a time that the like of wait, Remy Mafarabale, no. There was a time that the like of Ganifa Wemi, they were trying to provide solution to all these police going around and be ready, say they are carrying over. What is encouraging the police in Nigeria is just because they are making money there. If the Ministry of Justice in Nigeria is well equipped to go to all those police stations, to go and to make sure that they control those people that go into that police detention and come out of that place, except the Ministry of Justice themselves want to be sharing money with the police. No way. You will walk on the street of Lagos 12 a.m., 3 a.m., and nobody will harass you.
Okay.
Those are things we are talking about.
Can I quickly?
Let me land. Don't quickly. I'm building a case. I'm building a point. We are not my farabale.
Oh, no.
So
okay.
Remy, we are not many on this platform now. You can even have about 30 minutes to talk. Let him finish.
Exactly. So what we are saying is this: as a person, yeah, we can have like Southwest now. You can have all the state governors, even the Speaker of the House. They can constitute that board. You can have eminent people in Nigeria. It could be Otedola. It could be anybody that's credible people that you know that somehow they are not going to have the same. They are not just to collude and just allow police to behave the way they like. What I don't want is this: don't give the governor the police. If you give the governor the police, that will be the end of our democracy. We all know the threat. So if independent people are controlling the police in Nigeria, I can tell you, the state assembly we are saying are not functioning today. They will function because, number one, the police now know that they are no longer answerable to the government in terms of being abused. They know because they know that the government is not funding them, it's the state that is funding them. How the state is funding them is coming from the constitution. Not so government will not state government will not have power to hold their money. If they have their police, they should have some kind of commission that will be the one that will fund the police directly. We should be looking into all those for now.
Ola, they have police service commission now.
Okay, so what Ola just said now, that's exactly, I'm thinking about getting people, more stakeholders involved. But I'm thinking another line. If you truly want state police, then we must also look at, because funding is very important. If it's going to be federal government that's still going to be funding your state police, that is a no-no, because they will have control over your police. So if we have more state resource control, let the resource of every state.
Let me tell you, even if federal government is funding it, it doesn't mean that they control it. And I'll tell you the reason. The way it is run is this. When they say, because even when people are saying, okay, let every arm of government have their own independence, like, okay, executive, legislature, and judiciary, is the money will still be coming from the central post. But what they used to do is this: it will be like a law that if you have a budget of 100 naira this year, 5% of your budget goes to this. You understand? So that means you are not even in control. It's a law. They will be the one that will determine how they will spend the 5%. You understand? It's not you that will allocate the money for them at your own will. It's not something that is variable. Just wait now.
Me, what you are trying to put as to me, I'm not blaming you. I see it as a very lazy way, because I think if you want to do something, it's better you do it very well. But when you are saying everybody in Nigeria should come together and do it, the federal government should lay the standard.
Don't understand.
I understand you. I understand you. What I'm trying to say is very simple. Actually, if you want this country to really work, we must, what we call devolution of power, and that state resource control must be there. So when it's there, people will not be shouting.
We are talking about state police now.
I know. I'm talking about interwoven it together. Because now, let me give you a very good example. Let's say it's the federal government that is funding the state.
It's not about federal government. It's the state that will fund. We are talking about the abuse of power by the state governors. We are not talking about federal now.
What
It's
I'm
not,
trying to
let me,
what I'm trying to say, if we say it's a state police,
see, Remy, the governors abuse power more than the president.
Let me put my thing into, hear me out first. If you are saying something is a state police, and then the federal government have a huge control one way or the other, it's not state police anymore.
What I'm expressing is, let me, it's like as if you are not on this platform. Why our fear is not about federal controlling it. Our fear is about the state,
Governors.
I mean, the themselves.
Yeah, I understand you very well.
So why are you linking with federal?
No,
Unajo, they make me the fear because we are not talking from abroad. I know that the Canadians know there now. All of us are either in Germany, USA, and Canada. What are we talking about? Why this fear of the unknown? Let us start it and see how it goes. Okay. Meanwhile, I have a question for Ola. I have a question for you.
Okay.
Now, just as we are, you said that as we are talking, people are listening, and then as you guys are providing solution. Now, before then, what can we do? How do we protect ourselves now? If we cannot use a means of self-defense to defend ourselves right now, because they say that when you arrest somebody, if you see anybody want to kill you, you have to arrest him and give you to police. And if that guy overpower you and fire me, then that is my luck or what?
No,
so what do we do?
You are moving us away from.
Yeah, I'm moving us back to the future because that is where we was at.
It's no longer like the time of Buhari. You should know.
No, it's very bad for us in Edo and Ondo. It's very bad because and Enugu.
Ola. Even this incident that happened in Edo, I am very conversant with Edo very well. In fact, that area that they mentioned, I know it very well. It happens in Uromi. And that is the Ishan, one of the Ishan land. You understand?
No, it's my friend's town. I just spoke without my friend.
So, in fact, so even the governor of Edo State went there, and he called that situation barbaric. Do you understand what I'm saying?
And what do you expect him to say?
Wait. We are not saying. Let me tell you.
I don't want us to be diverted away from this state police.
No.
Ola, that state police is a futuristic.
Tony. We discussed this. See, we discussed this thing for more than 8 years of Buhari.
Yes.
I will know. Wait now. I will know it's not working. That is why the state police is getting grand now.
Yeah, we have been discussing about this state police too.
See. That is why Amotekun came alive.
It will be, yeah.
We are moving. It's not as if we are not moving. We are moving. The speed may not be okay like what we were, because all the governors suddenly realized that we need the state police. Because we know that whosoever that is going to establish state police today, those people might not be in power tomorrow. So if you fail to do that today, that's what happened during that Buhari may just be a child play whenever a lunatic. Because don't let me go, Buhari was not a lunatic. The only thing that he was just biased and incompetent enough. That's the way I see him. We may not get a proper. Let me tell you one thing. An example of the person that I want to call a lunatic in code just because he's a public figure. Is El-Rufai. If El-Rufai get to power tomorrow, it may be worse than Buhari.
It will be worse than Buhari. You
understand? So that's why we need to get the establishment. Okay, look at what Trump is doing in America today. Why is he removing those people he's removing? Because he tried to control those institutions. They are not responding. That's why he moved everything under the presidency. So that's
I hear say your president say they don't quarrel.
I don't want to even talk of that Trump for
don't let us go to that Trump of it.
Don't let us go to that. So the thing is this.
Said they don't.
We need that state police. Just imagine state police in the hand of Ayoshi, in the hand of okay, talk.
I want to ask us. We have to look at it holistically. Okay, why are we asking for state police? Are we thinking that, okay, is it because of lack of control of the present police setting by the governor that is causing the problem, or we don't have enough police, or they lack the equipment that they need to function with, and those are the issues that we have to look at.
That's not the problem with the police. The problem is not the equipment. For Nigeria, the problem of Nigeria when it comes to institutions is maintenance and training. Nigerian institutions, they lack that. It has nothing to do with, listen, Nigerian police, if you like, buy them camera that can see the whole Nigeria. Somebody will press that camera, it develop a fault. They will give them money to repair it. It will never be done. You know, when, I don't know what to say. Sometimes,
okay, Zita, if that is the issue, are we now saying that by the time we make it states, that attitude will change?
Let me tell you why I said that government should hands off business. The police should be privatized. The only thing that will not be privatized in Nigeria is the military and the electricity. Apart from
they should not privatize the electricity.
They don't understand what I mean by privatization.
Yeah,
don't worry.
No, madam. They cannot privatize police. Let me tell you one thing. What we need in Nigeria is police force. Even though they have no gun, if you see police, you'll be afraid. But today, you have 300,000, for example, 300,000 police, then 289,000 or 290,000 are being allocated to these big people. You know, my friend went to Lagos last week. You know, he had to get 3 mobile policemen as his personal guard. What the hell is going on? You see? So you have 300,000 police, 290,000 are being allocated to the big men.
Let's hear Madam Zita say why.
You know, when we discuss some things, it's good for us to talk about solutions to the problem. You see, when you say privatize the police, it doesn't necessarily mean that you will hire an individual in Nigeria and say, you are now in charge of, we've sold the police to you. No, it doesn't work that way. There will be a contractor that his job is to supply tech equipment to police. Then there will be a contractor, his job is to supply the manpower. There will be a contractor, his job is to supply the infrastructure. And when I mean infrastructure, I mean the buildings. So when you do it that way, government get to pay those contractors. It's like bidding. Do you know why I'm saying this? When things move away from the hands of the government, it becomes more efficient and effective. Why? Somebody might lose money and somebody doesn't want to lose money. But when it is government, there is no check and balances, in the sense that government money is government money, in the sense that government prints the money, they share the money. If he fizzles out along the road, it doesn't really hurt them. It might hurt the people that are taken care of, but it doesn't really hurt them. They print away they print away the money. So, but when it comes to responsibilities, when you hand it over to somebody, the person gonna lose money if those things are not there. Let me give you people an example. You know, when they talk about Shell, you want to talk about an ideal company. Most people usually use Shell. Ideal is something that is too good to be real, but that company has come a long way. Before, their drivers and the cars were owned by Shell, in the sense that Shell drivers can be a Shell staff. And when you become a Shell staff, there is a lot of processes they have to go through before they fire you. Until they brought this EPV, that's Executive Vice President, Africa. He run all those jobs to contract. Supply of vehicle to contract. Shell no longer buys vehicle, like buy whole. Companies like Elizade, Toyota, Honda, what's the other? They use 3 different, I think Chevy. Is it Chevy or I think they use 3.
Those carries all those people, right?
So those people supply those cars, and the checkmate, they own the drivers. So now, all Shell need to do is to complain that the car was not good enough for them to sit in it. And then a driver will be quick. Then on the Shell side, they put down their own rules and regulations on how to go. Do you know that the accident reduced to almost 0? No dent in their cars, no death in their cars. Cars we run for 2 years, they move them away and bring brand new ones. So what am I talking about? If you handle jobs, talking about state police, local police, regional police, that's not the answer. The answer is give it away. Whereby
so madam, so you mean that we should run that country now that is it without a government? Without sorry, I'm very sorry. Without a government, that means you are just rooting for
the only
private.
The only way Nigeria can stand up again, because as it is now, they're not even sitting down, they're not leaning down, they're lying on the floor.
No, presently, madam, Nigeria is a private company, because everything just be over by the governors, the president, the ministers, and the senators. That's why we need a government that we come around the thing for us, like it's been run in a civilized world.
So this is your narrative that you don't have government self. See,
we have no government now. If you have government, why you not get light? Why you not get road? Why we know what road
Can I finish?
Yeah.
You see, you remember when they have Nitel? When I remember Nitel, growing up, we used to have telephone that our own, the cord will come, my father will be shouting my name from outside to come and uncoil it. Very annoying. Most times, people were not even paying their bills.
Then go tap now.
And they have the tap. They do all manner of things.
In fact, in collaboration with the staff, of Nitel.
Collaboration with the staff. The moment that sector boomed, not only that, it become effective, it become efficient, it become a money-making venture. Most Nigerians that are not working in MTN, not working in Glo, they eat from that place now because it is privatized. Some of them are contracted to them. If you go to where MTN office is in Port Harcourt, their headquarters, along that road, you will see all manner of expertise in tech. The ones that will lock your phone, the ones that will republish your phone, the ones that will download some certain app for you, just name it. Just name it. You want your phone to do for you, go there. They're making money because that place was privatized. Why am I saying this? If you ask for state police, it's not gonna work. You will end up asking for a city police. Even in the United States, where they have state police, it's not working. It is not working.
Madam, let me tell you why. It depends on definition of working, and it depends on why we want to have that thing today. Now, for example, when all those madness was going on under Buhari, when people were driven to the IDP, just imagine what happened in Ogun West, or I think Ogun West. See what happened in the Benue and all those stuff. If they were in control of the police, those things were not likely to happen the way it was, because as at that time, or even the state governments were helpless because they were depending on the federal government to deploy police. We now add the police and the military that were looking at the body language of the president, and not only that, some of them concentrated within a particular ethnic group, so that even those people, they had that audacity to be challenging state governors.
No, listen. Let me tell you. If you have state police in a federal republic, the presidency still have control.
No.
Let me tell you why.
That's what I'm saying we should address. No, it's important we address that. That's why I'm saying that it is good. Then let us set the framework that we monitor, because we don't want, like I'm saying, I don't want a state police that will be controlled absolutely by the state governor, because if it is controlled by the state governor, the state governor will be using the state police to face the federal way. Look at Yaya Bello. Just imagine Yaya Bello with the state police.
Technically, Nigeria have state police.
No.
Let me finish.
I know what you mean. You are following all those Falana story. I don't agree with that. Not that kind of state police we are looking at. Not all those Amotekun and all those forest guards.
Police in Nigeria is typically state. In fact, let me finish. All the institutions in Nigeria, why they keep getting so bad as the days pass by is because they're being relegated to the state. Why the federal government pays and then the state oversees. So the federal government does not get deliverable for his money, and nobody cares because they print away their money. Now, in the state, you should ask yourself, how do they recruit? That is number one question. You said it's federal.
As long as the Inspector General of Police is still reporting to the president.
The only person is high-ranking police officers that can be transferred.
Okay, madam, listen to this one. Look at what happened between Sanwo-Olu and that I think deputy commissioner of police or whoever.
Yeah, about 3 years ago, or 2.5 years ago.
You understand? So that told you that even the commissioner of police was right there in Lagos. They bypass him. They sent someone directly from the federal to go and implement. It shouldn't be like that. So it's telling you that the state doesn't control the police.
Look, hold on, madam. In Europe here, we have a state police, we have a federal police that are manning the port authority, manning the train stations. I don't know. So we need state police. If it's not local government here, we have local government police. And I don't know. Black people, we're not going to go nowhere. We're not going to go nowhere.
Ola. I'm sure you've not sat down in Nigeria and watched election and something like a state of emergency, like when they declare, like now they declare state of emergency in Rivers State. That's when you will actually know that police in each state is technically being controlled by the state. So that state police is not functional. It's technically being controlled by the state. In Port Harcourt, state of emergency is actually a common thing in Port Harcourt. Because those people, their head, they touch. For those of you who don't know very well.
Zita, to back up your point, let me tell you, in my state now, in Osun, there are 3 towns that are fighting now. Erin, Osun, Ilobu, and Ifon, that they are burning houses and killing themselves. You know, is the governor that declare curfew, 24 hours curfew, and put police to guide those places now.
Simba, we are missing it. The question is this. When
they don't have absolute control, but they have control. They don't have absolute control. But the way we are looking at it, I think they don't have control.
Listen, let me tell you.
No. Because we had a situation where they do not have, because before some of these governors, they were not supporting state police. For the last 8 years, now let those governors bought into the state police.
Okay.
We've been saying this thing. We've been saying this thing for decades. But they were denying.
Those governors. They want
no,
to
I'm coming, madam.
They want to have.
To the point that Ogbeni had to be so innovative that led the southern governor to bring Amotekun.
Ola, let me even ask this question. When we are practicing,
even the federal government went ahead, they refused to license them.
When we are practicing regional government, do we have regional police?
We have the native police.
No.
The local police.
No. We have regionalized police, but it was the federal police.
But we still have the local police, that those one they call them native.
No. What we had that time was a regionalized. It was still one is for general police across. So the structure was more regionalized than this one.
Okay.
Because that time the region was controlling the police than what states can do to the current police.
Okay. Ola, you see, when we talk about state police, we see it as leaving the state to have absolute control of their police and safety and security of their state.
No, madam, let me tell you what I understand by state police. See, the one you are talking about, that state control. I know that states still buy them weapon, they still do that. But I can tell you, they have security votes that is part of the thing that is coming from the federal. And some state police, some states, they use that security vote to really equip the state at their own discretion. But when it comes to commanding those police, if the governor gives order and the commissioner of police, I'm not even saying the inspector general, and the commissioner of police gives counter order, the police will ignore the governor and respect the commissioner of police.
Okay. I want to give you an example in the United States. Because even if the governor is controlling the commissioner of police, the federal government can still come to River State and do whatsoever they want to do. That's why when people hear state police, I say, what is state police? State police cannot stop the federal government from coming in to do what they want to do.
Madam, I keep saying this thing. In Nigeria today, we may be saying we are not matured. We are not matured.
No. I'm giving you an example.
I'm laying a foundation here.
I'm giving you an example of where they use state police.
I know.
And I'm giving you a situation to tell you that state police doesn't really mean anything.
It means a lot, madam.
No, it doesn't.
It means a lot.
Let me give you an example. The federal government is still the federal government. It's still the federal government. It will come with its own...
Madam, it means a lot. This is why I'm saying it means a lot.
Okay, let me give you a typical example.
We see what play out between the National Assembly between 1999 and to date. Even I know say people want to call the National Assembly rubber stamp, which is not totally true. If we are going to be fair to that National Assembly sometimes. Because when they were rubber stamped, they will have danced to everything that Buhari pushed to them. They did it.
Who will fund the state police? Now the state, right? Hold on.
No, madam, wait now. That's why we are suggesting. Now, National Assembly, as the National Assembly stands today, the presidency, the executive cannot hold on to their money. If they can't, except they want to create crisis. They can't.
You see,
I'm looking at the same thing that will not make the federal government hold that executive money. They should do that one to the state police too. No, madam. No, madam. The thing is this: I don't want this hopelessness situation where we've seen where they've done this thing over time. Everything worked. Even before we got democracy in 1999.
Where did it work?
State police. State police are working in the United States, it's working in Canada.
Oh God. Listen to me. You see, I used to tell people.
No, are you saying they are not working?
Hold on.
Let me ask you.
Calm down. Calm down.
State police is working in all the Western world. Only that, but it should be the last thing to do. Let us restructure first, so that we can control our resources, and then we can start to go from there.
Greetings, everyone.
Yeah.
Greetings, everyone.
Augusta,
yeah.
how about the?
we did. Yeah, greetings. I don't know why you are fighting, Madam. Yeah, you are fighting there because they are not going to see where you are coming from. The point is that both systems work. Sometimes people have state police, it works. Other times they have more centralized system, it works. And this is the truth of the world. And when people talk about these sort of things in Nigeria, when I always say that you can't keep saying state police is going to solve our problem. It's like somebody yesterday was saying something about, INEC needs to, there has to be a reform of the system. You have to reform INEC, otherwise there's going to be rigging. It's like you are missing the point. No matter what system you create, if the people are not ready, their mindset is not in the right place, they are going to sabotage it. If you look at all the systems in the world, the example is right there for you to see. State police, central system, they are all working. Why is it working for every other person? But somehow 40-something that black African countries is not working. So let's not, let's just look at things for what it truly is.
What they are saying, the picture they are creating, a situation they are creating is that if the federal government hands off from state in the terms of their safety and security, that it will work better. And I am telling them there is nowhere on earth that
plus economy, also economy. Yeah.
Please, there is nowhere on earth that the federal government hands off from the security of anywhere in his country. It's not done.
See, madam.
Let me finish. Let me explain. Whether you have state or local or township police, when the federal government wants to interfere in the safety and security of that particular city, they will still come in there, do what they want to do.
Not in Europe, not in America.
No, wait, madam.
That means you people don't know where you live.
Wait, madam, Remy, you will come in. Remy, you will come in. Sorry, let me answer.
Just to guide you along, this is very important for you. Please, hear me out.
Okay,
just 1 minute. The proposed bill tried to say that each state of the federation, they will have their own police service commission, and the federal government of Nigeria will pick the most three senior police officers from each state, and then the state assembly, in conjunction with the governor, will pick one. After picking that one, the state police service commission will also say yes, and then the federal the police service commission that control all over the federation, they will also say yes. So in place, you want to remove the state commissioner of police. 2/3 majority of the House must say yes, and 2/3 the governor must also say yes, and then another maybe chief judge or whatever should also say yes. So that is the proposed bill. So there's checks and balances, but they are still thinking with it that maybe it's not enough. How the problem they're having is that give more legislation to how to control the government.
Remy.
No. Okay,
please,
madam.
Hold on, let me finish, Ola, before I lose my thought. Please, you guys should understand that the safety and security of any nation is not in the hands of the state.
Madam, you are making this thing wide. We don't want to go too wide. See, we know that you are saying But we are talking of localized security now. See, when things go extreme, it's totally different. But what we are saying is this: I don't need to be relying on someone from Kaduna to come and secure Ekiti State. Ekiti State should be able to find a way to manage the security within Ekiti. If Ekiti now want to abuse, yeah, we can now say, okay, federal government, there's a mechanism to intervene. What I mean is saying now, I was not even aware, which I think is still a good thing. I've not thought about it, but the way Remy presented it now, it makes sense to me, because that abuse is what I'm after. So when we are saying the police will be worse somewhere, see, I'm not saying when we get state police, all of a sudden, we now have a very peaceful state. That's not what I'm saying. But we have a reference point that is making this state police start to get grant. Buhari regime. Your people, they never believed in state police before, but Buhari now was the person that, in fact, indirectly, in some way, Buhari government has been a blessing, because it opened the eyes of people who no believe before. They now believe with the possibility of what can happen. So if we have the state police, all I just need is this thing should be controlled. Where if federal is okay, now why do you think president will look at it? Okay, I want all the security chief to be for a particular ethnic group. Not because they want to control. They really control that time. But if you have state police that they can more resistant, I will give an example. Even though this is not the best example, look at when the military wanted to take over take over in 1983. It wasn't easy for them just because the MOPO then they had enough forces to counter the military. The first troop they sent to those people, people, they go and read very well, go and know what happened to them. Those guys, they just cleared them until they went to reinforce. We know that kind of situation can happen. But just imagine if Shagari were to be in Lagos that time, I so much doubted that they would have just taken very easily as at that time. So what we are saying now is this: not when they were chasing people to IDP. We know we asked the police. Why is it that Autumn was shouting up and down that, okay, he was the chief security officer of the state, but yet he could not give order to the police? It shouldn't happen. Okay, Ogbeni knew what was happening in Ibadan. All the governors were denying. But when the like of Rotimi Akeredolu saw that, all these the guy in Lagos said they were all playing politics, he was the one that was bold man enough that to say, okay, we have to solve this problem. Why were they doing all those things? Because the police was still being controlled by the federal. But what we are saying now is this: let us have a structure that will put a state police that the federal government cannot override, that the state cannot override. Because I'm not so stupid that I will not understand that. In fact, those people that abuse power, mostly in that country, they are governors. Nobody abuses power more than the state governors. We know. They are the most immature personnel in our political institution. They are the most power thirsty personnel in that country. Despite not even having that absolute control. Now, the National Assembly is still functioning, but the state assemblies are the mercy of the governors. But just imagine a state police that, okay, the governor cannot use to harass the state assembly, that the state assembly can do their job properly, that the police will be such that, okay, the governor cannot even harass the local government chairman. Those are the things I say let's just think about. But this idea of hopelessness, we see something that is not working, and we are now suggesting another way. We are still saying, we are seeing the fault. Yes, we are seeing the fault, but what are the solutions we have? Instead of saying, they see this, if we get this thing, we still do this. That's not the problem. We know the problem will not be solved by just creating the state police. But by what mechanism? How do we make that state police work? Not that I know that the state of hopelessness that okay, okay, it's not going to work. No, the one we have is not working.
Yeah, Ola, how do we get state police and the Tunaja? How do we get two state police or federal police that the president will be afraid of and the governor will be afraid of? Like because in Europe here, if a governor drives his car in red light, they will go arrest him or go to his office and challenge him. We have no state prosecutors. We have no governmental institutions. I mean, permanent ones. So nobody when the president will change. You will come say, okay, I don't sack all. Then the new one. We Africa will not go nowhere. It's just too difficult. It's so so complicated. Because
okay, look at what happened in Canada here. That's our Nigeria guy that was Abata Minister of Justice. Yeah, that time. That guy was caught using phone.
Yes.
So now he was ticketed. So as a justice minister, he paid. Funny enough, justice ministry is part of the institution that control police in Abata. So now, that after that guy paid, he just made a mistake and said, okay, he wrote the police chief that he hoped that he's not profiling people. Immediately he did that. He just reported the justice minister. Now, you know that though that was under control, but he could not absolutely control the police. Because the police chief knows that, okay, though the ministry is there, but he knew that that guy didn't have absolute power to do anything to him.
Yes.
They reported, they removed the guy. Although, politicians will always support politicians. They redeployed the guy because people just stood up. Because you the justice minister, so what? They move it.
Yes, thank you. Everybody should be under the law.
I think those are the kind of situations we should be thinking about. Not
thank you.
If they get the state police, they'll be worse. No, I don't want to hear that.
Yes.
It was first under Buhari. So if it was first under Buhari, what time to win it? So we should allow it to continue that way. We should not give solution.
Yeah.
I don't want that kind of hopelessness situation.
That kind of situation. Look at that scenario you just painted now from Canada. I think I read it also. I read it. So nobody's above the law. The president should be, should be on his watch out. Whatever he does, his activities. Look at this Boris. This guy was Boris Johnson of UK. You remember during the corona? The corona time when he went to May Paris. You remember now? It was policemen that went to arrest him. You get what I'm saying? Our place. Just too crazy. One man will just carry like
a story that state governor will not work. State police.
Yes, like 100 cars. Somebody's coming 100 cars.
Why will the state police? Why will the state police not work? Then how do we? Because once you start seeing problem ahead, you should be sure.
You see the Nigeria police they carry handbag. Handbag they follow market women. Now,
Because the state police is coming just because there's a problem.
Yes.
And we don't really want to face the problem now. We are giving excuses that okay, if you have it, it's not going to work. Why will it not work?
Where to start it first? Where to start it? Yes. We start it and then start, improving on it. I get you. I get you.
Okay, sir. Patoski, I hear you, sir.
I think he's talking from his sleep.
Now he be the moderator.
Ola, I think okay.
Can you guys hear me? If they say state police,
we can hear you now. We can hear you.
If they say state policing will not work, so what's the alternative that they are suggesting?
Exactly.
It's just to me.
I think it's Simba and Magami that have a kind of.
So at least we know that policing in Nigeria has a challenge now. At least we all agreed on that. So, and I'm sure Simba and the rest also agree with us on that. We are proposing state policing. They are saying it will not work. So what is the alternative that they are suggesting? At least since we all agreed the current policing system.
I think what they are just suggesting is just to continue to remain status quo and then improve the manpower of the police. I mean, recruit more people. But that is not the case. We need that state police now. Because
even local government, we need local government police safe.
Just let us start with state first. Forget local government now. We need that state police.
Okay. When Tinubu introduced last man, you understand? We know that last man, they went
the traffic body and police too in a way.
Exactly. Last man misbehaved, but over time they started taming them. They tamed them. Last man in 100 years.
Don't you hear what Lagos State? Look at the CCTV camera all over the place in Lagos State now. Be careful, because if you break the law, it's 50,000, 20,000 naira you are going to pay.
Even the traffic. That's what I was telling the people earlier on. I saw a video yesterday from Lagos. Lagos is just like Europe right now. If you drive more than 50 kilometers, where it's stipulated 50, you'll be caught.
Let me tell you the excuse they were giving when we were deploying solution to the institution of government those days, trying to deploy all those Edu Porter, all those collection technology and ATM to those schools. You know what people say? There's no light to power.
They say there's no light to power.
They say we don't have infrastructure, we don't have those excuses. It took us time to say, okay, don't worry.
Do you know that it's a Huawei technology that devised that method? Let me tell you the implication. Do you know what they are going to do? When the camera captures you, the camera is not only capturing your plate number, the camera will capture the person that's driving the vehicle.
That drove the car. That's the way it is now.
Yeah, no, some is just the plate number.
Yeah, the camera.
No. It captures the driver in Europe.
It captures the driver.
It captures the driver in Europe. You cannot deny it's not you. So this is very good. It's good. Really, it's good. Yeah.
But the point is that let's be objective. Look at it now. Even here, we know state police has no problem. Even here, to state police has problems. Even in America, they will say, oh, New York police department is corrupt. New Jersey clinical is corrupt. Different, they see how they are challenged, just like federal police. But it is better than not having them. This camera that Sanwo-Olu introduced now, you will say it's great. But let me tell you, the deployment of this camera is a revenue driving technology. They are not doing it because they want to prevent any speed, whatever.
No, it's part of it.
To capture, you will see it now. Just hold on. Sorry, because I'm being preemptive, but you will see that's what they will turn it to. See, you'll be paying.
No, Patoski. Even there was a time that Calgary police turned
if they were using to give it ticket to drive
revenue generating. In 2017, I was doing Uber that time. I was schooling. I was doing Uber. Now, you know what happened? Police will just go to all those friends along the road. They will just track themselves and put hand radar. You understand?
They'll pack with a car that doesn't have color.
Exactly. So police will be hiding on the street. They will hide on the street and they will use that hand radar and they'll be capturing people. When the next Abata premier got to that place. No, before they started that, what happened? They said they were going to reduce the police.
But does Abata have their own police?
I know Abata doesn't have their own police. They just license city police. Then they are sent when they don't have city police. Then RCMP that.
Yeah,
we have different police. We have a sheriff. We have sheriff.
And then Ola, do you know that if they capture you once, the second time is going to be higher. You'll be losing some point of your driver's license here in Europe. So you'll be. Yeah, if they capture you once, they capture you twice, the money will be going up for you.
So Calgary police now turn that into revenue. The next Abata premier just reduce that immediately. Say no way.
I'm sorry again. There is a point here. There are some red light you cross here. It will cost you like 200 euro. Only just one crossing. There are some for 30 euro. There are some for 40 euro. But there are some for 200.
If it's construction zone, the fines with double or something.
No, or around around seaport area,
school area, different,
yeah. No, school area here is 7 kilometers.
There are some places, if you are 40 kilometers above the regulated speed, they will impound your car if you are pulled over.
Yes. And then a 7 kilometer drive is here around the school area, 7 kilometers per hour. You can, or somewhere in the city center. I mean, so many things. That's why we said we should share the country so that we can go back home and then regulate our.
We all know that because of the
experience. You can go home now.
No, if make we divide the place, then all of us now will go back to our respective places and then start to do things the right way.
You have to go home and fight full.
This one way they say they wait for 8 years. One president will come from here, the other president will come, will spoil everything what you don't already do, and then the other president will come. Look at what is happening in those states now. Hold on. Do you know what Obaseki did? Obaseki was, he established all these emergency call centers, center where you can, with camera, you can see the whole Benin City, from one spot. But this governor now don't go closer. You see, where you can call 112, that police, many things like that. This governor, this Tinubu guy, he doesn't like anything technology. He just run this thing with Agbero.
Let me tell you one thing. That country can never move forward if we continue to defend people because they are from our. Wait, the country can never move forward if we continue to defend people simply because they are from our region or because he's a Yoruba person. Want to give him time, want to see it can never move forward.
It's lack of continuity. What the other government did, the new government should continue.
Let us not deceive ourselves.
Patoski, you have a point. But personally, the reason I went for my own people was Buhari show me shaggy. And I could not, because LB and the people promoting Obi, the same lies they used to
exactly now. Everybody's
different. They used to promote Obi.
Everybody's speaking to them.
Ola, you just talk to Patrick. Patrick said that once upon a time that Hausa man give him one night entertainment. He sleep the house. Now he make a look Hausa. We divide the country.
It's one night, and it's not one night entertainment.
1 night or 1 week accommodation free, and then you give you 2 to chop.
Hold on. Yeah. They forget something. I was telling you that this country used to be a good country. That growing up, I had that experience. And I was a man that doesn't know us before, hosted me and my brothers who were stranded in Kafanchan. And he hosted us, took us to his house. And we were not afraid to even stay in his house. If we find that kind of a person now, we will even be afraid to go to his house because we'll be scared that maybe he wants to kill us or something. That's how bad
Sharia.
That's how bad the country has turned to.
Yeah.
Distrust. We don't trust them. They don't trust us. We don't. It's very sad.
Tony, I think it was just the day I was sharing my experience with Patoski. When I was doing ATM up and down in Nigeria for me banking solution, up to now, I see our friends they did not. Even some friend of mine, they see the way I tackle Buhari. They'll be shocked that I'm tackling Buhari. I think they will understand me. That's why I say when I talk of the northern people, not the ordinary people, because some of them, whenever I go to that place, they will tell me that they don't want me to go and sleep in the hotel. It got to the stage. Someone was telling me that if a woman make you sleep for hotel, go stay for our guests out there. You can take your woman who say whatever you want to take to that place.
Not true.
How some of us we were okay. When I was in Kano, when I was saying, I wanted to take a beer now, how would I take Sharia this thing? The person in the hotel he said for my hotel, someone we Sharia we cash you. Do you really want that? I will send someone to go and buy it for you. As long as I'm here, no Sharia they cash you in my hotel. He was telling me, those are the people that we were used to each other. That they be telling me that, oh boy, whenever you are coming to our area, please tell us, because if anything they happen, we go tell you immediately. Please, we are your security. Yeah. They told me, I just gave someone money, small money. If you see the way that person went gaga, he said, Yaro, you did this because he used to call me and say you are my son. Last time he said, look, he said in this city,
Now the way when before when I went to Kanu, I even went to all those Benny Guari, Benny Kebi, all those villages, go to chop tour with my friends, but today not be like that. But as it plays, don't spoil now.
But wait, the only place I go in the north where I know they like to stay overnight is Mina. I didn't really have a good friend, everything. I was just
Ola, what I'm even saying now is that look at us now. All of us are guilty of that. When we talk Obi, Ekene go talk like as if we have touched his own Jesus. If we say Tinubu, no, Remy voice go up. You don't know the government. Hold your state.
Especially after late hour.
Hold your state accountable.
I'm hearing you.
You will say, hold your state. You will say, hold your state governor accountable. Hold your state governor accountable. Simba go they talk about it.
It was Nigeria is a poor country. Nigeria is a poor country. Africa's largest oil producer.
Simba a poor country. Simba will come through back door. He will say.
So actually, to say the truth,
we will not move forward if we continue to talk
Nigeria
like
that. That divisive is there. That division is there.
Yeah, but we are all playing. We are all adding.
We are not the same now. Yeah. We should know that we are not.
We have to divide it, and then we live together as neighboring African countries, my friends.
The best thing.
I heard someone said, because of oil, maybe we don't speak. I don't believe that. See, even if there's no oil, the arrangement the way Nigeria is now, it pays all those elites. The elites are the reason we are together, because together when they are sharing money, no ethnicity.
No, I think
it's only when they are paying out of the equation.
I think we are better off. I think we are better off together. If we break,
so
if we break,
at the elite they scatter us.
If we break, wait now. If we break, we will become very weak. Very
weak. We what Buhari was doing, I don't mind you. I don't mind where we break.
No.
We
are better together. We just need to find a way to make it work. There must be a way.
When some people want to make it work and some people does not want it.
Which people wants to make it work?
It is we that want to make it work.
Which people?
I'm telling you the problem of
you are busy shouting Tinubu, shouting. Go and hold your
let me tell you something. Our major
trying to make it work now.
Our major problem in that country is the Northwest. Go and write it down. That is the
now of us. It's not where the problem.
I said major.
It's not where it's current. It's not where currently the problem of Lagos State. Are you trying to say me Lagos State does not have problem?
No, when we
it's not where it's not where it's not where my governor is not where my problem in Edo State.
Patowski, what can we say?
The Northwestern are they not suffering too?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm just trying to look at the topic on
all of us need to
the herdsmen and the state police. I'm not talking about generality of the problem.
All of us are the problem. All of us.
Yeah, we are. And to be frank with you, they arrested some people 1 or 2 weeks ago that they thought they were herdsmen, but at the end of the day, they found out they are local criminals. Not everything that happened in your state is the Fulani.
Remy, sometimes I'm not comfortable about how we in the Southwest just defend this thing. See, we've lived in the denial over time. When we see green, we will call it blue.
No, I'm telling you there's some criminality.
Remy, before I came to Canada,
yes,
when I was leaving Access Bank, apart from all those IT items that I used to sell, the IT assets, me and my friend, we were looking at having farm around all those areas where Sunday go, he was fighting all those, because there was a guy, the time that the guy told me, he went there, said, we can get acre of land for around 80,000 as at that time. That we're even planning that, okay, we're going to, because we're looking at different things that, okay, as we're living back now, before things begin the tough, where we go farm. Now, it's like what I mentioned is that it's not as if some people that we say they are not serious in Nigeria today, it's not as if they don't want. They want. I had a colleague that time. I think he spent about 6 million just on a corn maize farming in Adokiti that time. And even the governor were using his farm to lie, as if they say it was part of Fadama. They were just using. When they didn't give this guy CCU. Come on, they didn't give this guy. He applied for loan. They said no. Organo be type of your own 6 million. And they said 6 million at that time. Say your own large scale. No be kind of your farmer we they look for. That guy was supposed to sell his corn, but he didn't get people to buy, so he went home for December. You know, for you to have corn around December, you know, say they must have spent on irrigation and some other things. By the time the guy will come after Christmas, Fulani catch down, finish everything for that farm. And we have someone too that Fulani catch too was destroying his farm. And when he was shouting, they were attacking him in a self-defense. That guy managed to pie that person. Even pick up that they should go and that guy should be, they gave that guy that they should go and hang the guy. That's the kind of country we have.
That's what I was telling the woman that day. Then he said that if I'm able to bring the video, that he will make the topic out of it. You know, let me don't block it. See, don't. No. That's what Ola just said. Now I've told woman last week. Then he said, okay, I should look for the video because I said, why are we not talking about that? Then he said, okay, if I have the video evidence, I should bring it, and then he will drop it as a topic for us to talk on. You know, Ola. That is very painful.
Ola, without contradicting your statement, you are right. But I'm still trying to tell you that not everything that happened in the bush, like kidnapping of a lot of people, you can relate it to Fulani alone. That's
the problem I have. That's the problem I have.
So you are trying. Listen, let me get it clear.
I'm not saying. Wait. Let me wait.
Let me wait.
I understand what you are talking about.
So what you are trying to say?
Attempts to get to the root of the problem, we now use the thing that escalated from that place to dilute. The problem is that who were the root cause of that? Because we know once we introduce evil in Nigeria, other people they will key into it. But the problem is that what was Genesis? Those Genesis that say, maybe Fulani S-men, and maybe they were about 60-70% of it. And you now find them one Igbo man, one Yoruba man. We will now use all our energy to say, is there only Fulani?
What I'm trying to say is very simple. Now you are changing your tone. Initially, it's like 100%.
When First Lady's daughter was, she was murdered, they said that where are the cows? Where are the cows?
Listen, before the impression you gave was everything that is happening in our bush, it is the Fulani that is doing 100%.
Yes, it's 100%.
No, you are wrong. It's not only Fulani. Our people are also doing it. Maybe the percentage is lesser.
Yeah, they just connive with them. They recruit them locally.
What do you mean connive with them? Our people are also committing.
Yeah, those are their informers. Those are their informers because of money.
Okay, Remy.
They are also doing it. Okay, so
okay, Remy. Look at this way. When there was no Fulani, my aunt was kidnapped. You know who organized for the kidnapping? It was one Ebira guy on that street that was having a service. And all this Fulani kidnapping this thing was not even seen, that time. What happened? The husband was building an hospital back home. And they now saw that, okay, money was coming. And that man already worked in Saudi Arabia for several years. And all his speaking, all the male children, they are all doctors. You understand? They all study overseas. Now, they profile the man when he was building. He was building an hospital because the man was planning to go back to Nigeria. Come back to Nigeria. And they profile the kidnap. That was not even the time of Fulani at all. They had kidnapping even before Fulani S-men. But when Fulani S-men arrived, they had a pattern. They had a pattern that they can just come to the road and shoot and carry people. And even although they were doing, even the people in the south, they were still not doing it. The people in the south, they will look at where you are, whether they go and get you from your beer parlor and carry you. So Fulani S-men, they have their own pattern. They can just come to the road, shoot, and just stop vehicle. Yoruba and all those southerners, they were not doing that. So when we have a situation, when we analyze it, okay, on a particular road, some people came on the road, they say, oh, you saw they're Fulani. When you know their own pattern, we know the pattern of our own people. In Ekiti, a reverend pastor organized his own kidnap. It was not that coming to the road and be shooting. So what they did to that reference, it was happening. It was happening even before Fulani. We know the pattern. But when we are not talking also, so in order to diffuse the situation, for us not to have clarity, you now say, okay, maybe out of 100, Fulani were doing 85. And maybe other tribes across the states, they get involved. I would say others are doing it. The question is this: focus on that 85% first. Don't use 1 out of 100 to now say, oh, are they the only person? Ask yourself question. When the governors of the southern states were forming Amotekun, how come that Meitiala are the ones that are crying? How come that the northern governors are the ones that are crying? And we are saying they are not. So why is it that they are crying? Even we know this thing for fact that even when Lamadeshino was the governor of Oyo State, when something happened in that Ibadan, when Fulani were doing their own, they didn't talk, but immediately people retaliated. Buhari came all along from the north. I went to that place. Where are you buying my people? You didn't see when the people were doing all those stuff. We've seen this stuff over time. But we like a situation whereby we like to be politically correct. We like to painting. Tinubu that was saying, where were the cow? You think Tinubu didn't know? Tinubu was just playing politics because of what he wanted. Naturally, a person like me, I won't support Tinubu because of what he did that time. But I've said something. I won't say because what Tinubu did something wrong that time. You now come and bring someone that is even worse than Tinubu. Probably that would be worse than Buhari. You are bringing that. And that's it because I don't like Tinubu all of a sudden. No. Sometimes you can repent and vote for that your enemy that you didn't want to vote for before, because the supposed friend they are bringing is not even in any way as competent as that person that you do not like. If you had brought Oshibajo, probably I won't be talking of Tinubu today. But presenting Obi to me, presenting Atiku to me, presenting Showore to me, are you kidding? After going through that 8 years of Buhari, and so you want to experiment? We are saying Buhari, we are saying this guy is not good, it's not good. Even though it's not moving at the speed I'm expecting. But I'm seeing some signs that at least the state police that we are talking about is part of it. Even some of you want to shut it down. The state police, it's one of, I said that, okay, this guy, they should create his own state police. The revenue, the revenue restructuring that is doing that gradually. The parliamentary system, I heard that they presented in the House. It was true. Were they doing it before? Are you not surprised that they are probably that? If he is able to do all those stuff, all this big power that we are talking about, I know that people are hungry. It's not that we in Canada too. It's not that we shop level like that too. Some of us get busy like anything. If I tell you the busy I have on ground now, honestly, you will go to your room and give Thanksgiving. Some of us that we are talking, it's not that people don't even have a problem. Even there we are in the Western country, nothing is sweet everywhere. Even so, although we know some people know how to lie, they go lie as if since they've been here, they've been in paradise. A person like me, I won't lie to you. I've seen a person that drove Uber like me, that was painting a picture as if since he came to this place, he never did anything like that. He just landed and he became director immediately. Those are the kind of picture we paint. In that country we are talking about, the pattern of that Fulani S-men is totally different from that. You won't see the kidnappers among our people you are talking. We take cattle to your farm and destroy your farm. You won't see them go to community, raise the place, take people away. You won't see them go to place, carry people and go and hide them in the bush. There is one that all those people fighting Yoruba people, we still have the document, the one they forwarded to United Nations, where these people were doing, were arrowing a lady openly, that others were even clapping. If you want to have a bad mood today, I will forward that, because they could circulate it. I will show you the link again. Go and watch it and let us tell us the truth.
Even Ola, yesterday, if you see the dogs, Ola, sorry, the dogs, they were caught with yesterday. You know, you'll be afraid of the dogs. Nobody weapons, so they find that, you know, this for they went to the bush there with their dogs and everything before the vigilante came.
All those things that all those Baba that were fighting for Yoruba Nation, all the documents I can forward to you. You will see video, clear video. Those people, they were hiring people. They were, you know what they mean when they hire woman.
And they see, Tuna just see the video, you know, see, I'm not gonna let them talk then.
Okay, that's why I'm talking now. I mean, it's like people are tired of talking. Otherwise, that's why I'm talking. Otherwise, you go to the background.
Ask Kana, what I did there.
You know, they were Tuna don't go shack.
Okay, I didn't see picture there. Okay. Yes, yesterday they were having some dogs with them. Dogs, you know.
Dogs.
Just imagine.
DOG or dogs like a pepper. Which one? Aja or pepper? Which one you mean by dogs?
I don't know. Who's there.
Dog or dogs?
No, yesterday. No, those Dangote trail they found them with. There were some dogs in the bush there now. The dogs.
You know, but the question we have to ask you, okay, so kidnappers will be kidnapping people with dogs?
Yes, they carry dogs. They carry dogs. They kidnap. Now the dogs they pursue person.
You know the problem. You know, because if we have a problem, and we think that by creating another problem, that's when we are going to find a solution to that problem. We are making a mistake.
The only problem, Remy, may I just tell you, now the way to divide the country. Hold on, sir. We are dividing the country.
You are not dividing anything. Forget about it.
No, we'll divide that because other people will not have right to just come to our place, order the guys, or order the name of, say, one country, one Nigeria. That's the only problem.
Do you know that, Ola?
I hear you.
Since they started, you know, this guy is actually, you know what Soludo was doing in the Anambra State when he was going to kidnapper, then demolishing houses and all those things. This Pueblo or something like that is trying to do the same thing. Most of the people that they are actually arrested so far, they are Edo people.
Yeah. No, hold on. The Edo people that gave hold on. The Edo people that rented their flats or their homes to the Fulani.
You and myself have been talking since we'll be praying for people to come, so they come now.
Okay.
So the issue, the way I used to think is this: let's say somebody come from the north to come and stay in your bush, because to me there is no hard doubt anywhere in Nigeria, and they are functioning there. They will kidnap people, keep them for some days, and let me tell you, there's no way a foreigner can come to your place and thrive with criminality without the connivance of the indigenes. That's my belief, and I don't.
After enticing them with money, that's what we are trying to avoid now. Try to understand it. You know, Atiku have been speaking since that he gave you some that we shouldn't make any comparison. He even elaborated by pointing out how someone was kidnapped or whatever amongst our people. But what we are saying that this is too rampant. I mean, I think Mandazita was speaking earlier on that why is it that one particular tribe are the ones that are occupying? Hold on. I think you are a Fulani man. They talk.
I thought you want to say something.
You are speaking on behalf of the northern governors or Arewa.
I'm not speaking.
Sultan Sokoto tell you say 99% of the kidnappers are Fulani. He was talking to their people one time about 2 years ago.
Wait.
Now you want to defend them.
I'm not defending anybody. I'm just being objective. Ola, if you remember, during the time of Oshiomhole as governor of that state, kidnapping was so rampant in Edo that he made a law. Do you understand that time?
I know. There were any building they see they use
armed robbery. It was armed robbery. They said that death penalty.
You see how people can lie, Ola. How can you say it's armed robbery?
Death penalty for armed robbers. I beg, no, they justify all this when this what they do. Please.
Your House of Assembly actually said they should give them death penalty.
And that man was signing death penalty like all those death penalty people were not signing. Oh, sure, but just the signer.
Now he said it's armed robber. He said they are armed robbers. They are not kidnappers.
It's not armed robbery or kidnapping.
You see, people can lie. They can lie when they want to support whatever view that they have.
No, Simba, that's
armed robbery. Okay, armed robbery and kidnapping. Okay, but not.
Tony, wait. I don't know, Simba, whether you heard me. My aunt was a victim of kidnapping when the matter of Fulani Esme kidnapping didn't even exist. You know, I said that it was in Akure there where they kidnapped her. They kidnapped her. Just because the husband was building hospital. Simple. So that was when Mimiko was in power. So the thing is that when Fulani come, they have their own pattern. That's what we're saying. Continue, Simba.
So the issue here, it was even in that Niger Delta that even all this kidnapping started in Nigeria. If you want to say the truth, they started there, and it is spread all over the country. What I'm saying is this: if you see some people, you say you see them with their gun and
what did they talk they gun? This they go where they talk. You see, you know what? Ola, thank you very much, Patrick. Are they go sleep? Are they go sleep? I beg, make this man not call scatter my ori. I wish all the best. Better go and you are married to a Fulani woman.
If you see them and then you say you see them with dogs also, are they using dog to kidnap people?
So you know what dog did? You know dog they will take pursue you, that they will take to scare you from running. She actually laugh, eh? You see, I don't know what they worry yourself.
No, Simba. What that only talk. It may be true. You know, a woman that was narrating a ordeal was even saying those guys they have some kind of GPS monitor that they were even monitoring people going to the police to report all those stuff, that they were even tracking people. So it depends on the type of group.
GPS. They are using GPS. How would they not be using it to track who?
To track the victim.
Yeah, you remember? I remember that incident that happened in the train station. No, hold on. That that train station in Igwebe, in Uromi also that time about 3 years ago. You remember when that GPS they use?
Yes, immediately they got to that place. They say, okay, you are the police. Let me tell you one thing. These people may be collaborating with people in the telecommunications.
It's not GPS. Nobody using GPS. There are people that they collaborate with.
They use it because they are new to that place.
That's GPS now. No, okay. GPS is not. No, when they say GPS, it's not the one you use to drive alone. They call GPS. So anything that can determine your geographical location. You understand? It's not the one you take the drive alone. Now,
they don't know if you miss road. They don't know where they go.
Wait, Tony. There is a ship. It just a size of button. Someone can just come to your car if you want to be tracking you. You just see the person they play. The person can just throw that thing like this throw stone. Before you know, the thing can key into the well of your tire. They can be using that thing to monitor you for the next. It depends on how long the battery will last. Whether that thing is even solar, a lot of factors. You can be using that thing to be monitoring your movement. The person will know the time you are going to the office.
But if the human being now, so they will plant it in your body or what?
Okay, they can plant on your car. It depends on.
But they can if you are the no, but you said they use it to track their victim. Okay, the person they want to kidnap, is that what you are saying now? If you are their target and they use it to monitor you to know your movement or where you are going. so that they will know how.
Some of the targets that escape, even some of the family of those people that
the issue.
Do you know how I know that is possible? Because number one, my car.
No, I believe that. But that one will be in collaboration with people that actually know you.
That's what I'm saying. I say all those people you see. Let me tell you one thing. All those kidnappers you see, they may be working with some people within our organization. Look at it this way now. If you have some of those people that are working with some guys in telecom, they can install something on your phone. They can give secret. They can find a way for wrong person to track your line. If you have a compromised person, it's just like if you have a compromised person in the banking system, they can steal your money.
Ola, these poor people that they are killing, you understand? Are they not the foot soldiers?
They are not poor people. They have their basis where they are coming from. That's what Ola is trying to tell you. They can plant something to your phone. And wherever you are, wherever they are, they can be, very regular contact. They will tell you go to right and just go straight.
Simba, that thing is dicey. The question is this. That question you mentioned is very dicey. Ding gun, that to say that people carry, you know that you have to have license for ding gun too. Because I know why that was going up. You can't just carry shakabula. You have to get license for shakabula. Now the point is this. Just imagine me now traveling from Lagos to Ekiti, and I put ding gun in my vehicle. No, let's assume 4 of us are going. We put ding gun in our vehicle. What are we going to do? We say we want to go and hunt. Then if we want to go and hunt, then where's the license? So how can you park person in the trailer? They are going to
cannot even. How can you travel all the way from the north to say you are? When did the hunter now start moving from one region to the other to go and hunt?
So the thing is, you see, when because of what I've seen during this Yoruba Nation thing, because of all those fights they disputed around that I've seen with my Korokoro eye, government that time they try to cover a lot. Even as I'm speaking now, the level of insecurity in Nigeria, even though it's improving, I can tell you they are still covering up a lot just because Tinubu is the person in power. It's of recent that people are starting.
Do you know that for before I left Nigeria, for 2 years or so, I don't go to my farm regularly the way I used to go. And anytime I went to go, I don't even inform my staff. Usually before, I usually go to my farm every weekend, and they know Oga will come today, Oga will come today. I stopped going on the weekends. You understand? Anytime I want to go, I will just unexpectedly, because I've seen examples of those your workers. They will be the one that will give those kidnappers hints. Our guys are around now. Yeah, come.
Yes, now.
Because I've seen several examples.
Yes, now.
You understand? So I stopped going frequently, and I stopped informing them. And when I go, do you know what I will do? I will not waste time. Quickly, I will do whatever I want to do and zoom off. Because if you are staying there, and somebody is sleeping, and
continue.
So I don't even know how we can get. I think it's the state of the nation that is encouraging criminality in that our country.
Thank you very much.
Simba, what I'm saying is normally while we were growing up, some of all these Boy Scout, Boys Brigade, all those stuff. Now all those government reserve forests that we normally go to do all those stuff. Today, those forests are no longer safe for you because you see illegal alien. Now,
yes.
Akeredolu said he wanted to send away anybody in the reserve forest, that he would not want anything. You know what another governor was saying? They say Nigerians are free to move everywhere. When someone is telling you
let me say, if you see the reactions, the reaction that we have been getting from this one is from the northern states, northern governors, and the so-called useless Atiku and Kwakwaso. They are already on the on X commenting about it. Though I've not seen anyone, because I know Obi will also make his own comment. And they are making it to look like tribal.
Because politics is what they will, but politics is their bread and butter. They want to win election. They don't care.
But when
they don't care.
When they keep people last week, 2 weeks ago in Edo State and Odo State and the Enugu, they not talk.
Why would they talk?
Why would they talk? That's the question. Then that one allegedly, you can say, okay, how do you want them to comment on that when it's just nobody was arrested? They didn't call them, see them. Even if they arrested them and they see that they are not tanners, they will not comment. Because they will say criminal has no tribe. Everybody is a criminal.
Look at Deborah issue. Immediately someone said, oh, you will lose my vote. Atiku just changed. Only one person though said you will vote. Suddenly, Atiku just changed tongue.
Within 1 hour was that. I still remember within 1 hour of tweeting.
That's why I'm saying that if Tinubu failed, oh my goodness. Let
me tell you. My fear is this. If Nigerians, because the other options that we have, I don't think, even up to now, some people can say, oh, Tinubu is not performing well, it's not performing well. I can't see any other people that contested with him doing better than what he's doing. That is my own opinion. I attach to my opinion. If Nigerians now look at the situation now out of anger and go and bring another worst person,
no, but which worst person can they bring? The only option between what do you call it, Atiku and Obi. That's the option they have.
If Atiku won, we will be having situation of Buhari as
Atiku, just forget it. Because
and Atiku that was being threatened with only one person, and you will lose my vote. He reversed everything.
And that guy will like to stay there until he dies. He will stay there until he dies because it's already close to 81. So what else again?
No,
he will just be ruling anyhow he likes.
Remy, if we have state police, if we do all those things that we are unable to do under this thing, if we restructure the country, I don't care if Atiku get to that place. As long as the state police that we have, if it's strong enough.
Ola. Let me tell you this. There is no country where there is true federalism. Yeah. And I even US that we use as examples. We have examples.
You didn't start federalism. Federalism was even like almost 800 years before the United States.
So
people think they are the one that
you see they are still using federal money to finance some states.
Yes, so especially the Western Plain, the Central Plain.
I just wonder how now they get information. Let me tell you one thing. For the place when I did here, the state when I did, or let's say for example, if I stay in a state where you can be able to, where you can get those water and then wind, you producing light for the other part of the country. So the federal government have no time. Have no choice than to come and beg you.
Tony, what you don't know, go and check the depth of Germany to EU. You will see how much they are borrowed from EU too. Most of them borrow a chunk of money. But you are right. Each city, even in Finland, each city controls most of the stuff.
Local government owns the
The reason why I mentioned that is this. If we because when we even have regional government, do you know what is causing the problem between the regions and even the central government?
It's money now.
It's money.
But we used to have our embassy. We used to have our defense system.
No. You know the problem. El-Rufai and Buhari introduced is that we know these foreign Fulanis. They've been looking for where to settle over time. No country they get a nomadic one. No, those ones that were lucky among them, they don't come to the city. They don't settle. But this nomadic one that move from country to country, they've been looking for where to settle them. And all these our politicians, because of their desperation to perpetrate themselves with power, especially the northern one, because they have seen those people as voters. As a matter of fact, it's a well-known thing. You know, I heard this thing before Gani Adams said it, before even the like of Jonathan started giving us the hints.
Do you know, apart from that, I think they started having
you don't even know where I'm going to. Let me land.
Okay.
They brought all these people just to make sure that if Jonathan didn't give up power, that and they will create problem. And you promise them land, you promise them a lot of things. After you use them, you just abandon them. They were the one that went ahead that started all this criminality like kidnapping. It was Boko Haram problem we had before that time. So you can see how evil APC can be too. Apology, Remy, because I know it's your party.
No, what do you mean? let me tell you something today, Ola. I'm not a card carrying member. Simbajo. I'm not a card carrying member of APC. I'm not an APC.
You don't have to. But now you are
he's joking now. He's joking.
No. I just want to tell you something. Do you know why I like Tinubu?
Yes, sir, Mama.
Yes, sir. Do you know why I like Tinubu? I like people with action. I like people that you can point to their achievement, that this is what he has done. Whether it's a full money or the.
If I talk about Buhari, this is the way you will talk now.
No. I told you the truth about Buhari.
If I talk about the worst APC governor, that's the way you.
No, when I talk about Buhari, I think Buhari does not do very well about insecurity and economy. But in terms of infrastructure,
but when I mention Obasanjo now, you
forget that Baba now. That Baba is the evil, is the demon of the country.
Okay, if I talk of Ade Dancer now, you will go.
Who is Ade Dancer? You meet the one in Osun State. Well, for me,
I beg, stop that. Don't abuse my governor.
Because my own state governor too, I don't abuse him.
If you really want to know the true color of Remy, just mention PDP governor. No matter if it has been the best.
The issue is this. I don't think there is any politician that actually have a party in Nigeria. I don't think this idea of demonizing a party is to me it is uncalled for. The people that we are calling APC today, some of them are APC before, some of them are already, even some of them are okay. If you look at it, most of the people that left PDP that came to APC, they're already back in PDP.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Most of them, the likes of Saraki, Dino Malaye, and even this same Atiku.
And they are taking themselves to SDP already. So
you understand? When they were in APC, they demonized them. They said now they are no longer, they are not saints now, that they are now back in PDP.
I beg. Una good night, Udaro.
Okay, Udaro.
All right,
okay, Udaro. Thank you, sir.
You understand? Now one of the demons in the APC is now in SDP.
Mr. Saint in SDP.
Now he's a good person now because he's no longer in APC.
Yeah.
So his ideology, his belief has changed. It's APC that changed him because it's APC that is a demon.
The problem now is we have that. Even if Obi is the president today, do you think Obi will have that courage to face this northerner like this?
Baba, forget that thing. Obi will just be puppets.
Because we need a courageous leader.
The only thing that reason why I still see Tinubu as the best of all the ones that we have for now, that I'm talking about the leading candidate. I'm not talking about the like of Showore, Prince.
This is what Showore is also doing recently.
See, all those Showore and Prince we are talking about, forget. Let them get to that place. You will hear.
Of course, that's when you see that follow.
Showore would be a dictator. Do you see the way he's talking arrogantly? Oh, I don't
understand. What I wanted to even say is this: if you look at Nigeria that Buhari handed over to Tinubu.
What about it?
You understand? It was you know when you palliate something, you are palliating and palliating and palliating.
Do you know how people are
if those steps that Tinubu took, he doesn't have any option. He has to take all those steps. If he didn't take those steps,
Mm-hmm.
maybe our situation will be worse than that of Sri Lanka.
Where we were using 100% of our revenue to pay.
Do you know, Ola, towards the tail end of Buhari, people were dropping dead because they cannot collect money from the bank. Nigerians are forgotten so easily. They cannot even access their money. They were using, if you want to collect 1,000 naira from all these POS, they are collecting 40% of your money.
Remember, people like you supported Buhari.
No.
I'll be here with you.
No, let me tell you, Ola, most Nigeria, let me tell you, the
circumstances. This is better than Jonathan.
Wait, it's a benefit, even you that you are talking, maybe because of what happened to you, experience that you had before. It's not because of his performance. The guy, you have a family issue with him, and you have told us that's why. Let me tell you, the circumstances that brought Buhari in. Jonathan that time was so terrible. The guy was just, you know now, Ola now. Probably when you were even in Nigeria then.
No, that's why I blame Obasanjo. That's why I say, when people are saying Tinubu didn't build Lagos, I say, what are you talking about? If Obasanjo had done like Tinubu, Buhari would not have been our president. Nigeria will have better for this one. Because for a leader, people are saying, no, it is Fashola. The question is this. Fashola, who brought Fashola? In leadership, if your successor perform better than you, the credit go to the leader, because the leader can as well gives a bad one. Look at those successors in Lagos. They be performing. And people say, oh, because Lagos, it's not because Lagos get money. If hadn't been that obedient were able to hijack Lagos the last time, oh my goodness. You see, they will have spent the first 4 years to say, okay, we are trying to probe Tinubu. They will do nothing.
Ola, are we liking what is happening in Lagos with what is happening with the governance in the Gulf region? I'm talking about Gulf countries like Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Kuwait, UAE, and all those countries. And that is why they are moving forward. You understand? By the time you bring, let me tell you, it's because they have a structure and they have somebody that is controlling everything. That's why we are seeing what you are seeing in Lagos. Let Lagos come and just let it be free for all, that everybody will have their freedom and everybody will just start doing whatever they want to do. You will not see any tangible development in that.
You are even going too far now. Why did the Western region, the Western state, up to Old Bender, why did they work? Because Awolowo, because I said that time, because people didn't know, Awolowo was a dictator. Even though, no matter, we love Awolowo, but say he was not a perfect man. He wasn't a perfect man. But then, he was in control of his governors. Because without Awolowo, Jack Kande will never have become the Lagos state governor. Ajasin would not have become, you can see, immediately Ajasin lost that election in 1983. That Omobori Owo was his vice president, deputy governor. Immediately Omobori entered that place. You know what happened? They didn't agree. They don't agree. Kiosk everywhere. So the thing is, credit to Tinubu for the fact that he's able to hold all those people. It is easier said than done that Lagos. I was making an example that time. Even in Canada, we are here. The party leaders, they don't allow even the premier and all those reps to behave anyhow. They have mechanism of calling their people to order. So there's nothing Tinubu is doing that. As a matter of fact, what Tinubu is doing is what should be obtainable on that. Okay, look at Buhari now. After Buhari became president, what did he do? He just went to just sit down. Whatever you do, it doesn't concern me.
It doesn't concern, exactly. It doesn't concern me again. Now he has achieved whatever his life ambition. He has achieved it, and even if the general let them go, everybody go to it. Nothing concerning.
Exactly. So that's why that you see people like Obasanjo. They were still. I know that people don't like Obasanjo. Well, Obasanjo Achimugu is something we know, but people are saying it should have gone like Gowon. No, I disagree. Because the past leaders, it's just like say Obama should not interfere in politics. Obama is still speaking, he's still working for his party till tomorrow.
Even Clinton.
Clinton is still working for his party. So people cannot just say they should go. Any leader that left that state and go back home and sit down, to me, I see them as the enemy of that country, because they should be able to have some kind of influential for his contribution to make sure that the current leaders are doing the right thing. Obasanjo and Tinubu are those people that I've seen doing that so far.
We say, okay, we don't like godfatherism. The states that we are not even practicing, that they claim that, okay, godfatherism is not working. What are they? What kind of development do they have? Sometimes our hatred, sometimes we can't separate our hatred from development. Because of our hatred, we can sacrifice development for our hatred. Oh, I don't like this person, and whatever he's doing, I don't care. The only thing I want him to do is just to leave the place, and that is the kind of politics I will practice.
And now we speak from the position of our hatred, not because of the position of providing solution. Like I said, obedient today now, two things, at least two things happen in that obedient space. Those people that observe what APC did to push Buhari out, to push Jonathan out, so that they will come to power. So the like of Aisha and Co too, they were looking at obedient space as a means of coming to the political.
Even Aisha was supporting Buhari that time now.
Yes,
this same Aisha Yusufu.
That's why I said all of them that you see.
In fact, recently, it was this year now, they brought some of the clips out now, and she was trying to do. In fact, okay, that time he was having problem with Uday. You understand? And she said that she didn't have any regret for booting out Jonathan.
Can you imagine?
Let me tell you, Jonathan was so terrible. Any right-thinking Nigeria should not be supporting Jonathan regime that time. It was so terrible.
I agreed. But problem I have. It does this. Jonathan was terrible. But personally, me, because I've known Buhari, I've taken time to study Buhari, I've seen the trend of Buhari, and I see the lies people were packaging just to promote Buhari. See, I said Buhari, you guys will be saying it's not stealing. The fact that you were using lies to promote Buhari and the guy just don't and it's not even responding to all those lies, he's telling you that someone that is not honest. Oh, Buhari knows all his children in school in Nigeria. Buhari knew they were lying. He didn't counter that. Oh, when Buhari get to that place, we are going to look at all those past conference, all those stuff. The guy didn't talk. He knew that all those things the party was going to do, they were using, that party members, that he was not going to do that.
Ola, the issue. Buhari did not do any talk for himself now. Can we lay claim to what Buhari said himself? Nothing.
See, Baba, if what I'm not now, if you are promoting me now, especially in this Canada where I am, trust me, you are trying to promote me, but you get to say that I will see that thing as dangerous for my future, for my career. I will say, Baba, take it easy now. I may not say you are lying immediately like that. Take it easy. Let us look at it this way.
Ola, if I tell you what we went through, especially in the last 2 years of between 2013 and 2015, during that Jonathan, it was terrible. It was like the first tenure of Obasanjo. Ola, I was working with the states. That was what pushed me into farming now.
I mean, you did tell.
You work, no salary, nothing. And some people will come here and be telling me that that time the thing was so good. Jonathan was the bag of rice. The bag of rice that they are selling for probably 15,000 that you don't even have money to buy. I could not even pay school fees of my children. A whole doctor like me.
No, I know that payment to government workers in Nigeria are a joke. You know, the other time when we were saying that a person like us were earning about 70,000, that Mike was just laughing because many people did not really know what was happening in the private sector. You know, as a matter of fact, you will say that 70,000 that time, just put it at things without profit sharing. When you have profit sharing, where you have profit sharing was another thing. We know that doctors, we know they don't earn. Those people that were controlling the real money of that Nigeria at that time, that people really know very well, are those people in finance, fintech, telecom, oil and gas, then few people in supply chain. You can mention those people that we will see categorically. Even some of my friends that were working in Guinness that time, when I mentioned Guinness, but one of my friends, it's like that kind of say, he said, Papa, you know they earn anything. I should forget about that name that Guinness is carrying. And it was true. Now, those are the people, but when you now come of workers, you know, okay, let me give you the out of all my family members, I'm the only one not working for the government. So if I have younger ones that are working for the government, it will know definitely I understand when someone, because my parents too, they were government workers when they were alive. I know all those stuff. Now, in Nigeria today, bankers earn more than you. But in Canada here, ideally, the type of bankers that earn more than you, no way. Some of them will not even make what you will even earn in a year, in 3, 4 years, 5 years. Because most desktop support here, networking guy here, you understand, they don't earn more than 70, 80K. I can post the salary of doctors here now. You'll be shocked. Okay, maybe I will even do that. Let me see what, because it's a matter of public. If it's not a matter of public, I won't be able to post it. Let me see whether I can just see this. They call it Northern Health Authority. You'll be shocked. I can tell you some the money some doctor earn here. Some business, some networking guys, some IT guy, they won't make it in 6 years. They will never. But Nigeria opposite is different. Even see, if you're a policeman in my city, Baba, you will like to become a policeman. A train conductor, because there was a time they were looking for a train conductor, but when you say conductor, it's not like a regular conductor of vehicle. You will know how to do some mechanical job. You know how to couple those trains. You put it to the coaches. You'll be able to do some engine work, all those stuff. You have the chance of making 140,000 a year. And if you are coming, if you are saying you attended university, they will not take you. They need to people that just finished secondary school. Bankers are not earning money here. So if you see a banker bragging, and you know, say like those bankers that can make money, maybe those people that are providing professional services, like people in their IT, then it's when I say they make money, it's not that they make like that. Maybe probably they are making like 90, 100,000 to up to 110 a year. Then
Ola, what about doctors? Because I learned that average money for emergency doctor in America up to $600,000 US.
Remy, sure the doctor yẹn oògùn owó gidi ni doctor ní báyìí. Mo ń bọ̀ jẹ́ mo fẹ́ gbé salary àwọn kan jáde bóyá máa tẹ̀ rí ní báyìí. Northern Health Authority jẹ́ n type ẹ̀ jáde. Wàá fẹ́ tó bá rí wàá dákú.
Mo gbọ́ ti America yẹn, just a baby doctor ni ọjọ́ ìṣẹ̀ jáde ní med school, but it seems that their professional training is up to 12 years.
Àní wà tó bá rà nǹkan sẹ́ wàá dákú, má wọrí.
Wọ́n gbowó.
What I'm about to show you wàá dákú tó bá rí, just hold on. Maybe you will see it when I posted it on the screen. Because there is the law here make it mandatory that once you are working in the public sector, you have to declare. Now, let me share my screen. Simba, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm about to share
Simba Luma Daku Emile Daku because Emile is a doctor.
No, the Daku. You know what he's saying is not. I'm aware now. So he said, "Why should I Daku?"
So, can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Mori.
Rike.
But if you can enlarge it further.
Nigeria ni kini ever lọ gbé jáde, right? Can you see it now?
Yeah.
Mogbe, almost like American on 651.
General physician, Showo.
Yeah, those are GP now. GP.
Okay. Showo orúkọ olórúkọ.
Àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà ti pọ̀ jù ń bẹ̀ náà. Adétọ́jí, Adégòkè.
Àwọn tó ń gbà ó. Tí máa lọ gbé sálárì àwọn IT fún ẹ nísìnyí wàá rò pé fraud ní IT táwọn èèyàn ń pariwo pé ó dàbí pé kí lọ kẹgbà kí máa lu gbogbo àwọn tó ní kí lọ ṣe IT.
Àwọn náà ti gbowó tọ̀rà.
Nọ́ọ̀sì lélẹ́yìí o, àwọn nọ́ọ̀sì lélẹ́yìí o, máa wò wọ́n tó ń gbà owó burúkú táwọn nọ́ọ̀sì yẹn gbà nìyẹn o. Now, see doctor, àwọn doctor kékeré léyìí tí ò gbowó gidi 361. Look at this one. Although èèyàn kan ló kàn because they forget about this thing, but so because sometimes you use your incorporated name to work for this thing. Look at all those stuff. So you can't tell what don't be 900 and something thousand be But
the question I want to ask you now, this is gross now.
No, there are still some other packages. So because sometimes this is not good. Even if it is gross, you can't. We they tax you 50%. You understand? Even if it's gross, you got to say how many IT guy no.
But the people
how many IT guy
people, you know, one thing I don't like about medicine is I don't want to a doctor. You can just be in the middle class. Okay, there's none of them that is eating $1 million per year. You understand? And we know that people in other sectors, they might not be many. You know what medicine give you or healthcare give you is that you just be in the average. Do you understand? You cannot be rich and you cannot be poor. That's just it.
Baba, acreage. I had to go out, I had to launch business, salary. Let me tell you one thing. Although, like me and Patosi were discussing something yesterday. No, was it Patoski? A friend of mine was telling me that, oh, you are that in start. Me at Patoski no. I lost start business. I say, I want by me to get pay to get pay. Oṣù mẹ́ta báyìí. Oh, there you go. Your colleague to needs to pursue by you and sorry we've moved the country. Oh my goodness. You èèyàn tí ò bá ní mind ó lè kó láti sórí nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí iṣẹ́ wọn ni pé iṣẹ́ wọn bọ́n ṣe wà yìí tí ò bá sẹ́ni tó go wrong iṣẹ́ wọn wà secured. Some of us,
you know, that's what I'm saying, Ola. You know, let me tell you, if you are net care, two things. Your job is guaranteed.
My will you 1 million, only 1 million, 1.185 million. No. Totally. You understand? Forget the corporation but of business of business bad said
no. I have a friend. Let me tell you, it's a business. There are some things that they do in it like one of my
no. To ba fair wo income mi orúkọ company mi náà ló máa rí nbe for example now but èmi mọ̀ pé mi ni mo wà behind it. It's a business but èmi mo wà nbe so one
man ṣe báyìí bí báyìí náà. There are some people they put people together as a nurse.
That my guy is in UK, and what he does is that he even recruits doctor. He's a doctor. What he does, he takes patients and then you will find doctors for those patients. And I think I have forgotten the kind of
But ṣé wọ́n sanwó gidi ní UK yẹn ni wọ́n sanwó gidi nígbà fáwọn
no,
nọ́ọ̀sì àti dókítà lọ Europe yìí
sígbà
gan
sórí pé àwọn tó
pàápàá.
gba 269 yìí èmi inú wọn ṣe full time ó kàn wá síbẹ̀ lásán ó kàn ṣe díẹ̀ tó lọ rọ́ọ̀nù bòmí o lára àwọn eléyìí you see some doctor náà ṣe àṣẹ báwọn kan ló ń gba 103 mistake táwọn kan ṣe nìyẹn máa ń ṣe báwọn kan ló ń gba 103 don't be deceived ó lè jẹ́ pé bóyá normally àwọn tó ń gba bíi let's say 600 700 bóyá full time wọn náà ṣe ń bẹ̀ àwọn eléyìí ó kàn lè jẹ́ pé bíi quarter time lọ́kẹ́ wàá ṣe lọ́dẹ̀ lọ wàá lọ run another one but ẹni tí ò bá mọ̀ a ní she no be one doctor dey why 103.
The way, let me tell you this, the way people look at that job, it's not easy running up and down and you go and do 8 hours here, go and that is why you see, in fact, especially nurses, you see most of them by the time they are getting to their maybe 45, early 50, most of them are already granted.
Yes, now
you understand? It's only the money that people look at. It's not easy to be,
now. I know.
It's not easy to be jumping up and down. You work extra hour. You work. Okay, imagine that kind of life that you go for a shift of 12 hours every day. 12 hours. So what time? What is so people just look at the money. They don't look at the impact that thing is having on their health. People just look at the money that they are earning.
12 hours.
I know what you are talking
and
about.
Surely Simba, nobody could make 12 hours nílò òyìnbó. Wàá attend the patient to 2 hours ní o. 1 hour, 1 month bẹ́ẹ̀ calculated pé wàá ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn ṣáà ní olè escape. Ìṣèbí Nàìjíríà tó wà lọ jókòó síbi kan tó wà sọ pé
ẹ̀mí sórí nǹkan tó sọ yẹn mo rántí ìgbà tí a wà ní warehouse ó ní kéèsì tá a gbọ́dọ̀ pick èdè so tá a bá ti pick kéèsì yẹn tẹ́lẹ̀ àwa lọ máa hide sínú hide sórí immediately tá a ti dúró yẹn tọkùnmá wa kò ní read already system akà láti ẹni tó bá jẹ́ team lead ni pé òwò àwọn kan wà bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ the next thing tábà ti rí wọn tẹ́lẹ̀ omi ìṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ kòkòrò báyìí àtúntì gbé center rider wa àtúntì mẹ́rẹ́ nìyẹn àtúntì máa lọ.
Nígbà tí wọ́n kọ́ dé ìlú òyìnbó mo kẹ́ kí ló táwọn òyìnbó yìí wọ́n wà yìí náà why so many people have problem lẹ́sẹ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀
lẹ́sẹ̀. ọ̀bọ̀ ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé mo fẹ́ bá bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn jà nígbà tí bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn sọ pé I'm just doing supply chain mo kọ́kọ́ fẹ́ sọ ìwọ ló máa gbé supply chain tó ó ṣì wà ní training supply chain tí mo ti ṣe lọ́dún mẹ́wàá sẹ́yìn kí ìwọ tó ṣe tó yẹ pé mo là fi register iṣẹ́ là register business bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn mo give excuse bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn jẹ́ gbádùn àní lọ máa gbá tọ̀.
Was sacked in UK. You know what happened to him? He was so tired at work, and there were cameras everywhere that you can't just sit down. You cannot even sit down. You know what he did? He now went to the toilet. We believe that they monitored the time he entered the toilet and came out. The guy just went to go and catch a nap in the toilet, and because of that, he was sacked.
They will know.
You understand? If you see the life, all these people, I don't even like institution. People will just be looking at the money. What kind of life do they have? It's not life.
They will say you are stealing. One year you're stealing time.
That's no life for them. No life. You see doctors sleeping in under the trolley when they are on duty. It's forget it. It's not something that you can do for long ago. We want to compare. Let me tell you, I would rather prefer to be earning 1/4 of all this money that you are seeing and have my health than to earn that money that most of them will not even wait.
No, that's right. To get down to like something here. That's right.
Seriously. ṣùgbọ́n ọmọ Nàìjíríà tó ní England nìyẹn tó lọ mú shift ó dẹ̀ parẹ́ ó dẹ̀ slump bẹ́ẹ̀ ó dẹ̀ kù straight. Because òyìnbó ti tó calculate kìíní yẹn tán.
Let me tell you, even here, even we don't work as much as that even here in Saudi Arabia. Come and see the way doctors will just collapse and die.
Iṣẹ́ yẹn ní stress now. Stress iṣẹ́ yẹn pọ̀.
So people only focus on money. Nurses are making money. Hey, doctors are making money. Hey, which money? Money that is because that work is not sustainable. Most of them, what they will do at the end of the day, that they will pull out of the government work and they will just be doing, they will now be doing maybe locum here and there so that they can regulate, they can have time for their life.
Iṣẹ́ software developer náà ló terrible báyẹn náà. But nǹkan tó jẹ́ kí wọ́n underprice iṣẹ́ software developer nísìnyí pé because number one ChatGPT and there are some crooked people tó yẹ pé wọ́n á lọ jí code ẹ̀ lórí GitHub. I mean, when I pray on developer, but you know there was a time that as a software developer you can be making like 400K. That 400K okay. Some people will say, okay, we want to sign you up. They will say, okay, we pay you sign up fee for like 30 to 60K. Then this is what we'll be paying you. Then we will give you the stock of the organization. So, boom gone. I told them leading by any I won't be Facebook. When you were working for Facebook, Google, they're working for Netflix, we're working for Amazon. Honestly, to buy by $5 Amazon. To buy by $5 Amazon. You work for like wow. I'm aware with the me go better because Amazon to buy by Amazon below one somebody. Oh my goodness. Oh, àárín òru wọn lè pè ẹ́ wàá sì kọ́kọ́ kọ́ ìṣòkò máa sùn yẹ́ báyìí ni the next thing wàá kàn sọ pé kí ni interface kan dà níbi kan bẹ́ẹ̀ wàá tún bẹ̀rẹ̀. And you know software development is not like maybe you are just installing PC, okay, o sáré bá customer gbé PC lẹ̀ o became software. Oh my goodness. One of the most frustrating things téèyàn lè ṣe ní tech nìyẹn.
Even one of my younger brother, this one is even in Nigeria. He works with all these companies that services all these base stations for these network providers. This guy is always on phone. He's always on phone, and this base station just shut that. So he was one controlling that.
Nephew me,
you understand? He's not even moving. God, they have some other guys that they will have to be controlling. Oh yeah, go to this so. I just receive a call.
Always busy.
But the only problem with him is that he doesn't sleep.
Ikumbo nìyẹn náà. Nígbà tí mo bá sùn, báwo ló ṣe wá pẹ́ ní good hour? Nephew mi tó wà ní ọ̀sà wà ní Canada.
You know one thing, Ola. You see the doctors or the nurses that you pay, you see that majority of them they are our people, and most of them are even blacks because of that poverty mentality that Oyinbo person would never go and take that kind of job and be doing it that way. Oyinbo people will not be aspiring to be earning $700,000 per year. It will not be because they value their life.
Simba ìlú òyìnbó mo ti mọ nǹkan tó ń pè ní quality of life. Nàìjíríà kì í ṣáà máa ṣe lọ níbi ẹgbẹ́ owó yẹn máa máa
because it's fear of unknown now. You always fear that poverty. Hey, let us make as much as possible so that
let's make more. Exactly. Òyìnbó ti ẹ̀ make mo wá ti máa plan summer vacation kí ni life wọn so easy.
Simba sórí nǹkan tójú mi ti rí ní Nàìjíríà àwọn ọ̀gá mi kan wà lẹ́yìn nísìsiyìí tó yẹ pé tán bá wáyé báyìí tán bá pè mí ní báwọn ṣẹ́ bí ò lè báwọn ṣẹ́. Intercontinental Bank kò ní stress bí Access Bank o but àwọn ọ̀gá mi ò jẹ́ kí n lo vacation mi rí tán wọn ò jẹ́ kí n lo tán rí. That's why ìgbà kan àti mo gbé call ọ̀gá mi nínú vacation mo regret. Ó yẹ nígbà tó pè mí pé okay bó ṣe ká mi ó yẹ kí n sọ pé mo ṣì wà ní UK pé mi ò tí ì dé ni. So that bàbá ò bóyá bá sanwó flight mi bóyá bá ṣẹ́yìn tíkẹ́ẹ̀tì fún gbà yẹn. Mo kàn lọ gbé ní kí n tẹ̀ sọ pé ọ̀gá yìí àṣẹ ó fẹ́ pè mí síṣẹ́ ni ó ti ká mi. So ìgbà tí Access Bank wá fẹ́ join ìyẹn wá worse because ó mọ nǹkan tí Access Bank máa ṣe ń gbà yẹn ni. Àìjà àti gbígbé wọn á kàn pè wá sí meeting ni à lọ sí kó tẹ̀. Meeting bóyá aago 8 náà fi sí o àwọn people yìí wọn ò ní dé until around 12 o'clock. Wọn ò ní dé until around 12 o'clock. Ó dẹ̀ ṣì ń bọ̀ wọ́n ń bọ̀ níbi iṣẹ́ lọ́jọ́ kejì o. Dẹ̀ gbúdọ̀ late wọbẹ̀ yẹn. So àwọn èèyàn tó ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ join àwọn tó tẹ̀ ń bọ̀ láti Access Bank nígbà ó ti mọ́ wọn lára. our colleague we lost due to that stress alone. You know, a person like stubborn people like me, but me, but problem because Access Bank started changing everything to one to I want to get at were like 20 years ahead of them in terms of automation and everything. I want to want to see mechanical just to create activities. I beg Ben Johnson mo ra agbawo mi mo beg jáde kúrò lọ́dọ̀ wọn ni because ìgbà yẹn ó mọ ọkọ ojú mi ní Nàìjíríà ni èmi àtàwọn ọ̀gá mi máa ń jà torí pé kí n máa wá sí ibiṣẹ́ ní Saturday ni ayọ̀ àti team lead kìnìkan team lead fẹ́ pàdánù wàá jókòó lé ní Sunday òfin enjoy premiership.
The problem that we have is that we prioritize money over every other thing, which is a very bad attitude. Very bad.
Our problem Nigeria is they are taking advantage of pé kò síṣẹ́ ní gbòòrò àti ní sọ̀rọ̀ tán Access Bank staff. Ìyẹn tó máa ń dùn mí ni pé a staff like you tó jẹ́ pé àkàmásọ̀ pé kí ni I think you have a choice. A staff like you because Access Bank yẹn ìlú ẹrú yẹn tẹ̀tí mẹ́lòmíì lára a máa sọ fún àwọn intercontinental bank pé ẹ̀yin yọ̀ ni. Ó ti mọ́ wọn lára tó jẹ́ pé oh my goodness and Access Bank dẹ̀ mọ̀ bọ́ ṣe máa ná owó ẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé tèmi ti Intercontinental Bank nígbà ó sì lè gbowó leaf ìgbà mi tí mi tẹ́lómi bá gbowó leaf ònú wa ó tó ra plot ilẹ̀ in fact ìmí tó bá tẹ̀tì nílẹ̀ gan ó tẹ́lómi gan yọ 2 bedroom tó ní leaf àlàtà máa ń gbà. Access Bank máa ṣe kíní kan wọn ò ní kówó ẹ̀ fún ọ̀hún tí tó bá travel ó dẹ̀ lè sọ pé ó fẹ́ lọ dé ní Ghana wàá ní láti lọ bí UK bóyá South Africa nìkan náà máa recognize fún ẹni gbogbo Africa you know bí àwọn owó yẹn ò ṣe ní tó ẹ lọ́wọ́
sí. ẹ̀kẹ́ wọn tó wà banking sector wà ẹ̀kan náwó public money. You people are just enjoying public money that time.
Ẹgbọ́n mi náà banker ni ó spend almost 20-something years ní bank.
Kò sí gbádùn ọjọ́ Christmas àmọ́ wà ní data set ọjọ́ New Year tá a máa ṣe é lókè.
Òkè máa ń rẹ̀.
Kí ni?
Òkè máa ń rẹ̀ sọ́la Saturday á tún lọ báǹkì náà ni. Irú wàhálà wo lélẹ̀? Gbogbo ìgbà ni kọ̀ǹpútà máa ṣọ́dà ó máa perú ẹ̀ people tẹ wà láìpẹ́ báyìí. Wọ́n máa bẹ̀yìn torí pé it was like a branch manager. The highest position tó ní was an internal controller ní gbogbo region lẹ́kọ̀ọ́. So internal auditor sorry. So tí system bá ti ṣọ́dọ̀ wọn máa wá rí kó wọn máa pè ń kà àwọn ẹni máa fi ṣakọ.
Àtòrí àwọn tó bá ń bẹ ẹ yẹn wọ́n ní human relationship wọ́n ní good human relationship ni human relation ni. Wọ́n á máa threaten ẹ̀ softly ni àkàn máa threaten ẹ̀ softly. Èmi àti
ó máa ń bẹ̀ wọ́n ni pé kán wá ṣe lè kán wá ṣe tọ̀hún. Àwọn ẹni máa sọ pé Saturday làwọn wà àwọn ò lè wá Sunday jẹ́ kó di Monday ọ̀gá.
Ọ̀gá mi kan threaten mi níjọ́ kan torí pé mi ò fẹ́ tẹ̀lé lọ sí EFCC. Oni tí wọ́n bá sọ fún báńkì báyìí máa kìíní kan mo ní ẹ lọ́sọ̀ oní ṣe ìbáratá ẹ̀dẹ̀ fáyà mi kèbí kí n kúrò ní báńkì yìí ni ṣé ó gbé kí ni mo nílò lọ EFCC I no dey go.
But fraud àwọn bankers náà ti pọ̀ jù Nàìjíríà oh God wàhálà yẹn Ọlọ́run ló mọ̀. But mo tún dé Finland mo appreciate the banking system Nàìjíríà ti bí báyìí lọ. Ti bí báyìí kó tó open bank account lásán kó tó sí interest lórí deposit ẹ̀ wàá tún máa bẹ̀ wọ́n ni wàá máa make appointment ó kàn rẹ́rìn-ín.
Olè tí Nàìjíríà máa jà ní cybercrime olè tí Nàìjíríà máa jà in fact àwọn sì ń bẹ̀bẹ̀ fún apprenticeship lọ́wọ́ tàwọn Russia àtàwọn India ni àti ṣe pé
àwọn ẹ̀rọ ọdún burú gan.
problem ta ní Nàìjíríà ni pé we have a very loud culture.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni
ibi tí àwọn ọmọ yahoo wa ti máa jẹ bóyá $1,000 sí gbogbo arúgbó títa.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Tí ọmọ India ti máa jí $50,000 ó ẹ̀ tẹ̀ ní mọ̀ pé ó tẹ̀ jẹ́ ní.
Ni wọ́n á ṣe ẹni mẹ́rin ni.
Ẹ kàn máa rẹ́rìn. Àwọn ló mọ bọ́n ṣe ń wọ́ táàsì jáde nínú òkè táàsì tọ̀ tó yẹ kó gbà àwọn ló mọ bọ́n ṣe máa ká.
Sórí ọlá gbogbo àwọn Indians wọ́n ti gba IT industry bí àwọn ti gbà mọ́ wọn lọ everywhere tó bá àwọn boys tí mo mọ̀ tẹ́ pé IT wọ́n fún wọn iṣẹ́ easily mo gbẹ.
Remy, sorry, problem Tani. Let me tell you this: we make money, and we add one of the reasons why they said we are hardworking is because of fear of poverty that is driving us. Even the people that have never seen poverty in their life, because they believe in that environment, they also have that fear. Now, you see, let me give, for example, this Aisha Achimugu or whatever that they are saying that they are spending $150,000 per day in an hotel or in a resort. You that is the way, because even when we now make that money, what do we do with that money? We don't use it to build generational wealth. The only you understand, the only thing that we used to build is something that you just show that, oh, he has built a house, very big mansion that he does not even need. But you buy very big car, things that are not that you cannot how will I, which language can I in fact you use that money to create a dependency for yourself. You understand? And that is our problem. Okay, if that one is stealing money, which business is he doing? Has he built herself to the extent of now spending such a huge amount of money on birthday? And that is why, even with all the shout that we shout, hey, Nigerians are hardworking, and does it really have any can we see the effect on our society? The answer is no. Even the ones that have made money, once they die, because what they will use that money for is not something that is sustainable, the thing will die with them because we are selfish.
Approach you as see. Approach you
in fact, ọ̀la mo blame irú àwọn MK Abiola yẹn. Wọ́n irú training wo ló fún àwọn ọmọ yẹn? Pẹ̀lú gbogbo sábà yìí ni àwọn ọmọ yẹn dẹ̀ ba gbogbo ẹ̀ jẹ́. For God's sake.
Òun kọ́ ọmọ yẹn ò bá nǹkan jẹ́. Wọn ò bá nǹkan kan jẹ́ is because of kò really only kò train wọn in the line of business.
Oh God.
Do you understand? You're okay because and even we are still doing it. Once you have little money, the next thing that you do is that we export our children out of the country. You understand? We make sure that we say, because you suffer. Oh, okay, my children, I don't want them to suffer. It's only Nigeria you see abroad that they will be going to school abroad and they will not do any work. Their parents will still be the one that is paying school fees, giving them money to feed them, pay house rent, everything for them. So when that person finish, how do you don't forget about it? There is a problem that is wrong with our mentality.
Right. And opportunity to one Nigeria, tí wọ́n bá tẹ̀ exploit pẹ̀lú owó tí